Orange TV audience. I want to call our final meeting of the Orange County Tourist Development Tax Advisory Task Force to order. I hope you are all willing to overlook my recent trip to the dermatologist. I wouldn't want you to think any of the applicants had assaulted me in a dark alley somewhere. Clearly, I need to thank all of you, as does my co-chair, for your attendance, for your hard work, for your comments, for your participation across the board. It's really been a delight to work with each and every one of you. We have a full agenda this morning, so we will get started, and I will turn the agenda over to my co-chair, Eddie Moreton.
Good morning. Thank you. Let's rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. I'll now turn to my co-chair for our roll call.
Alvarez, Sergio, Rishi Baga, Andre Berry, Jacqueline Bazzuto, Kimberly Buchheit, Chip Byers,
here,
Tom Callan,
here,
Pete Clark, here. Eric Clinton, here. Tina Demosthenes, Joe Dunn, Sarah Elbrady, Doug Gomer, here. Vance Guthrie, here. Adrienne Jackson, here. Thomas Lynn, present. Chris Meyer, here. Ed McKinney, present. David Mink, I thought I saw him, maybe not. Christine Moore, Chris Muller, Arnaldo Oliveras, Tico Perez, Michael Poole, Fred Robinson, Michael Santos, Paul Shelton, Robert Smith, Stephen Smith, Steve Stanford, Jill Vaughn, and Ella Wood. Outstanding attendance.
Yes, we definitely have a quorum. Next on the agenda, let me introduce the minutes have been distributed for your approval. We are really reviewing the minutes from July 28th, July 29th, and August 5th. Do I have any changes to these minutes? Do I have a motion first for their approval? Do I have a second? The motion was from Joe, and the second was from Arnaldo. Thank you. Any discussion or changes on these minutes? If no, thank you. The minutes are approved. Now, because this is our last meeting, we will need to preemptively approve the draft minutes from this meeting. Thank you so much. This is from a protocol standpoint, I need the committee to authorize the co-chairs to approve the minutes after this meeting so that we don't have to convene you to approve those minutes. Do I have a motion? Thank you. A second? Thank you. Great. The motion was from Doug and the second was from Thomas. Yes. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Okay. Any opposed, like sign? Okay, motion approved. Thank you very much.
Right, and now we're going I'm so sorry. You'd think it's our last day. I'd get used to this. We're going to move to public comment. I have a question. Yes.
Sorry, Chair. I don't think all minutes. We only had a motion to authorize you all to approve the minutes from this meeting. So I'd like to move to approve the prior 3 meeting minutes as well. I didn't hear that. Okay.
We got the first and second on that. It was you did not ask for it.
It was
We
2
asked for a
votes
vote
to
on
go.
that, yeah.
You didn't do the vote. You did not.
So all in favor Opposed, like sign.
Very good. Thank you. As most of you know, we are going to have our public comments at the beginning of today's meeting because we will later in the day be taking some votes. And so we want to hear from our public. And I would remind you that this is a time for us to listen and not question or comment. And so we have 24. I'm going to turn it over to Natalia Garcia, but are we going to use 1 minute or 2? I think we should stick with 1 because it worked so well last time. People were very concise as they came to the podium. They had figured out how they were going to get their points across very succinctly. So, Natalia, will you start us off?
Absolutely. Good morning, everyone. If you please come to the podium, we're going to start with Mr. Terry Prather, Rob Burweiler, and Tobiah Maroon. If you please state your name and address for the record.
And as you are called forward in threes, if you can move to the podium and behind the podium and be ready, that would be helpful to all of us. Thank you, Natalia.
Good morning. Terry Prather, 1610 Rock Lake Drive, Orlando, Florida. I am the board chair for Dr. Phillips Charities, the past chair for Visit Orlando, and I've spent 40 years in the tourism industry. 2 of those years as managing director of the Whitty Museum in San Antonio, Texas. I believe an investment in the historic town of Eatonville is a great investment for Orange County, only if you invest with an organization that has a proven track record, credibility, and proven capability. Dr. Phillips' company and charities have been a part of this community for over 100 years. We have invested over $270 million in projects and people in Orange County. We are asking the TDT Task Force to invest with us so we can move farther faster because we are going to invest in Eatonville.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Rob Burweiler, 5644 Minaret Court, Orlando. Thank you for the opportunity to be here and participate in this conversation. I have lived in Williamsburg for over 30 years and was concerned to find out there was a proposed baseball stadium that will back up to my neighborhood without any consideration to the residents that live there. Kia Center, Camping World, and Orlando City Soccer. Have they positively impacted the residents that live there or helped the downtown businesses like Church Street Station? I don't want my community to fall into the hands of how demised that those areas have become. I'm going to cut my things short since we only have a minute. I want to give a shout out to Christine Moore, with an estimated $400 million in revenues in tax dollars and a 2027 budget of approximately $600 million. Christine asked, how much excess funds are we talking about? I thought it was a big red flag when they couldn't even answer what these funds we are talking about to discuss all these projects that have been proposed. Shout out to Christopher Meyer for pointing out that the concern there isn't a return on investment for most of these projects. Shout out to Sergio Alvarez for drilling down to find out how much collectively are we promoting Orlando and how we can spend it, like transportation and infrastructure. Stop Orange County from becoming Concrete County. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next batch will consist of Hope Bellamy, Latrina Graham, and Jake Albrecht. Thank you.
Good morning. I am Dr. Maroon, 532 Dewdrop Cove, Castleberry, Florida. The Eatonville Museum of History and Culture, led by Dr. Phillips Charities, is the right project, led by the right team. After knocking on doors and talking directly with Eatonvillians for many, many, many years, I have seen that there are 3 things people in Eatonville consistently agree on. They want cultural tourism, they want a museum that tells their stories, and they want real action. Dr. Phillips Charities Eatonville Museum is the project to make that happen. Dr. Phillips Charities has the ability to connect local residents with quality, good-paying jobs, to attract high-impact tourism, and to work in collegial partnership to accomplish building a world-class museum.
Good morning, everyone. Hope Bellamy, 1704 Adair Street. I want to raise a concern that the core of what tourist development tax is supposed to do: increase tourism, not recycle visitors we already have. Orange County brings in over 74 million visitors a year, one of the highest tourism numbers in the world. That means that the bar for new tourism demand is extremely high. After listening last week and doing my own research, I'm hearing projects that sound valuable: UCF facility, Dr. Phillips, Edenville culture work, all meaningful for the community. But I'm not hearing the clear evidence that they actually create new visitors. And we have to be honest about sports tourism. We can't even constantly fill the Magic Games, Pride Games, or Camp World events. What Pacific makes Major League Baseball different? What is the mechanism that makes fans stay overnight instead of driving in and driving out? Because historically, Major League Baseball is mostly local and regional fans, not overnight stays.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Jay Galbraith. I want to say thank you to the chairs and this committee for your service. I also want to say thank you to Mayor Demings for marshaling this effort that will benefit our community for decades. As a member of the Board of Directors for the Sports Commission, I want to express, obviously, my support for sports, and I grew up in this community. I remember Tinker Field, going to baseball games, and I'm old enough to remember the Tangerine Bowl. Today, as you look to expand our sports fund, I want to express how important that is for our community. As we add sports, as we add room nights, it helps our community. And I would also say to you that sports has lifted our community, and it's showed the world through the Olympic marathon all the streets throughout our city. So sports is not just about filling room nights, it's introducing the world to who we are. So as you make these hard decisions today, I would say to you, look at sports and know the value of how it has shown Orlando to the world. Thank you.
Thank you. Following Ms. Graham, if you could please line up Mr. Nicholas Natel, Cole Nesmith, and Merrill Bailey.
Good morning. Latria Graham, 1113 Grove Street, Maitland, Florida. I serve on the board of directors of the Greater Orlando Sports Commission, and I'm here today to ask for your support in establishing a dedicated major sporting events fund that was presented to this group on July 28th by the Greater Orlando Sports Commission and Florida Citrus Sports. Since 2018, investments in sports have consistently deliver extraordinary returns for our community, generating incremental and significant economic impact for every dollar invested, while producing hotel stays, recovering TDT revenues, supporting local jobs and businesses, and showcasing Orlando through national and international broadcasts. To remain competitive, Orlando needs a dedicated funding source that allows us to pursue and win major events that drive visitation and elevate our community. Thank you.
Good morning, TDT Task Force. My name is Nicholas Natali. I live at 32836, and I'm a lifelong Orange County resident, but I'm also a tourist. And when I consider where I'm going on vacation, I think about transportation. And like many families, you know, budget can be tight, and if I don't have to pay for the rental car, maybe that's a plus. If I have to, maybe I don't go to car-dependent Orlando. So there can be an argument for using TDT dollars for transportation. In fact, in 2017, the Florida Attorney General at the time told Walton County that they could use TDT dollars for specific transportation-based services. They just had to justify it. Now, so that means we could go and use it for something transportation specific, like a train from the airport, like iDrive BRT, maybe even bring some transportation down to downtown that's rapid so that we can revive what used to be a top tourist attraction, Church Street. And I thank you for your time, and I hope you give this consideration.
Good morning, Cole Neesmith, 1312 North Fern Creek Avenue, 32802. Thank you so much for the support from this board. Thank you for the incredible support of the residents of Orange County. And even this morning, I was getting texts from Michael James Scott, who is the genie on Broadway in Aladdin, asking how he can support from New York. And Merce has fans from around the world. And even in all of this support, I have one anxiety. I want to ask this morning that you please consider approving funding recommendations in this body today here. Please do not send this request to ARC. There have been 3 separate county recommendations to fund Immerse through TDT, and none of those have resulted in funding through ARC. Immerse's home for TDT funding is here at this task force. Please, in this body today, make a recommendation to the Board of County Commissioners. Thank you for empowering our arts community to continue transforming the global perception of our community as Creative City USA. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Following Merrill Bailey, up next would be Joyce Irby, Chris Keogh, and John Stein. Please come forward. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Merrill Bailey, 3818 North Lake Orlando Parkway in Orlando. When you think, what does a college sports tourist look like? Think of me. I'm a college sports tourist. I was a UCF athlete decades ago, and a couple times a year I gather my sorority sisters, my brothers, my husband, my sports friends, and we travel to watch UCF compete. And I'm friendly, so I talk to people. And when I'm at other campuses, I ask them, what games they think they're going to come to. They want to come to Orange County. They don't want to go to Morgantown, West Virginia. We have a great airport. We have hotel rooms. We have restaurants. We have weather. We have theme parks. We have things that other college campuses don't have. So please support the UCF funding. It will bring in tourists regularly who are coming for the sport, but will stay for the fun. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Joyce Irby, 134 Clark Street, Eatonville. 4 years ago, my newest ancestor, my 92-year-old aunt, asked me to come back to my family home here in Eatonville to fight for this land for the benefit of the entire community. I'm asking you to exercise the legal doctrine of cypress, which is basically when the original intent of something cannot be met, do the next best thing. The next best thing is Dr. Phillips Charities and their responsible stewardship for a cultural museum, a museum and cultural center in Eatonville. They were the only people who came to the town before filing for any of this money to explain everything to all of us, ask us what we thought, talk to the mayor and the council. They have offered to collaborate with everyone. And I'm going to get in trouble if I don't mention that our vice mayor said to say it out loud, I support Dr. Phillips Charities 100%. We need them in Eatonville.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Chris Keogh, and it's a pleasure to speak with you in support of Creative City Project and Immerse. The mission of Immerse, it's to make Central Florida a global destination for world-class art and culture. And that mission, it isn't theoretical to me. I've lived it. Orlando Vocal Collective did not exist before Immerse gave us a platform, and it gave me the opportunity and resources to take an idea, put it in front of an audience, and build an arts organization on its own. Just this past weekend, we hosted sold-out concerts right here in downtown Orlando, and it was especially meaningful to have some of you in this very room there to experience it with us. During the event, I met two women, one from Portland, Oregon, and the other from Columbus, Georgia. Both discovered OVC through Immerse in 2025. Both returned to Orlando for Immerse 2026 and traveled here again specifically to see OVC. That is cultural tourism. Immerse created an artist, it helped create an organization, and that organization now creates jobs, audiences, and experiences and reasons to travel to Orlando. Please support funding for Immerse today, y'all. Thank you.
Thank you. Following Mr. Stein, up next would be James Hunter, Brian Smella, and Trevor Sweet.
John Stein, 7704 Chapel Hill Drive, Orlando. As chairman of the board of the iDrive Chamber of Commerce, we represent over 150 hotels, 54,000 hotel rooms, hundreds of restaurants, attractions, 7 major theme parks, and over 100,000 employees, and over $7 billion in new and planned development. Today, we ask your support moving forward with 5B for the Orange County Convention Center, not because it's simply another construction project, but because it's one of the most important economic development investments Orange County can make. The Orange County Convention Center is the engine that helps drive our region's economy, and it generates billions of dollars in annual economic impact, supports over 100,000 hospitality jobs, and fuels the TDT revenues that benefit our entire community. If we want TDT revenues to continue growing, we must continue investing in this very asset. This is not a new proposal. In 2016, the County Board of County Commissioners approved both 5A and 5B as one unified vision for the future of the Convention Center. COVID-19 forced those plans to pause. Today, our industry is fully recovered and Phase 5A is moving forward. Thank you for your support.
Thank you.
Good morning. I'm James Hunter. I live at 9327 Dole Circle in Windermere, and I've lived in Orange County for over 20 years and have been a long-term volunteer with Florida Citrus Sports. I'm here to ask your support for the Camping World campus expansion project, which includes as a critical component parking. There's been some exciting developments on the campus with the work underway for the event center as well as the renovation of the stadium, and those are going to be great assets for the community. However, what I continue to hear about is the lack of parking. With the event center opening soon, we need to have safe, accessible, readily available parking to really activate that area. So I appreciate your support for the expansion project. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Small, be recognized.
Good morning, task force members. Brian Small, 14926 Hawksmoor Run Circle, Orlando, Florida, 32828. I'm the general manager of Point Orlando, located on 9101 International Drive. I'm here today to express my strong support for moving forward with Phase 5B of the Orange County Convention Center expansion. Point Orlando recently completed an $80 million investment in our property, reflecting our confidence in the future of the International Drive corridor and the Orange County Convention Center. The Orange County Convention Center is a major economic driver that benefits hotels, restaurants, attractions, retailers, and over 100,000 hospitality jobs. Advancing Phase 5B will strengthen our ability to attract larger events, generate additional visitor spending, and support long-term economic growth throughout Orange County. I encourage the task force to support moving forward with Phase 5B and help ensure that Orlando remains a premium destination for conventions for decades to come. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Following Mr. Sweet, up next would be Mr. Terry Olson, Dominica Fitz, and Gabby Morrison. Please come forward. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Trevor Sweet, 10626 DeMillo Place, Orlando, Florida. I'm asking the advisory board to consider, when making its recommendations, to think about not just the business, the tourism, and wealth the projects will generate, but mainly how these projects will improve the lives of the residents ultimately that will be working on these projects and making the impact the board seeks to make. Public funds and how it is used can be an incredible boon for the community, but it is not as simple as providing funds to tourism projects. Consider the jobs that are created must allow our residents to live in dignity. Those who work here will continue to keep being pushed further and further away from where they work. Orlando continues to be ranked 49th out of 50 in wages. We must ask, who are we improving Orange County for? Just for the tourists or for the workers too? Thank you so much.
Terry Olson, 911 North Shine Avenue, Orlando. Be curious, says the eponymous character in the highly rated TV show Ted Lasso. Curiosity is what brings tens of thousands of visitors to Central Florida. Curiosity also breeds creativity. Two of the natural resources we have here are great weather and an amazing large community of creatives. Creative City Projects Immerse capitalizes on both the weather and creative culture. During my decades leading the Office of Arts and Cultural Affairs for Orange County, we had many discussions about the need for a creative blockbuster event and for celebrating the many facets of humanity found in our community. Fusion Fest has had more than 100 heritages of locals participating, and Immerse has successfully been approved for incrementally more funding as they prove the value and the wise management of the funds then available. We can build great buildings, and we do, but it is the creative experiences that touch the hearts of people and create lasting memories. I encourage you to support Immerse in your recommendations.
Hello, my name is Dominic Fitz, and for the record, my zip code is 32746 Lake Mary. I'm here today with Sunrise Orlando to show my support in using TDT revenue for the STAR Plan, a community-led initiative to bring affordable, fast, and safe rapid public transit to Orlando. I live in Seminole County, where my local Lynx bus routes were canceled and replaced with a micro for-profit transit system called Scout that operates like a lower-tier Uber corporation. Their wait times are often over an hour. They have poor accommodations to people riding with children and a 36% approval rating on Facebook. I live down the street from Seminole State College, where students that relied on the Link buses to get to their classes on time cannot use Scout because of its inconsistencies. I say this as an example of how important public transit is in our communities, how important it is to be able to get around without getting on I-4, how much safer and less congested I-4 would be if people had reliable alternatives. The STAR Plan would benefit hundreds of thousands of tourists that visit our beautiful state that wouldn't have to navigate our dangerous highways. The Lynx and Sunrail systems, as they currently are, have benefited me in tremendous ways, but I know they can be better and they can benefit tourists better. I know Orlando can do better, and I know all the people that live here deserve better, a better transit system. Using TDT revenue for the STAR Plan would greatly help this cause. Thank you.
Thank you. Following Ms. Morrison, up next will be Dominic Greco, Bobby Olszewski, and State Representative Bruce Antone, please.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Gabby Morrison, 4000 Central Florida Boulevard, Orlando. My name is Gabby. I am a part of UCF's class of 2026. During my time as a student, I served as the UCF Homecoming Executive Director. I was a tour guide, and I was honored to be inducted into the class of 2026's Order of Pegasus. Those roles gave me the opportunity to hear from students across our university. One thing has always been clear. Students come to UCF for more than a degree. They are looking for a place where they belong, a place that gives them something to be a part of, and for so many students, UCF athletics is one of the places those connections begin. These experiences help students build traditions, friendships, and connection to this university that lasts long after graduation. UCF brings students across Florida. I'm from Miami personally, and across the country and around the world to Orange County. Many of us build our lives here. I'm just starting a job at Universal Orlando Resort on our Halloween Horror Nights team. Nights work here, they raise families here, and even become part of this community long after their time at UCF. Even when graduates leave, UCF gives them a reason to come back. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Well, thank you. My name is Bobby Olszewski. I had the honor of serving in the Florida House of Representatives representing the International Drive and Tourism area, and also a former Winter Garden Commissioner, but I join you today as a Winter Garden resident and a baseball fan. And just wanted to thank you all for your service, because I know what it's like to be in your shoes, but my request is let's play ball. The Orlando Dreamers in Major League Baseball would be transformative for this community. We are the only applicant that has hired an independent study to show our numbers, to be able to say that this is the best return on investment. being able to say that we are going to be able to provide greater general tax revenue across the board in Orange County, greater TDT revenues that will pay for the bond payment, and lifting all boats that will be able to pay for all of these outstanding projects. And I think what's most exciting is we're the only organization that has said that we're going to give our private dollars back to Orange County to fund transportation and workforce housing projects. We agree with Florida Citrus Sports, UCF, and Orlando Sports Foundation to say stay for the sport, come for the sports, and stay for the fun. Thank you for your support of Major League Baseball.
All right, good morning. Bruce Anzone, 301 West Concord Street, Orlando, Florida. I am here to restate my request to make a commitment of $50 million to building a large world-class history museum. Not just an Eatonville museum, but a history museum with history and content that will attract folks to Orlando, that will convince them to stay an extra night. The other group presented a number of 30,800 hotel nights. They used an expert to come up with that. In a place where we have 74 million tourists, I would believe that you could attract 100 or 200,000 extra overnight stays. So coming up with a figure of 30,800 seems like low confidence in the ability of a museum to attract folks here. They said they were ready. They're not ready, because if you listen to the presentation, they said they couldn't get the museum ready until 2030. That's 4 years away. Make a commitment to the Florida Museum of History, and again, this is not my project. This would be a community project, and we'll get 100, 200,000 extra hotel nights. Thank you.
Thank you. Following Dominic, we're going to conclude with the last three speakers, John Beckham, Ann Ebinger, and Mr. Angel de la Portilla. Please come forward. Thank you.
Good morning. Dominique Greco, 860 North Orange Avenue, Orlando, 32801. I'm the founder of the Orlando Hospitality Alliance and the former nighttime economy manager for the city of Orlando. I've spent much of my career thinking about what makes downtown healthy and connected, specifically ours, and I want to speak in support for funding for the Immerse Fest. When you walk through downtown during Immerse, there's something you notice immediately, and that's diversity. You get a glimpse of the entire Orlando community, and it just feels so Orlando. Of course, there's incredible diversity amongst the artists, but what has always struck me since the first year was just how much diversity there is across our attendees. You see groups of friends in their 20s discovering Orlando's creative community, families with kids and strollers, grandparents, even walkers coming from the nearby assisted living facilities, true story. And importantly, Immerse is accessible. It brings world-class visual and performing art out into our public spaces where people can experience it together regardless of if they are someone who couldn't regularly buy a theater or gallery ticket. That is incredibly special, and it's not easy to create, a true testament to the Creative City Project organization. Thank you.
Thank you very much for allowing me to speak. The shirt I'm wearing is 1887. That's the year that Eatonville was established. When Eatonville was established in 1887, women didn't have the right to vote. So today, women, please do your thing. I support the Historic Museum in Eatonville, but I do not support Dr. Phillips building that museum. Dr. Phillips doesn't know Eatonville's story. There's a court case right now in the Orange County courts that says that there's an injunction that was filed to stop the sale of the Hungerford property because violation of the Sunshine Law. And Dr. Phillips does not own that land yet. Plus, if I'm just aware, because they don't know how to tell our story, what if we can imagine the time that we live in now, what if the people that they get to run the museum that are not historians from Eatonville put black Confederate soldiers in there and tell us that black people benefited from slavery? Those are the fears that I have. Dr. Phillips' mission is to serve nonprofits. It is not to develop. Why are they developing Eatonville? It's just another land grab. And I say, Eatonville respects you and thank you very much for your time and your service and your talent.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning, I'm Ann Eppinger. I want to speak directly to each of you on the task force today. Please consider how open and unbiased the process felt to you. And if you believe this process of allocating TDT needs to improve, please vote no today. There is literally no obligation to commit to TDD investment at this time. That money is literally going nowhere. If you're concerned at all about having your name attached to the recommendations, please vote no. You can't just not show up, but a no vote does not mean you don't like tourism and don't support the sector any more than me standing here means that I do not, because I do. It can be a no vote regarding the process not being adequate enough. If you're sitting here, you were likely selected because someone thought you would support the process or you wouldn't support the process. Why don't you all stand up, each one of you, for those who literally can't afford to be here today, and ask for this process to be stopped? Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Mayor Chapin, Chairman Moreton, and members of the committee. First of all, I want to thank all of you for your service. This is important work that you're doing for the residents of Orange County. My name is Angel de la Portilla. My office is 121 South Orange Avenue in Orlando, and I've had the pleasure of representing Rosen Hotels for the last 17 years, specifically on matters related to the tourism development tax. The late, great Harris Rosen bought his first hotel in 1974 out of receivership, and he went on during the course of his life, which ended in 2024, to build the largest privately owned hotel company in the state of Florida. He did so by running a fiscally responsible business, by reinvesting in his company, and also making important investments in education, healthcare, and outside philanthropic efforts. Every student in Paramore, every student in Tangelo Park is guaranteed a free 4-year college tuition thanks to the Rosen Scholarship. We ask you to be fiscally responsible and look at the return on investment. Keep increasing visitation so the TDT can continue to grow. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that concludes public comments for today.
Thank you, everyone, for your public comments. We really appreciate your voices. At this point, it is my pleasure to introduce Byron Brooks, County Administrator, for his presentation on the TDT capacity. Mr. Brooks, good morning. You are recognized.
Good morning. Thank you. So I wanted to provide quick context for this discussion on capacity. Before I call on Danielle Phillips, Assistant Manager of our Fiscal and Business Services Office, who will do the presentation. On the context piece being, we understand and know the interest and desire by this committee to have some sense of the capacity, how much is available for the projects that are being considered. What I will share with you, just as brief background, is that in the last effort in 2023, the capacity was not available, not determined until after this committee had completed its work. That gave us the ability to understand the interplay with the grants portion, or as we call it, the pay-as-you-go component, versus the capital projects. So after this body had completed its work, then we were able to determine or come up with that large number that primarily was for capital after we had considered. But understand, this is a different time, a different committee, and you have tremendous interest in having some sense of what that dollar amount might be. So the way we've approached it today, and you'll see in this presentation, hopefully will give you that sense. It will not necessarily be a number. Again, that last time around, we were at a point that we could provide a number, and there was much discussion. The Comptroller's Office, as was this time, been very involved, and we've talked through the numbers through the capacity. We've looked at the flow of dollars, and you'll see that chart as we look at the obligations of the TDT, and then we make a determination of how those dollars flow and what could be financed through those dollars. Those decisions or recommendations that this body makes, that ultimately the Board of County Commissioners decides on, affects count of that capacity, because first we have to account for the pay-as-you-go or the grant portion. So what you'll see in a moment is that interplay between the grants, the pay-as-you-go component, with capital projects. Once this body completes this work and the Board of County Commissioners completes the work, we can give a more definitive indication of capacity. There's a finite number, not saying that there is a finite number, but how that equates to capacity and a number depends upon where you place, where you rank, how you prioritize grant programs or pay-as-you-go components. So what you will see is capacity presented in increments, and we'll just show the interplay of that and then be available for questions or discussions about that interplay. And with that, it is my pleasure to call on Danielle Phillips, our Assistant Manager of Fiscal and Business Services, who will walk you through the presentation.
Good morning. As Mr. Brooks indicated, I will be providing you with an overview of the county's estimated TDT funding capacity. So, before we discuss estimated capacity figures, we wanted to first provide you with some context of how funding capacity is derived. So we'll begin the presentation with a brief overview of funding capacity, and then we'll walk through the 3 funding scenarios that are included in your packets. And then we'll conclude with a summary of key takeaways. What you have on the screen here is the TDT Plan Priority Flow of Funds chart, which the Controller's Office presented at the first meeting. We added a few additional buckets to kind of illustrate funding capacity. When the finance team evaluates capacity, what we look at are TDT collections to date and then projected future TDT revenues, which you see flowing in that TDT collections bucket, the first bucket in the purple there. Those revenues then flow through the established funding priorities. Any revenues not used within those priority buckets are captured in the TDT revenues renewal and replacement reserve account, which is represented by the gold piggy bank. Revenues in that account generally fall into 2 categories, the pink bucket representing restricted funds and amounts allocated for future priority expenses. And then we have the capacity bucket, which represents estimated unallocated revenues. As the graphic illustrates, funding capacity is a product of the allocation process. As decisions are made regarding the projects currently under consideration, ultimately will affect the flow of funds and in turn capacity in the future. This is important to keep in mind because estimated capacity figures currently are very fluid because we have not made those allocation decisions yet. So accordingly, the figures that we will be going over today should be viewed as planning estimates rather than that provide a general sense of capacity rather than fixed numbers. So with that understanding, we can review the 3 funding scenarios provided in your packet. These scenarios were prepared by Fiscal and Business Services along with the county's financial advisor, PFM, and it was also reviewed by the Controller's Office. They are intended to illustrate the inverse relationship between the reoccurring annual program funding and funding capacity for available capital projects. So annual program funding capacity supports projects and programs like ARC that receive annual allocations, and then capital project funding capacity supports projects with significant capital costs, such as the Camping World project and the Convention Center projects, which were approved in 2023. These types of projects typically are financed through long-term debt. So scenario 1 illustrates an allocation of approximately $30 million annually for reoccurring programs and an estimated $925 million of capacity for major capital projects. Scenario 2 illustrates $50 million and $550 million mix, while scenario 3 illustrates a $70 million and $175 million mix. As the scenarios demonstrate, there is a trade-off between the 2 categories. As more funding is allocated to one, less is available to the other. Each scenario, however, is based on assumptions that may differ substantially from the characteristics of the projects ultimately approved. So two key assumptions relate to the timing of the funding. So in all of these scenarios, reoccurring annual program funding is assumed to begin in fiscal year 2027, while funding for all capital projects is assumed to begin in fiscal year 2028. If that timing changes, for example, if funding for a capital project begins in fiscal year 29 or fiscal year 2030, the estimated capacity in each of these scenarios will change. Other project-specific assumptions, including project duration, cash flow requirements, and financing terms, can also affect the estimated capacity. So, in summary, variation in project cash flow requirements, timing, duration, financing terms can dramatically alter the county's overall capacity to fund the recommended portfolio of projects. Because the projects currently under consideration may differ from the assumptions used in the scenarios presented, actual funding capacity will likely vary from these estimates. Accordingly, the scenarios are intended for illustrative purposes only and provide a general indication of funding capacity at each level. And the task force recommendations will help establish the county funding priorities. Funding capacity will be evaluated based on the specific characteristics of the projects ultimately approved. And that concludes the presentation, but I'll be here to answer any questions, as well as our financial advisor from PFM.
Thank you very much. We'll open up the floor now for any questions. Mr. Mink. Oh, sorry.
It's not Mr. Mink, it's Christine Moore, because
Christine
mine
Moore,
is not working.
you're recognized.
My question was, in these funding, we could see, really what the excess is. Is that assuming that all of the contracts from the allocations in 2023 have been accounted for? There's nothing outstanding in terms of contracts have not been signed or money given and allocated for previous award periods?
So the scenarios do consider all currently approved projects.
So there's nothing left outstanding from previous allocations?
To my recollection, those projects are, I was looking for Vicki, if they're only, perhaps there may be some, where did I thought I saw Vicki a little bit. I'm trying to think from the ARC, there may be some contracts, oh, there she is. There may be some projects we still are finalizing funding agreements. Maybe, okay, yes. Two of them, we're still finalizing funding agreements, but those are, I have no reason to believe those projects won't be completed, and we'll finish the funding agreements, but all others are either we started making commitments, making payments, debt, we just did the financing for the convention center, for example, so those obligations are in place. But for the model, we are certainly making assumptions that all of those previous project approvals have been accounted for.
And then just a quick follow-up question then, and you're comfortable with the amount that's going into reserves, knowing the volatility of this fund to make additional appropriations or allocations?
Yes, we are. If you recall, I think coming out of during COVID, coming out of the pandemic, the Board of County Commissioners, at the recommendation of the comptroller, established a floor and elevated that from what it had been in the past. And so when we do the accounting of the dollar capacity, we've taken into account that higher threshold that was established to provide a little more stability in the event of some other catastrophic event. Obviously, we can't predict and plan for what that total impact may be, but it is a higher threshold of floor, and so we account the analysis based upon availability above that threshold that was established to provide, I think we call it stabilization. I was trying to think, I think that was the name that was given for the stabilization fund.
If I recall, maybe it was like $300 billion that was the floor, but do you have any idea what's in that reserve fund at the current time?
the dollar amount as of today, what's in there, it's over 400. I mean, that total is over 400 million. I mean, as the day goes on, we can go back, and I just didn't bring that report out. I'm looking at other team members. We have the report, but last I recall, I look at monthly, it was, I want to say it was over 400 million. When you included everything, the R&R, you look at debt, our obligations beyond that, and then the amount that was total amount.
Thank you. Mr. Alvarez.
Excuse me, Sergio, we're having trouble hearing you. Others turn off their mics and you turn on.
Use Rishi's microphone, see if that works better.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you so much. So again, thanks for the presentation. Really interesting insight that you give us that prior decisions to allocate funds impact future abilities to spend money and to finance projects. On slide 6, you mentioned that capital expenses are typically financed through long-term debt. Is there any kind of requirement for the county to enter into debt when there's a capital expense? That's my first question. And my second question is, could we use the current capacity to pay off the existing debt and eliminate this big bucket that's coming up as priority number 3 of the debt service? Could we use the reserves to pay off our debt? Thank you.
Yeah. We'll have our financial advisor, Jay Glover, answer that question for you.
Thanks. Co-chairs, committee members, Jay Glover from PFM Financial Advisors. We are the county's financial municipal advisor and assist with debt transactions as well as the TDT model being discussed here today. To address your first question, there's no legal requirement to issue debt to fund capital projects. I will say it's very common to issue debt to fund large-scale capital projects because generally it's inefficient to save money over a long period of time to fund a large capital project, and as you save money, the cost of that project continues to escalate. So the ability to issue debt allows you to lock in current construction costs and complete projects much earlier. I'll also point out that there's some kind of ratepayer equity that we look at in terms of these types of projects. Capital projects have long, useful lives, sometimes 20, 30, 40 years. So issuing debt allows not only current payers of the TDT revenues to pay for those projects, but also future TDT payers. So there's a ratepayer equity analysis that we go through when we're looking at debt funding capital projects. Your second question related to the ability to pay off, existing TDT debt. Generally, when debt is issued for a long-term capital project, there's a period of time where bonds cannot be called. It's generally a 10-year no-call period. So the ability to pay off debt is really specific to each transaction that's been issued. But the short answer is no, we couldn't say we have about $700 million of TDT debt outstanding, I think, if my memory is correct. We couldn't take $700 million of TDT revenues if we had that and just pay off all that debt. There's restrictions on when debt can be prepaid. Normally on each transaction.
Tina Demostini.
Hey there.
Commissioner Moore, that answer was it's $438 million.
In the slide with the 12 buckets, restricted and allocated funds, what are those? Like you kind of like brushed over it like we knew what it was, sorry. I thought some of the restricted and allocated were like the debt service and some things in the upper bucket. So what is that pink bucket at the bottom? What is actually goes in that? Or what pulls from that?
I'm sorry, I can't see who's speaking. Oh, okay. Miles, can you bring the presentation
It's
up
the
again?
slide with the 12 buckets. The pink bucket at the bottom.
So the allocated funds are funds allocated for future TDT plan expenses. So sometimes, like ARC, the expenses occur in the future, and so, but it's allocated in the current fiscal year, and so those funds are held inside the RR&R account until it is expensed. And then our restricted funds, yes, it does flow into the, debt service, the other upper buckets, but ultimately it's held inside of the RR&R account.
So how many other, is it just ARC that has the long-term debt, the long-term projects, and like how many years has ARC already funded?
So ARC is funded currently until 2028.
D'Angelo, do you want to clarify that ARC is not debt? ARC is just $15 million a year in cash payments to these smaller arts groups.
Correct, but it is not debt.
It's pre-allocated.
Correct, it's pre-allocated.
And that's the only one that's pre-allocated, or are there any others in this bucket that are pre-allocated?
So at arts, funding for arts is also pre-allocated. And so there are, there's a timing thing with arts grants as well.
So is that through 2028 or beyond?
So it was for 5 years. It started we allocated in 2024. Whitney's at the first contract, and when we went through the ARC process, they had $75 million to allocate, which came down to, it was $15 million a year over 5 years. So when they did the applications, people came in, and based on the timing, they said when they needed the money, did they need it in year 2, year 3, and at what times? But it's allocated for $15 million a year, $75 million over 5 years.
So for arts is received the 4% of the first through fourth cent, as well as the extra 2.5 million annually, and that also is allocated annually. And so if it's not allocated to all is not allocated to grants, or if the grants were awarded but not yet expensed, that also sits inside that account.
Thank you. Tom Callan. Tina, were you still? Okay, thank you. Tom Callan.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Going back to slide 6, you use the term scenario 1, then the term scenario 2, and scenario 3. How do you define scenario 1? And how do you define scenario 2, and how do you define scenario 3? And then related to those definitional, what portion of each scenario is operating for ARC stuff, and what portion would be capital for long-term debt?
So as I stated earlier, we had to come up with scenarios for this discussion today. You haven't made decisions. Board of County Commissioners hadn't made decisions. So the best way I could approach it is and show the interplay was to just randomly pick some numbers, and so that you understand the interplay. So in this case, the scenario 1 just is showing what it would be if this body and the Board of County Commissioners ultimately make a determination that they want to establish grants and pay-as-you-go funds in an amount that equates to $30 million a year. So let's just say if that's ARC, ecotourism, whatever those grants total up to, if they happen to total up to $30 million a year, the equivalent for us, like the example Roseanne gave was with ARC in the past, it was $15 million. $75 million was $15 million over 5 years. So if you were to, if this body and ultimately decision is it's $30 million, all those grants total $30 million a year, what this shows is that would leave you the capacity to finance capital projects to the tune of $925 million. We just want to show it different so that you get a sense of the more you put into grants, for example, if you go through all the grant awards or the pay-as-you-go projects that have been presented, and they happen to equate to, for us, what we then would translate into $50 million a year, it would leave you $550 million of the large capital projects, the capital projects being those projects that we would anticipate issuing debt, or they issue, not that the county would issue, or the equivalent of what our payment would be. In the last scenario, we just kind of walk through and you kind of get a sense, get a feel for the more you put in the grants, the less is available for capital, or the more you put in the capital, the less is available for grants. So it is not based upon project-specific calculations. We can't predetermine what ultimately may be decided. We're just giving you some scenarios to help give you an understanding of the interplay between the pay-as-you-go or grant projects that are being proposed and the capital project, what might be available for capital projects. Did that answer, Tom, what you're...
No, Byron, you and I worked together many years on after-school all-stars and all that stuff, so we have a good working relationship. So I have more questions than I have answers right now. I know the county budget recently was done. It was real simple. It had a whole section on the TDT. It showed what portion was going to the convention center maintenance, what portion was going to the debt service, what portion was going to Visit Orlando, what portion was going to reserves, what portion was available for other things. And that was a pretty simple thing in the county budget. And I don't necessarily, for the committee sitting here today, need to know about capacity, because I think that someone can go to the county commission and said, this is your past budget, this shows your capacity. But I don't think you've answered the questions that some people in the committee have as to how much money is out there to spend with a finite group of projects, so we can see where the food fight goes, so we can make a recommendation where this committee thinks the best place to spend their money would be. And so I don't think this presentation gives us any more insight.
Well, you got to go back to, that's why we started with the premise. You got to first start with, what are the obligations? Remember, you don't just pick up and go with what the budget, from the budget standpoint. You first have to go through what are the obligations that are already committed. That shows the flow of funds. This whole exercise, the ability to do these projects is based upon what is left over, what is currently available. It is not based upon what the current budget is, what the current allocations are of TDT. It is based upon that flow of funds. You got to start there. That is the basis for this and every other analysis that's ever been done. So happy to talk with you, Tom, happy to go through all that with you. But let's be clear, this starts from where we started, that first slide. That was the significance of putting that slide up there that shows the buckets and the flow of funds, so that you all would understand what dollar amounts, what are available to work with in order to determine capacity.
Thank you. Mr. Michael Poole.
Good morning. A couple questions on the bonds. I read someplace that we had set aside, the county had set aside over $200 million for the Kia Center out of these funds, but maybe I read that wrong. And I don't see it on this cash flow. I just want to make sure it's included.
Yeah, I mean, the Kia Center was one of the funding priorities from the last round that we went through, so all of that is allocated within the model. The city of Orlando has issued bonds to fund that project, as well as the Camping World Stadium. And one of the things in the priority is a payment going to the city to cover those bonds.
Okay, great. And then what is the standard reserve requirement dollars amount for a bond? Is it 5% of the amount?
Yeah, so for the county's outstanding TDT bonds, we set aside 1 year's annual debt service in what's called a debt service reserve fund. I think that's around 80 million, I think, after the most recent issuance of convention center bonds.
Okay, so of the 400 million, 80 is really for the bonds and the rest is for something else?
Yeah, the $438 million reserve, 80 of that is legally restricted, a debt service reserve fund within the bonds. The rest of it is really R&R, which is unrestricted to its use as long as it's eligible for TDT funding.
And how far out did you run your model? How many years?
Our model goes out, I think, 20 years plus. I mean, really, we focus on the next 10 years through 2036.
And in that modeling, then, when does in any one of these scenarios, when does excess funding start to show up again?
Is the question, if we sort of max out the allocation here today, when do we come back again for future funding?
Correct.
You know, that's a little hard to answer because it's very dependent on how much TDT revenues grow. I think we're sitting here today because TDTs have grown significantly over the last several years. But I will say in 2036, there is a significant drop-off in the TDT debt service, which for sure will generate capacity at that point. I can't sit here and say anytime before then for sure, because if TDT revenues stay flat, it's likely going to be that point in time when you're back at the table here.
Yeah, my question was just, you ran some projections, so I was just using your projections. When is in your projections, your 3 models that you ran, when does excess show up?
Our modeling exercises to date have not looked at capacity beyond this round of projects. I mean, we obviously could based on a variety of different assumptions, but we've not done that to date.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Chairman. 2 quick questions. In the 3 scenarios that we saw, what would be the number if we, you know, just assuming here we went 100% capital projects, what would that number be available for just capital?
Yeah, it's a little over $1 billion.
I'm sorry?
A little over $1 billion.
$1 billion, okay.
Yes.
Thank you. And then one other quick follow-up question. On the Orange County Arts and Cultural Affairs, in our recommendation, or the survey results, we had in there that the request was additional 1% to 2%. I'm just curious, does anybody know what that number in the current model projects as?
An additional 1% should be about 2.5 million.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Sarah Baudry.
Okay, there you go. That's the trick. I'm really glad the financial advisor is here. Is there someone from the comptroller here as well? That's okay.
Not a thing, but they did review it. They did, so you understand, the comptroller obviously holds the accounts, but financing, the administering actually is done through on the Board of County Commissioners side. But yes, we work with them very closely on this. They reviewed every document. They provided comments on what you see today as well. They expressed their reservations, though, about making like final numbers, accounts, until, once again, as I expressed earlier and as Danielle made certain, they, for example, they want to be sure we put that disclaimer of sorts in the presentation as well, because until decisions are made, you can't do the final calculations.
That's okay. Mr. Brooks, I was just asking because I think it was in their presentation where they talked about debt servicing. So I guess my specific question is about something that was just mentioned, where in 2036 we will see some potential increased capacity because debt service falls off. I think in the comptroller's presentation they talked about what is current debt service looks like, and I think the comptroller mentioned that they had recently done some refinancing, and so that 10-year call period might be current right now, right? Like just got reset. I guess my question is, are there opportunities for debt service that would bring that capacity conversation closer to the year 20, like we're in 2026 now, you say in 10 years we could have that conversation again. If we pay debt now, could we have this conversation sooner about increased capacity because we've lowered our debt?
In theory, yes. We did recently, along with the convention center financing that was completed, refund 3 series of outstanding bonds, 2016, 2016A, and 2016B, I think they were. Don't hold me to that, but there were 3 series of outstanding TDT bonds that were callable on October 1 of 2026. We just closed on that financing, saved about $20 million of net present value debt service savings. You know, there are other outstanding bonds that could, you know, be refunded in the future, but it's not going to create hundreds of millions of dollars worth of capacity, so to speak. I mean, the way you're going to get additional capacity to fund projects is really growth in TDT revenues over time, or just paying debt down through its natural maturity schedule. Fundings help, obviously, generating $23 million of savings creates $23 million of additional cash flow, but it doesn't get us back here and create hundreds of millions of additional capacity to fund projects, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and then I guess my follow-up question is, obviously, like, debt financing is not magic money, right? Like, we're going to have to pay off that debt in the future.
There is no magic money. I mean,
Right.
debt is just like putting a mortgage on your house. So it's very common. It's done, like I said, quite often in people's personal lives as well as in the local government world to fund large capital projects. But you do pay interest on that debt. There's no doubt about that. So, we don't have any free money. These aren't grants. These are, you borrow money and you pay back the principal and interest to
Right.
investors.
So this board is just making recommendations. The Board of County Commissioners makes final approvals, but those decisions will eventually put those dollars in buckets that for future years and decades we will be paying back, right? Like there is no magic money. We have to pay it. Right.
Yeah,
Okay, cool. No, I just want to make sure I understand. Debt financing is just like a mortgage. We have to pay it, and we will pay interest on it. Thank you.
100%.
Thank you. Jackie Pizzuto. Oh, Sarah, if you'll turn your mic off.
Good morning, and thank you for the presentation. I just, for this group, for clarification on the scenarios and how they work and flow, this group has been presented with a whole bunch of proposals that involve multi-year funding of various funds. And so I want to understand the annual program funding capacity, because if you look at extra funding for ARC, you look at the ecotourism, you look at the arts. So this annual program funding capacity, those numbers are for 1 year. So say there's a 10-year ask for something. Does that number, that entire number, come out of the annual program's funding capacity? Or does the entire number, if approved, only then flow into the restricted and allocated funds bucket, the pink bucket at the end? So I'm trying to understand for the group really what number we're looking at. It's because a lot of them are not a total ask, they're over many years.
Sure. So that's what we're totaling. So if you take the combined amount of, let's just say, there was a grant from Byron Brooks Arts event, and I had requested $20 million, and there's going to be $2 million over 10 years. I know you would have rejected mine, but nevertheless, for that purpose.
Maybe not.
$2 million. What we would do is we take that $2 million, and in the model, we put the $2 million annually we put the $2 million annually for the next 10 years. Then you take the next grant, whatever that is, and we take that dollar amount, and let's just say, I'll just use one that, since I'll stay with the example, not guessing what you did, but the example before of ARC, which was $75 million, but it was $15 million over 5 years. So we total $15 million in each of the 5 years, and we put that on top of that $2 million for the Byron Brooks art event. And so that's how we tally up to what the annual pay-as-you-go program funding would be. We total the tally, the total number in any given year, and we spread it out over the number of years that was requested.
So it's the 15 plus the 2, not the 75 plus the 20.
We would do 15 plus the 270. We do it on an annual basis, so that annual would be, if it was just those 2 grants, that would be $17 million for the period of time, for whatever that number of years was requested to equal that total amount.
Understood, thank you. And then, but the total amount flows into the pink bucket.
Yes, so once you make the obligations, until we get funding agreements, until payouts occur, it's parked in that amount because it's accounted for, it's obligated essentially, but it just hadn't been paid out, and so since it's an obligation, it's parked in that allocation, reserve and allocation bucket because it is an obligation that we have to honor once the entity has provided, done everything they're supposed to do.
Sergio, did you have an additional question, sir?
Yeah, no, I just
I may
wanted
be wrong.
to.
Let me
No,
correct
you're not wrong. But I just wanted to add one clarification. Is that total amount is not going to automatically be in the unrestricted fund. So it's that total that amount annually. So every annual fiscal year, it will be set aside in that restricted fund.
Don't set aside the full amount up front.
There you go.
Thank you. Mr. Alvarez.
Yes, thank you. I have a follow-up to my previous question. So in the private sector, you take on debt because you expect that the project that you will undertake with these funds that you are borrowing will give you a rate of return that is higher than what you're paying on interest, correct? So that on the net, you make some money as a business. Now, my question to you is, our economic analysis that was presented to us last week shows that by and large, none of the capital investment projects will have a rate of return that is close to the 4% that we would be paying on our debt. So what is the rationale for taking on more debt to finance projects that will not have a rate of return that exceeds the interest rate?
Well, I would suggest to you that local government debt issuance is different than private business debt issuance that might build, issue debt to build a factory to, generate revenues. Orange County might issue debt to build a park for its citizens. I mean, I don't know how you would, calculate the rate of return on that. So I think it's different in the local government world. I think for TDT, I think the point is to build projects that generate TDT revenues, which do in and of themselves, create economic stimulus and continue to bring more visitors in, which generate sales tax and various other things. So I don't think the analysis or the analogy is correct in the sense of a local government comparing it to a business issuing debt.
In my understanding, the governments fund projects that are vital, that will have a high rate of returns. For example, drinking water projects, to make sure that people aren't getting sick with the water that they're drinking. This has reduction in morbidity, reduction in mortality, that will increase the productivity of the citizens, and in so doing, will increase the tax base. Now, when we are taking on debt, paying an interest rate that is higher than the rate of return, we are in essence throwing away the money. And I don't think there's any difference whether it's a household that's doing this kind of thing, a business, or a local government. If you're doing a bad investment that doesn't yield a rate of return that is high enough to pay the interest rate, then it doesn't make sense to make such investment. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a question from Sarah Badri, and then I believe Mr. Chris Mueller has a question. We'll figure out which mic we'll put you on. Sarah.
Okay. So, sorry, my last question kind of tingled some synapses and reminded me. It was actually Danielle's presentation at the very start on our first meeting, talking about the different kinds of projects that have already been allocated and their debt service. Having worked for local government in the past, there's this fun difference between may and must, and one of those slides included the word must. And so I'm just trying to understand a little bit more about it might be one specific project, but it might apply to others. So under the Camping World renovation, City of Orlando outstanding TDT debt, the last bullet underneath that says outstanding until 2055 max, must be paid off earlier when possible. Do you mind just explaining that a little bit more?
So in every funding agreement that that the county generates, and there is a provision in there that says if it is possible to pay off the debt, that action be taken. So it just allows us to have flexibility in that. If that makes sense.
Your question is whether
Yeah,
that's
I think the point is,
Yeah,
if the revenues coming in per the agreement are in excess of the debt service payment, reserves will be built up and they'll be used to pay off the debt early. I think that has been done with some of the City of Orlando agreements in the past. It really depends on how the agreement is structured. There are some agreements, like the Camping World Stadium, if my memory is correct, the amount of money coming from the TDT that the county generates to the city is essentially equivalent to the debt service payment the city's making. So that's a 1-to-1 ratio. So that debt will likely not be paid off early unless it gets refunded in the future and creates debt service savings. But we always want to build a mechanism in if there's excess revenues above and beyond the debt service that's due on the debt. Those would be set aside in a reserve and used to pay the debt down early, because we obviously want to minimize interest cost as much as possible. So to the extent we can pay debt down early, or the City of Orlando or whoever else might issue debt with county revenues is able to do that as well.
Thank you.
Point out that, in the earlier versions, going back to the 2007 agreements, but there were subsequent funding agreements. In one of those early versions, the county had committed kind of a percentage or dollar flow of dollars, and it tied up those dollars until the city, that was committed to the city, and so that's a good example of. Yeah, even better. Yeah, because we ended up taking those out, and then, but the Magic, that's a good one. Thank you, Jay. In that one, they get half of 6%. So it's just a percentage of as the proceeds come in, TDT go to the City of Orlando for Kia Center. That could grow and exceed the amount of annual debt service. And so they would be accumulating dollars. To prevent that or preclude that, or certainly present an option, you have that language that Danielle that says that if those dollars are flowing, you could pay off the debt sooner, you have to do that. The county could exercise that you need to pay off that debt sooner, because that guaranteed flow of dollars is exceeding your annual debt service. But they don't all work that way. Some is at 1-to-1, like the more recent agreements. It was specifically, here was the amount that's calculated, the issue that the debt that they were going to issue, not the county. On that one, it was, here's the debt service, and the payment the county committed was that amount. So in that case, there's no excess dollars. Every financing is different.
I'm going to recognize I'm out of my depth right now.
Thank you for the question. Two more questions before we go to break. Mr. Mueller and then Ella.
Good morning, thank you. Just curious, on your 10-year projection, did you use current hotel inventory? Obviously, we're all here because this is bed tax money. The investments made in the past, and even a few years ago, Task Force 1, we're back to the table because inventory grew, and that's TDT money. What projection did you use? Are you sitting at 140,000 in the pipeline? It's hotel.
Yeah, I mean, our model does not look at growth in hotel rooms. It looks at growth in TDT revenue. So obviously more hotel rooms coming on board is going to increase TDT revenue. So we have a growth factor that is dynamic in the model that we can change on a yearly basis. I think the TDT revenues for fiscal year 2026 are trending 8-9% growth. We're using a growth factor similar to that. We continue to use 2% moving forward in future years to be conservative. But yeah, we have built in the growth rate projection for this year based on sort of current tracking of TDT revenues.
Okay, so you used a very, very conservative number. We've heard in the past in public that there are owners that are willing to invest in a lot more hotel rooms, which we know brings in that extra ad valorem, which are key real estate taxes and lots of jobs. So the decisions made in the past have been pretty decent for us to be back here once again. And it's prudent that we make fiscal decisions based on ROI projects, based on owners out there willing to invest in putting more hotel beds out there.
Thank you. Ella Wood. Oh, if you could, thank you.
There we go. Thank you. I have a way simpler math question, which is just about what you're adding up to get to the amounts of annual funding in your 3 scenarios. My question is because if I add up the maximum amount that we're looking at in these applications for ecotourism grant, natural resources infrastructure, ARC, and arts and cultural affairs, I get 40 million, which is still less than scenario 2. Are there other categories of funding that I'm missing that we should be considering as part of that?
Okay. As you look at all the recommendations, as you go through, some, and I don't know, quite frankly, if there were some requests that would, yeah, that, absolutely, that would come through, that some of the requests of dollars, putting aside dollars for, I'm going to pick one, I'm not picking favorites. I think I saw, Steve and Jason, there was a request for major events. I may not have the name correct. For example, so that may not be a grant program or not one client, but it was in there. And so if that is one of the recommendations that this body picks and the board selects, that would have to be accounted for and would take away from capacity, the amount of dollars available for large scale or the capital projects, I'm sorry. There may be others that are other than the ones that you just noted that may be part of the request that you received that would have to be accounted for as a pay-as-you-go or a refill, which would reduce the amount available for debt service to support a capital projects. Does that answer the question? Yeah.
Sort of. I mean, like, take that example. I think the Major Events Fund is proposing, I'm looking for it, $25 million. They request that as a lump sum, I believe.
That's an annual lump sum payment. So, yeah, that goes into the pay-as-you-go fund.
Yeah, but it would spin down, so that would kind of one time, and then only as they spin down, and you replenish over time. Right.
So I'm asking because based on how much we put into those annual funds, you have like a $700 million range in how much capital funding. Mm-hmm. Like that $25 million fund, would that go in column 1 or column 2?
Column 1, what we show as grants, or we didn't put it up there, but pay-as-you-go type of dollars, not for debt service. So it goes in column 1.
I think the point is, in our review of the list, there was up to 70. If you were able to approve all of the annual cash flow requests, there was about 70 million of annual requests. Again, I don't have the list in front of me, but that's why we sort of capped it at a $70 million scenario and then went down from there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Baga, if you're okay, we'll give the committee a bio break and come back. Let's be back here in 10 minutes, and we'll begin the transition to the next presentation. Thank you.
Chair, and I appreciate your patience with me. Thank you very much for allowing me to ask just one more question on this. One of the questions or one of the answers you'd given is basically there's sort of an operational assumption of a 2% growth year over year that we kind of operate off of, and that's kind of where the budgeting goes. I guess I just wanted to make sure I understood what happens if we're in the opposite end of that, where let's say we fall into a recession, unfortunately, or something like that, and for hopefully for a short period, but maybe for an extended period, we actually are in the opposite situation where we're collecting less revenue the next few years. I was just wondering, I understand there was some discussion of reserves. I was hoping I could understand a little bit better how that works, how long that reserve lasts, and any other budgeting scenarios for that.
Sure, and that is not a hypothetical. That is clearly what we went through in 2020 through 2021 as you saw the TDT revenue. So actually there was conversation, and this is actually a great opportunity for Jay to talk about the reserves. What I will also note is earlier I made reference to, someone had asked about this, I think we call it stabilization fund that the Board of County Commissioners recommendation consulting with the comptroller established. I think we established it in 2021 or so, 2022, of increasing that threshold. And so they increased the amount of revenue that we consider kind of the floor, and which is now about $300 million, and we only calculate the amount above $300 million. The intent of that was to be available to help us through those times of some type of unfortunate incident like the pandemic, because that's what we use. We're able to sustain ourselves through some excess TDT at that time, and so the board formalized that a few years ago to establish that floor at $300 million, and that's, if you do the calculations, it's an amount that's above some of our other obligations. But the other part of that, and I think the first part goes to what Jay can talk about in terms of the reserve amount that we have to keep available for the bond.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, I mean, I think the easy answer is, TDT has potentially seen sort of the worst action that could ever happen to it when COVID hit. I mean, I think TDT generates about $35 million a month right now, if my memory is correct. I think there was a point in time where that went down to $1 million a month for several months. I think, that we have about $430 million of reserves right now. I think per our policies, we look to keep about $300+ million. And again, part of that is the restricted reserve of 80 or so million for the debt, and then I think 220 is the minimum of the other, reserves. So, you can do the math. If TDT went to zero, that's not going to last, several years. But in what I would consider just minor downturns or flat growth rate, or maybe a year where TDT went down 8 to 10%, those are the kind of things that we can definitely withstand within our modeling. And one of the reasons that we only use 2% moving forward, if we built a model based on 6 or 8% growth moving forward and funded projects and committed dollars based on that, we could be put in a situation where the county could not fulfill those obligations. First of all, we're going to operate the convention center. We're going to pay our debt service. Those are the top priorities within the buckets you have there. If we went to a downturn, there's potential that those last requirements might not be met. We never want to get in that situation. So we granted are conservative, but it's for a good reason, because we've seen history, and we don't want to repeat history and have a prolonged recession that does eliminate those reserves.
Thank you.
And if I might, one of the reasons that we structure it this way is because of the credit ratings that the county has on its existing debt, which obviously drives lower borrowing costs. The county's TDT revenue bonds have a AA rating from S&P, Fitch, and Moody's. I think that is the highest rated TDT credit in the country. There might be a couple of others that have the same rating. So that is one of the reasons that we structure things very conservatively and make sure that the debt service is the top priority. In addition to that, the county carries a AAA rating on its overall credit rating for the rating agencies. The water and sewer system is rated AAA. So these are all things that we work with county staff, elected officials on when we're doing long-term planning to make sure we maintain. And all of that drives lower borrowing costs when we do fund capital projects and minimizes the amount of interest that's paid over time. So it all kind of works together as we kind of look into the future and plan conservatively so we don't run into issues, down the line.
Thank you so much. I would like to move forward on the agenda. I see there were a couple other questions. Please hold on to those. We'll have opportunities for further discussion, but we'll go to the next presentation on our agenda to learn about the results for the survey. And I want to thank every member of the committee for the time and thought put into your survey responses. For this presentation, we'll have Dr. Beers back with us to walk us through the survey results. Dr. Beers, you're recognized.
If I might just inject one thing, Mr. Co-Chairman, I thought it was very important for you to hear from the county's financial advisor about our bond ratings, the highest TDT rating in the country, and most of our other bond ratings for Orange County are AAA. So I think that it is such a tribute to the people who work on the finances, and that includes everyone from county commissioners to clerks, and we should be grateful for them and commend them. And indeed. Now Dr. Beers, who has, of course, designed this survey, which I personally thought was very helpful, and which all of you were assiduous in completing and turning in on time. Dr. Beers.
Good morning. Thank you, Task Force co-chairs, Task Force members, and thank you to Mayor Demings and Mayor's office staff for the opportunity to present here today. I'm Ryan Nickenbeers, Research Statistician at Orange County Corrections Department, and today I'll be presenting the results of the survey of Task Force members. We'll first begin with an overview of the survey results for the 20 applicants, other recommendations to the task force, and after that, there'll be preparation of and voting on recommendations. So we'll first discuss an overview of the survey. There were 20 applicants that presented over 3 days, July 28th, July 29th, and August 5th. And the applicants that are starred, those are granting organizations which have the ability to distribute funds to smaller projects. The survey was sent out to task force members after the presentations on August 5th, and it was completed between August 5th and 8th. Participation rate, 32 out of 34 task force members completed the survey. There were 41 questions on the survey, and task force members were asked to use applications, presentations their meeting notes, the evaluation matrix, economic analysis, and member discussion in their considerations. The average amount of time spent on the survey was 60 minutes. Oops. And so there were 2 questions for each applicant. The first question was a multiple choice question asking for the respondent's support of each funding request. There were 8 options, and we considered it to be ready for consideration if there was strongly support, somewhat support, or do not support selected. Not ready for consideration was considered if they selected refer to another grant program, too soon for consideration, and does not qualify for TDT funding. There is also an option to abstain due to conflict of interest. And the second question for each applicant asked about any comments they had about the project. And the last question on the survey asked about other recommendations to the task force. So this is just a reminder that the task force is to provide advice and guidance regarding the applicants. And the task force is charged with developing recommendations and providing them to the Tourist Development Council and the Board of County Commissioners, and that it does not have decision-making authority over TDT expenditures. And so in addition to providing advice and guidance, the task force also provides useful feedback to the applicants. And just another note about the survey results, they just give an overall view of where the task force stands on each applicant right now, but these are not final decisions. And so we'll next discuss the survey results of the 20 applicants, and these are presented in order of their presentations. So the first applicant we saw was the TDT Application Review Committee, or ARC, and they were requesting $75 million to $100 million to replenish TDT ARC grant programs. And the main number we focus on throughout the presentation is the support overall, and that's in the top left box. And we can see on the right the number and percentage of respondents who selected each of the options on the multiple choice question. So in this case, TDT ARC had 97% support from task members, with 66% strongly support, 25% support, 6% somewhat support. And the bottom left box shows the total that were considered not ready, and in this case that was 3% for too soon for consideration. And abstentions are 0 unless they're otherwise noted. So we'll next look at comments. And so there were comments and partial comments were grouped into themes and are shown verbatim other than ellipses to shorten it for presentation purposes. Not all comments are necessarily shown under each of the themes, but the full comments from everyone are available to you at the end of each applicant's slides, and we'll be skipping them for the presentation, but you have them available to you. The themes are relatively broad and similar across applicants, if possible. And I'll be reading some select comments, but due to time, I don't have time to read all the comments. And like I said, full comments are available at the end of each applicant's slides. So for TDT ARC, there were 14 comments overall. 5 of those comments had indication of strong support or fully funding the request. For example, number 3, I strongly support ARC funding at the highest level. Another theme was the community impact of funding smaller projects. For example, number 3, replenish funds for numerous smaller scale projects, providing a wider range of community impact. Other themes were program structure and standards. For example, on number 3, program needs to create standards for grant recipients. And there were also 3 comments regarding the funding priorities that TD-ARC should take. And so these are all the comments, and these will be at the end of each project slide for your reference, but we'll be skipping over them during the presentation, but they are available to you. And so our next applicant was the Orange County Arts and Cultural Affairs, who were requesting an additional 1% to 2% of the first 4 cents annually for new and increased grant programs for arts and cultural organizations. They currently receive 5% of the first 4 cents annually. And so 91% of task force members who responded were, we had 50% strongly support, 22% support, 19% somewhat support. There were 6% do not support, and then 3% not ready, and that was in the refer to another grant program. There were 13 comments overall. There were 6 involving the community impact or the funding of smaller projects. For example, number 4, these dollars are highly effective for making possible small projects that couldn't otherwise happen. And so there were also 4 comments about increasing the funding. For example, number 1, strong support, additional 1% or 2%, and 2 comments regarding certain funding issues. For example, number 2, the increase in TDT revenue should provide additional funding.
Dr. Beers, know that we both appreciate you including them all and not reading them all. So
yeah, and so, yeah, that's, thank you. So our next applicant was the Orange County Ecotourism Grant Program, and they were requesting $5 million to $10 million per year over a 10-year period to establish the Orange County Ecotourism Grant Program. And there 88% of respondents supported the project, being made up of 41% strongly support, 31% support, and 16% somewhat support. There were 3% do not support, while 9% was considered not ready, all selecting refer to another grant program. And I'm having issues with the clicker today. Let's see.
I wonder if we can click for you back here.
Yeah. I don't know, let me see. Okay.
There you go.
Oh, wait. Oh, now it's, all right. Okay.
I think he's
right.
doing it for you, yeah.
All right. Okay. All right. Okay, so there's 16 comments overall regarding the Orange County Ecotourism Grant Program, and 6 regarding the community impact or funding of smaller projects. For example, number 5, small investment will yield sustained long-term gains for visitors and residents. There were 5 comments relating to different funding mechanisms that may already be available to fund the programs. Number 4, for example, several other overlapping avenues of funding available. There were 5 comments related to needs clearer processes or strategy. Number 3, needs written strategy and qualifications for grant recipients. And so our next applicant was the Orange County Natural Resource Tourism Infrastructure Grant Program. They were asking for $5 million per year over a 10-year period to establish the Orange County Natural Resource Tourism Infrastructure Grant Program. And this had 88% support from respondents, made up of 41% strongly support, 31% support, 16% somewhat support. 12% of respondents considered the project not ready for consideration, all referring to another grant program. There were 11 comments regarding this project, 4 involving the community impact of funding smaller projects. For example, number 2, demand is real, would allow the county to fund lakes, trails, and outdoor events. And 2 comments regarding the different funding mechanisms or the low return on investment. For example, number 2, the project should go to ARC, not enough heads and beds for investment, more for local citizenry. And then 6 comments related to needs clearer standards strategy. For example, number 4, the program needs refinement. Our next applicant was the Florida Citrus Sports and Greater Orlando Sports Commission. They were requesting $25 million to establish a dedicated major events fund. There was 75% overall for this project, made up of 22% strongly support, 19% support, 34% somewhat support. There was 16% do not support and 9% not ready, made up of 6% referring to another grant program and 3% does not qualify for TDT funding. There were 11 comments overall, 3 relating to keeping the county competitive and consistent. For example, number 3 would keep Orange County competitive, having funds available to attract last-minute opportunities. There were 7 comments related to existing or different funding mechanisms. For example, number 1, they have the ability and have successfully accessed funding in the past. I don't believe this funding is needed. Our next applicant was the Orange County Convention Center, and they were requesting $523 million for Project 5B to construct a multi-purpose hall at existing north-south building. There was 66% support overall for this project, made up of 22% strongly support, 28% support, and 16% somewhat support. 9% of the respondents consider the project not ready for consideration, 3% referring it to another grant program, and 6% saying too soon for consideration. There were 17 comments overall regarding this project, 7 that related to how the project could be a tourism asset. For example, number 2, a convention center is what TDT funds were originally established to fund. Shovel ready, hits the ROI, will add heads and beds, increase tax base, stimulate reinvestment, substantial economic benefit in jobs and other new development. There were 5 comments relating to delaying or reevaluating the expansion. Number 3, I believe it best to complete the project currently under construction and then reevaluate. And then 3 related to questionable demand or tourism impact. For example, number 2, too much money for little economic impact. Our next applicant was Alcrest Capital, and they were requesting $48 million for the Florida Freshwater Discovery Center. There was 19% support overall for this project, with 9% strongly support, 3% support, and 6% somewhat support. 28% of respondents did not support the project, with 53% considering the project not ready for consideration, 3% referring to another grant program, 47% too soon for consideration, and 3% does not qualify for TDT funding. There are 11 comments regarding this project, 8 related to how it was an interesting project but needs more development, For example, number 6, interesting project with exciting technology. I would like to see this more developed. Our next applicant was the Association to Preserve the Eatonville Community, and they were requesting $53 million for the Zora Neale Hurston International Museum of Arts, Heritage, and Culture. There was 56% support of this project, 25% strongly support, 19% support, and 13% support, somewhat support. There was 16% that for do not support, and then 28% considered the project not ready for consideration, with 6% referring it to another grant program and 22% considering it too soon for consideration. There were 16 comments overall. There were 6 related to how the project could be a tourism asset. For example, number 2, this project will make a major impact on tourism in the town of Eatonville. The applicant already brings thousands of visitors annually to Zora Festival. This project will strengthen those numbers. There were 8 comments related to how they can collaborate with other Eatonville projects. For example, number 2, all the Eatonville projects collaborate in return once they have a unified site and project plan. Our next applicant was Florida Citrus Sports. They were requesting $54 million for constructing a multi-level parking structure on the Campus World Stadium campus. This had 66% support from respondents, with 22% strongly support, 25% support, and 19% somewhat support. 25% did not support the project, with 9% considering the project not ready for consideration, evenly split among referring to another grant program, too soon for consideration, and does not qualify for TDT funding. There were 14 comments overall for this project. 7 related to it being a much-needed improvement. For example, number 1, much-needed project to attract high-level events. Then 4 related to the questionable tourism impact. For example, number 3, no TDT impact, a nice to have but do not need project. Our next applicant was the Orange Audubon Society. They were requesting $20 million for the Orange Audubon Natural History Museum. And there was 56% support for this project, with 16% strongly supportive, 22% support, and 19% somewhat support. 44% considered the project not ready for consideration, with 41% referring it to another grant program and 3% considering it too soon for consideration. There were 14 comments overall regarding this project. 6 related to how it could be a tourism asset. For example, number 1, this would help turn a great county asset into a real tourism draw. There were 8 comments related to referring it to ecotourism or another grant program. For example, number 3, I believe the ecotourism infrastructure grant program, most appropriate avenue for supporting this project. And I think that's the halfway point there. And so we'll go on to the next 10 applicants. Our next project was the Creative City Project, and they were requesting $22.5 million for the Immerse Festival. There's 55% support for this project, with 32% strongly support, 13% support, and 10% somewhat support. 10% did not support the project, and 35% considered the project not ready for consideration, with 32% referring it to another grant program, and 3% considering that it does not qualify for TDT funding. There was one abstention on this, and so the percentages are out of 31 instead of 32 in this case. There were 13 comments overall, 3 addressing the high economic impact or return on investment. For example, number 2, this is such a massive success of local talent, excellent readiness, tourism, collaboration, and economic benefit. There were 9 comments relating to referring it to ARC or other grant programs. For example, number 3, great project would support this under one of the smaller grants, ARC or ACA. Our next project was the Florida Museum of History, and they were requesting $30 million or $50 million for the Florida Museum of History. There was 22% support for this project, 13% strongly support, 3% support, and 6% somewhat support. 25% did not support this project, and 53% consider the project not ready for consideration, with 9% referring it to another grant program, 41% too soon for consideration, and 3% does not qualify for TDT funding. There were 14 comments overall regarding this project, 5 related to collaborating with other Eatonville projects. For example, number 3, I am hopeful that the applicant can coordinate with Eatonville applicants, resubmit. There were 6 comments related how it is an interesting project but needs more development. For example, number 3, this is a cool museum but is premature as they don't have land or entitlements. Our next applicant was the Dr. Phillips Center for the Performing Arts. They were requesting $750 million to advance the master plan projects. There was 77% support overall for this project, made up of 19% strongly support, 35% support, 23% somewhat support. 19% did not support this project, while 3% considered the project not ready for consideration, all of that being in referring to another grant program. And there was 1 abstention on this project. There were 3 comments related to fully funding or significantly funding and how it could be a tourism asset. For example, number 2, world-class project, brings visitors, enhances downtown for visitors. I would like to see significant funding as the project ranked well in the last cycle but did not receive funding. There was also 8 comments related to the high cost or partially funding the project. For example, number 1, great regional asset, huge request, not convinced it should be funded immediately, could be partially funded. Our next applicant was the University of Central Florida. They were requesting $119 million to advance 3 complementary capital projects. There was 48% support overall for this project, made up of 16% strongly support, 19% support, and 13% somewhat support. 42% did not support this project, with 10% considering it not ready for consideration, 7% referring to another grant program, and 3% does not qualify for TDT funding. There was 1 abstention on this project as well. There were 12 comments overall, 4 related to how it could be a tourism asset. For example, number 2, strongly support TDT funding for UCF's capital projects. Investment in larger scale infrastructure will enhance UCF's facilities while creating opportunities to attract additional sporting events, bringing more visitors and economic impact. There were 5 related to existing or different funding mechanisms. For example, number 3, UCF has other alternative sources of funding. TDT funds are not appropriate for these projects. Our next applicant was Dr. Phillips, Inc. They were asking for $60 million for the Eatonville Museum of Culture and History. There was 78% support for this project, with 41% strongly support, 22% support, 16% somewhat support. 9% did not support this project, with 12% considering the project not ready for consideration, with 6% of that referring to another grant program and 6% for too soon for consideration. There were 9 comments overall about how it was the most viable Eatonville project and our proven track record. And for example, number 2, in looking at all the Eatonville projects, this one is the best. It is shovel-ready, well-funded, and managed. There were 6 comments asking to collaborate with other Eatonville projects. For example, number 2, I strongly encourage the applicants and the county to work to involve the applicants for other projects and reconceive this project. Our next applicant was the Orlando City Baseball Dreamers. They were asking for $975 million for a Major League Baseball stadium. There was 29% support for this project, with 13% strongly support and 16% somewhat support. 29% did not support this project, with 42% considering the project not ready for consideration, all of that in too soon for consideration. And there was 1 abstention on this project. There were 13 comments overall, 4 related to how it could be a high return on investment. For example, number 1, an AMLB stadium represents one of the strongest opportunities to generate tourism, create high-paying jobs, and attract visitors from outside the region. There were 8 comments related to no team or location. For example, number 4, this is a cool opportunity, but it's premature as they don't have the land, the team, or the entitlements. Our next applicant was 8 Waves Corporation. They were asking for $25 million for the IM Children's Museum. There was 75% support for this applicant, with 22% strongly support, 28% support, 25% somewhat support. 25% of respondents considered the project not ready for consideration, all of which referred it to another grant program. There were 15 comments overall for this project, 7 related to how it was a ready project and would have community impact. For example, for number 4, Orange County deserves a children's museum, and this is a mature shovel-ready project that will benefit visitors and residents. There were 9 comments related to how it was a questionable location or the tourism impact and would require further evaluation. For example, number 3, not sure this location is prime for turning the museum into a real tourism draw. Great concept. Our next applicant was the Town of Eatonville Community and Redevelopment Agency. They were asking for $22.5 million for the Eatonville Heritage Tourism District. There was 34% support overall for this project, with 9% strongly support, 13% support, and 13% somewhat support. 13% did not support the project, while 53% considered the project not ready for consideration, 22% referring it to another grant program, 28% too soon for consideration, and 3% does not qualify for TDT funding. There were 14 comments overall related to this project, 7 of which asked for collaboration with other Eatonville projects. For example, number 2, with multiple entities seeking TDT funding for Eatonville, collaboration should also be encouraged to align efforts. There were also 7 comments related to referring it to other grant programs or CRA clarity. For example, number 5, TDT funding is premature given the current uncertainty surrounding the Town of Eatonville CRA. Greater clarity on the CRA is needed. Our next applicant was the City of Ocoee with asking for $30 million for the expansion of the Forest Lake Golf Club. There is 53% support for this project, with 16% strongly support, 19% support, and 19% somewhat support. 19% did not support this project, with 28% considering the project not ready for consideration, 22% referring it to another grant program, and 6% does not qualify for TDT funding. There was 9 comments overall, with 7 saying how it could be a ready project and could be a tourism asset. For example, number 7, the project is a new, unique in concept and can drive TDT revenue by expanding the geographic pull, northwest portion of Orange, and demographic of events, smaller, medium-sized, and golfing tourism. There were 3 comments related to funding concerns. For example, number 2, county attorney was clear that golf course improvements aren't an authorized TDT use. Eligible parts may find a home at ARC. Our last applicant was the Orange County Public Schools, and they were requesting $20 million for the School of Arts and Entertainment at Cherokee. There was 25% support overall for this project, with 9% strongly support, 9% support, and 6% somewhat support. 41% did not support this project, and 34% considered the project not ready for consideration, with 28% referring it to another grant program and 6% saying that it did not qualify for TDT funding. There were 12 comments overall for this project, with 5 related to existing or different funding mechanisms. For example, number 5, OCPS has other resources to complete the project. There were 8 comments overall related to questionable tourism impact or qualifications. For example, number 4, a wonderful restoration. School's primary purpose is education, not drawing tourists. And so this is the applicant's summary overall, and this is, again, just the overall view of the task force now based on the results of the survey. But these, again, are not final decisions. So if we look at the applicants ranked by support, we shaded different areas just as a guide for now. We saw there are projects at the top above 80%. Those appear to have overwhelming support. 50 to 80% in gray, that was some level of support. And then under 50%, we said those could potentially refer to other funding or too soon. And so just to summarize those, so this was above 80% support overall. This appeared to have overwhelming support. And these were TDT Application Review Committee, Orange County Arts and Cultural Affairs, Orange County Ecotourism Grant Program, and the Orange County Natural Resource Tourism Infrastructure Grant Program. The ones that were potential to refer to other funding or considered too soon, these were below 50% support. So these were the University of Central Florida, the Town of Eatonville Community Redevelopment Agency, Orlando City Baseball Dreamers, Orange County Public Schools, Florida Museum of History, and Alcrest Capital. And then some level of support, this was between 50% and 80% support. We had the applicants of Dr. Phillips Inc., Dr. Phillips Center for the Performing Arts, Florida Citrus Sports and Greater Orlando Sports Commission, 8 Waves Corporation, Orange County Convention Center, Florida Citrus Sports, Association to Preserve the Edenville Community, Orange Audubon Society, Creative City Project, and the City of Ocoee. So our last question on the survey asked about other recommendations to the task force. And so we'll go over a few of those there. And so, again, this was the last question on the survey, asked about comments and recommendation, and each recommendation or partial comment was separated out and grouped into various broad themes. There were 19 respondents to this question, 8 related to each of broader uses of TDT funds, which projects to support, TDT accounting review, 3 of each related to the process, statutory reduction, thank you, and 1 visit Orlando as well, and then 1 for a new tax. And so we'll just look at a few of those. So there were 8 comments overall that related to broader uses of TDT funds. For example, number 2, if the majority of task force supports an effort to expand the uses of TDT, we could suggest additional uses, but not prescribe specific approach. With many changes ahead, the county commission itself will be best positioned to make these decisions. And then there's also, so this is the continuation of the 8 broader uses of TDT funds. And again, for example, the commission should start in number 6, the commission should start an aggressive effort to expand uses of funds for workforce housing and transportation needs. So this category was projects to support, and this was a bit miscellaneous. There was various projects that were being advocated to be supported. For example, number 3, task force concentrate on more of the smaller projects to fully fund them. They have no access to public funds as some of the large asks we get to do. Number 5, funded venues should deliver real net benefit to workers and community, not just heads and beds. And again, all these comments are available for your review as well at the end. And then there was 8 comments related to the TDT accounting review. For example, number 8, audit current TDT spending to seek all funds spent on promotion before funding major capital programs. There were 3 comments related to changes to the process. Number 1, establish an annual predictable application process with consistent application format and sufficiency review. There is 3 comments related to the statutory reduction. For example, number 2 is worth changing the law to require only 30% for promotion, thus getting to use portions for transportation, particularly Sunrail. And then there were 3 comments related to Visit Orlando. For example, number 2, the county commission should examine the Visit Orlando funding and substantially reduce their guaranteed funding. I was hoping for accountability for their spending as well as presentation about where their money goes. There was 1 related to new tax. The county should lobby for a new hotel bed tax for transit or education. And then there were also 3 comments related to thank you. For example, number 2, absolutely fantastic detailed proposals by all of our valued applicants, coupled with esteemed leaders on the task force, ran with precision by the Orange County Mayor, co-chairs, and administrators. Thank you for the fellowship. And I would also like to say thank you, and I will take any questions that you have.
Thank you, Dr. Beers. I think that we should all recognize that this has been an enormous task, not only for Dr. Beers, but for other staff members, and that they have done a job which is extremely inclusive of everyone's comments and feelings and desires. I doubt very much that Dr. Beers slept at all over the weekend past because simply aggregating these scores and comments and getting them in form to present to you was overwhelming to me, but not to him. So thank you, Dr. Beers.
Thank you.
We will take questions, of course, to Dr. Beers. I wonder if we could agree that we take all 4 grant programs first in questioning and see where we wind up after those few questions. I think after that, we should look at the way that Dr. Beers has ranked projects in terms of strong support, in terms of those that did not receive support, and his suggestion, or apparent suggestion, that we should focus our discussion this afternoon on those projects that fell in the top ranked or the middle ranked. So questions for Dr. Beers on the grant programs, and let's see how far we can get with those programs which were so strongly supported.
I see Tico up first. Oh.
I'm not on, yeah. Mr. Chair, my question is just a general question, not specific to any grant program, and if it's okay, I'd like to ask that, Madam Chair, instead of going through that.
Yeah.
He has it, and I'll take responsibility for that. He actually has it. It's the, what do you call it?
I called it the I called it the average sentiment, and I did. So it was calculated out of just the people who had considered the project ready for consideration. So yeah, I do have those numbers if we, but we didn't.
We can, while you're answering the other questions, we can pull up those.
Yeah, we did, but we did look overall at, so it does show all the results for all the projects, and we can go back and look at if there was a lot of strong support on the project or a lot of somewhat support on the project, and we have those numbers to look at as well when we're evaluating whether this is this a support of, when looking at the support overall, did a lot of people select somewhat support about it, or did a lot of people select strong support about it? And so those numbers are available on the on each applicant in that summary. So we can look at those in order to determine whether we think there should be strong support or somewhat support for that.
And because the staff has worked closely with Dr. Beers on all of this evaluation, I'm going to encourage Roseanne and Whitney and Carla and others to jump in when they feel that they have something important to contribute.
Thank you, and thanks for that question, and maybe the process that ARC gets some of the Visit Orlando and some of number 9. What is their total already dedicated funding? And then Arts and Cultural Affairs already gets 5%, so that would be 2.5 times 5, 12.5 million. So, you know, there's kind of like, I'm struggling, like I put somewhat support on these because I think that they're good projects, but I feel like they're already supported, so why are we going to take away from other projects? So I just want to understand, what are they actually already getting?
Okay, sure. Well,
Because it's projected out that they're getting those funds already.
Here's our arts expert on her funding.
And then I double ditto what Tico said. Thank you. I was like, wait a minute.
Sure, thank you, and thank you for the question. So Arts and Cultural Affairs currently receives 5% of the first 4 cents. In the upcoming budget year, that's estimated to be $12.8 million. There's also an additional fixed amount of TDT per the tourist plan. That's $2.5 million. That does not change on a year-to-year basis. Arts and Cultural Affairs also receives $1 per capita out of the general fund, which is about $1.5 million for the coming year. And so whether or not this body chooses to recommend increasing that 5% of the first 4 cents, should we increase it to 6% of the first 4 cents, that's an additional $2.5 million a year. If we increase it to 7% of the first 4 cents, that'll be about an additional $5 million per year.
But what's the total they're already getting? So it's 12 plus 2.5 plus 1.5.
16.8.
Okay, so it's already getting 16.8 million every year, and that's for Arts and Cultural Affairs.
Correct.
And so what is ARC getting out of 4 and 9?
ARC is currently in the middle of a multi-year 5-year allocation. That was $75 million over 5 years, so $15 million per year. That goes through fiscal year 28, and then there is no other future funding identified unless this body and the board recommends that.
So it's still got 15 million per year through 2028.
Correct. All of those dollars have been allocated in the 2024 application window. You might recall from the presentation there were 11 projects.
So they over allocated funds
over a 5-year
so that
period.
they can't give any this year.
There's no additional funding at this time. It's all been spoken for.
Okay. That's all.
Any other questions? Tina, if you'll turn off your mic, it'll make it possible for someone else. I think I see
Michael Poole.
Michael Poole.
From clarification, I understand the 4 grant programs annual, but when I saw 2 other ones, applications that seemed to be multi-year funding. One was the Florida Citrus Sports. It was hard to understand whether it was $25 million a year or $5 million a year. So that's a multi-year funding. And the other one was I call it the immense, I forget what the creative. That seemed to be a multi-year project. So I'm just following up, understanding what the annual commitments are. And I would like to include those in that conversation of what that total funding is. It would be great for staff to come back and say, hey, this is what we currently are doing, and then this is the new annual funding, because I'm working off of the 30 million to 50 million to 70 million number, and I'm trying to understand what's taken up already or what could be taken up with the additives. That'd be really helpful.
And for clarification, we're talking about the Major Events Fund, which was presented by Greater Orlando Sports Commission and FCS as presenters,
not the
but it was
parking
the Major
lot.
Events Fund.
Right.
And then the Immerse
one.
Exactly.
They all seem like multi-year, and we ought to, if we're looking at multi-year and what we're doing on the annual funding, we ought to add it all together.
Yeah, thank you. Sarah Baudry. There you go.
Okay, thank you. I had the same question. I feel like Roseanne had mentioned that 70 million number came because it was the total of all of the options that were provided to us that are actual annual programs. Roseanne, do you mind telling us exactly what those projects are?
Where's Administrator Brooks? Okay, there he is. And Danielle. So we were having a discussion about this, and I'm going to let Danielle answer the question.
So the 70 million is actually just what we estimate capacity to be. So it does not consider any of the projects really. It's just a function of what we see capacity at currently.
I think what she was trying to ask is what do we consider, because we have 2 columns, and one was pay as you go and the other was capital. So I think they're trying to figure out what falls in that right-hand column. And would that be something that's maybe long-term, maybe over 10 years where they need the money now, like a major project like the convention center? Are there any other major construction projects that would be multiple years? Can you give them, that's what they're trying to figure out, what falls in each category.
So for the capital projects, just think about those as just big projects that require upfront, like large capital upfront. And so that is like the convention center project approved in 2023 or the Camping World project in 2023. So all other projects that may have cash flows throughout a period of time could fall into that pay-as-you-go. It depends just on the structure.
But what I think they're trying to figure out, is it based on a threshold of how much dollar amount? Like, is it anything over 50 million, over 60 million, or is it the amount of years? What goes in that right-hand category?
So we're back to where I started is this body, once we understand where you want to rank projects, then we do the calculations. Part of that would involve discussions with the entity requesting the dollars to understand where they would need dollars, when they would need dollars, how it would fit within the structure of the model. That really goes to what I started out saying, that last time around the body did their work, and then we were able to do the capacity analysis and structure around what the recommendations would be. But for purposes of today, if you look at projects, and if they are seeking, and again, I don't, for each one, I don't know what their specific ask might be. If they were asking for $50 million and they are saying their project structure, for example, I don't know their project structure. If they're saying we need $50 million and we were hoping to get $10 million over 5 years, that would lead us to structuring it one way. If they're like, we need $50 million and we need it up front, then we may look at that as capital. This all is the work that happens once we know and have an understanding of how the projects are ranked. Then we can have do more homework and get a better sense of how that may fall in terms of the financing model.
Thank you, Mr. Brooks. Thanks, Danielle.
Thank you. I want to ask, thinking about my co-chair's suggestion and how much the question that Tico brought up related to those first county projects. There seemed to be a lot of support for those. If that wasn't accidentally inflated by people's sort of more lukewarm responses, and there is a shared sentiment that those should move forward, we could look at having a discussion, taking member comments now before lunch, get those out of the way if we seem to be on the same page, and then dive into the hard work of the rest of the projects after lunch. Just reiterating the same suggestion to see if there's agreement or disagreement on that before we move forward. I see a lot of heads nodding. I don't see anybody saying heck no. Okay, any comments specifically on the county projects that seem to get such overwhelming support in the survey? And for the benefit of the discussion, we have a new slide that has a percentage of support. Dr. Beers, do you want to describe the slide before we?
Yeah, so this was one of our earlier drafts of the presentation, and
This is in response.
and it shows the percent that was ready, the percent support, and then it has on the right the sentiment. And so that was just another number to give you information without having to look at the various percentages of strongly support and somewhat support. So if it's closer to 4, that's going to be a strongly support. A lot of people were strongly support. If it's closer to 1, that means a lot of people did not support it. So it was just another number to give you information without having to look at them individually, but you can also see that play out when you look at the numbers individually on the presentation we presented today.
Tico, does that address your earlier concern?
Press it again, please.
And again, there. Thank you, Madam Chair. It certainly is helpful. I just don't know what the weighting was to determine the sentiment. Was a strongly supported 3, a supported 2, and a... So
one. It was just looking at the people who selected do not support, somewhat support, support, or strongly support, and it ranked 1 for do not support, 2 for somewhat support, 3 for support, and 4 for strongly support, and then just had an average of those. So,
which translates directly to 1 through 4 on the sentiment.
Right. So yeah, it was just but it was just other information. We can see that in those percentages that are there for you in the slide we presented.
you still listed them in the degree of approval, so that the 4 county programs are still ranked at the top?
So this is actually in order of how they presented. So it's not ranked by anything. Yeah, so this was an earlier draft we did. So yeah, this is just all of the projects by how they presented and the numbers associated with each of those.
We could fix this over lunch
And
put it in order for you.
And would it be possible over lunch to even print that out for us? I don't know if anyone else
That would be helpful, of course, yes.
because I think it would help the later discussion.
Yeah, thank you. I see 3 questions in queue. Number 1, Tina DeMostin.
And these are still about the grant programs.
Yep. Just about the grant. Okay, so I'm struggling with even the rating or ranking the weighted. You gave do not support a 1. Do not support should have been a 0. Like, I mean, that's straight up do not support. It shouldn't, because that's overweighting even those sentiments.
Right, yeah, so that's why we didn't, yeah, so we thought about presenting it, but we said there might be an issue with how this is ranked, so that's why we just presented the numbers that were there in the strongly, and that we can see all the different levels of strongly support, somewhat support, and do not support, and those are available.
For these projects, I put support because I like the concept of them. It wasn't necessarily to give on these two, the 2 ARC and the ACA. Like, I like the intent of those, and I support the concept, but I didn't know the total amount that they're already getting, with the already getting 16.8 million, and I also didn't know. I guess I had the concept of the 15 million, but I kind of still thought they still had that in the pink bucket, but or in their buckets, but now they don't even have that. And like for me, and I struggle with the fact that if I had a budget for my house and I bought a pool and I bought a gazebo, and then in my future years I didn't have money to go and add, my outdoor shower, or I couldn't go on vacation, then I would have to deal with the consequences of decisions I made in those prior years. And if they overcommitted their funds, then maybe they should be managing their budgets better so that they're not overcommitting them. I'm just really struggling with that. And now they're coming back and asking for more money. We're going to have to give up other projects that are qualified, shovel-ready, that are catalyst projects that are going to actually add hotel rooms, and we're going to give them up for projects that they can't even manage their current budget. I'm sorry.
Mr. Brooks, would you like to respond?
I'm sorry.
I want to clarify one point. They did not overcommit. So the last round, the board established a certain amount for ARC funding, and then we did solicitation for projects to total for that amount. Projects were selected. They were selected at that time, and it was known, it was understood that they were selecting projects, and it was going to equate to the total amount that was allocated. They're not overcommitted. It was just for that period of time, and now as those projects are coming in, some we've done funding agreements, some we've passed.
Committed those funds out of their current budget and now don't have funding to add more to it until either, unless we refund back in 2028, but they have committed their 26, 27, and 28 funds.
Right. The total amount was the board selected all of the projects for the total amount given for that allocation for that period of time.
Right. And if I did that on my own home, then I wouldn't go on vacation. I would deal with the consequences of.
But that's why we obligate the dollars. So we know the dollars. So
right.
They selected one time so all could apply. They select it, and then they get funded as they come forward. So the money, you can't go on vacation. In our case, we can't go on vacation and spend the money. We know the money is there. We know the obligation of the commitment is there. And
right.
That's what
it's obligated.
Right.
Correct.
Okay.
I think, Whitney, did you have a response to that at all?
I was just to reiterate what Mr. Brooks said. They're not overcommitting their funds in either ARC or Arts and Cultural Affairs. To be clear, Arts and Cultural Affairs opens a funding window for their various programs every year and allocates those funds every year. Neither of those programs is allowed to overcommit those dollars. You get a set total amount, and what Mr. Brooks was saying is that for the ARC window, the last time the board allocated money, they allocated up to $75 million, which was no more than $15 million a year. When we opened the ARC funding window, those applicants came in and told us, here's the year within those 5 years that I need this money to do this project. So what we did was we allocated the $75 million, but we did it over the various funding years. So we've still got 3 agreements we haven't signed yet. 2 of them will be going to the board next month. 1 isn't until 2028. So all of that money has been allocated in the flow of funds that you're seeing, but it has not been overspent in either case.
To give next year.
No, because the board hasn't allocated any more to ARC at this point. That's why it's coming back to you to
allocated
see
it till 2028, so they...
And that money has been spent through 2028. All
Right.
of those projects gave us the funding year within which they would need it to do their project. So it's not overcommitted. It was exactly what the board asked them to do. And so the reason you're seeing it come back here is because we're asking to give another funding window.
For
So that those-
2029 through whatever, or they're
for whatever fiscal years end up being the window that ARC is told to fund those projects.
Thank you. Michael Poole.
Is it possible that we could, on the support column, you could take out the somewhat support? My somewhat supports could easily turn to a no based on discussion here today. And so I didn't see my somewhat support, I could go either way. And to throw my vote of somewhat support into the support column is not I don't envision it that way. So I'd really like to see who really supported it and then what the somewhat support looks like.
Well, I think
So Dr. Beers, could we at lunch, maybe you put in an Excel spreadsheet so that then you can sort it whatever way you want to? Could you do something like that?
Or in reality, just Dr. Beers, I'll add to that the thought that this was for us to take the temperature on where this committee stood. I think we can get granular about what those preliminary positions were, but we're going to have discussions on each of these projects and finalize. And the purpose for budgeting time to do that is so that you can clarify exactly where you stand, and that's what goes on record and influences the decision of the committee. So just add that to not get too in the weeds on what you have to produce for us.
And I'll just say that those, like I said, again, the support percentages and numbers are there for you to look at for each project, so those can be taken into account.
Are we going to be able to move anything forward on the grant programs before lunch? Or do you think we need to complete our questioning on those grants and then have lunch while we burden our survey analysts with even more work? Ideas? Wait. Okay. We will not attempt to move those forward, even though they were the top-rated programs.
Michael, I think I see you. Hold on.
Here's an example. The significance of taking out the somewhat support. If you look at the Arts and Cultural Affairs one, it shows 91%. But if you take out the somewhat support, which is 19%, you're down in the low 70s. That's a huge difference between looking at it at 90 going, hey, yay, 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 and now I'm looking at 70 going, maybe not so much. So reason why I'd love to see it up here on the board is so we could actually see the differences, because when you start going through it, everything drops into the 70s. That's a different support level.
And we will do not support at 0.
Christine Moore.
This is in response to Tina. Tina, I wanted to add to your conversation about ARC, since I sat through all of that. The ARC board was smaller projects, as the board at the time really wanted to get TDT dollars out all across the county. So Winter Garden got money for a museum, Apopka got money to fix their amphitheater, Winter Park got a playhouse, some money for the Science Center, Manello, and that sort of thing. And so some of these projects, it's a different process, but similar at the same time in the way they have to present. It was a way to get money out to smaller areas across the county, and that's why you saw the importance of ARC. But it was well run. It was very rigorous, and if you had sat through those meetings, it was very similar to this. Okay.
Other questions? It's 12:03 now. We've given Dr. Beers plenty of work to help us get through this later today. Let's do a slightly longer lunch. We'll do 45 minutes instead of 30. Thank you so much. Let's adjourn for lunch. We'll be back in just a bit. Welcome back. Welcome back. Please grab your seats as we get started with the afternoon session. Thank you for your attention. Thank you so much, Joe. For a couple of announcements, then maybe some time for debate while we have the good doctor rejoin us. First, let me hand it over to my co-chair on a handout, and then I'll come back to Whitney on another point.
I wanted to let you know about a paper that you have found at your place that was passed out at lunchtime. This is a communication from Ella, And we will be looking at question 41 at the end of our discussion to see if the board wants to send a sentiment to the Board of County Commissioners. But we're not going to have, our charge is to deal with the issues we're dealing with right now. And so we're not going to be able or take the time to go into details about how we want them to do it. So we're running behind, and we want to get you all out at a decent hour.
Indeed, it is a great challenge. And then I had several people approach with questions about the email sent out. I'll have Whitney explain.
So Mr. Poole was kind enough to share his analysis with everyone via email yesterday, as he announced that he would at the last meeting. And I guess there were some questions about whether that was violating sunshine law or if you had some concerns about that. So long as nobody replied to the group, which it didn't appear anybody did, that would not be a violation. We now have that information for the record, so we can include it in the record. Does that address any questions that anyone had on that?
Great. If you didn't reply, you're good.
You're allowed to open it. Thank you.
Thank you. So we thought we'd use the few minutes we have for any additional commentary or discussion while we print out handouts for Mr. Beers to join us again. Commissioner Moore, I see your line.
I just had a question, for a process question, and I'm going to need Roseanne to hear this. Oh, wait a second. Roseanne, when we make our chair, co-chair Chapin, so when we make our recommendations, is it going to be a two-prong vote? One, that yes, we'd like to move it forward, but then a separate vote on the amount of money? Because I think there's some that we really like them, but we're not necessarily in a position to recommend the full amount. That would be up to the BCC. So are we going to divide up if we approve it?
That's a very good question. I don't think we have an answer, although maybe Roseanne does. I was thinking that we would move things forward and that the BCC would suggest if they wanted it in phases or if they wanted to lower the amount. But I'm happy to have that discussion.
You can do it either way you would like. If you just want to advance the project as is, or if there's a caveat related to advancing it, you can just have the caveat included in your recommendation. Like,
if we take a motion to approve something and move it forward, someone could then make a motion, if they wanted to, that we reduce the amount by half and see if there's support.
Or divide the question, or we divide the question, because some of the asks were quite astronomical, and we like a project, but we know that it may not be able to be funded at that, and so we could say we like the project, but perhaps at a reduced amount.
Okay, we can do that.
Reasonable. Mr. Mueller, I see your question. And then I see Mr. Beers is in the wings ready for us.
his PowerPoint is ready, and we're making copies, so if you'll just, well, we can, Miles, if you want to load everything up, and then we can hand out the copies.
Great. Chris.
A question for the Orange County Eco Tourism Grant Program. How does the state funds for environmental issues, and what does Orange County get out of that? How much does the state?
Alan, the question is, how much does the state fund for environmental projects? Is it?
Alan, if you'll approach the podium. Thank you.
I'm sure that's a very hard question to answer because it comes from many different pots.
It's a pretty, it's like $8.5 billion. So it's about $8.5 billion. How much does Orange County get?
I couldn't tell you exactly. I know that the county gets funding for air programs, for storage tank, underground storage tank programs. We occasionally get some unique funding for small restoration projects or maybe a water quality project, but these aren't large amounts of money.
I believe most of those are on a per project basis. So you have some overall funding, but then it's per project basis.
I was
there's an
surpri-
application. Joe was talking about that earlier, about when you have a project, you get state funds, federal funds, local funds. There's usually a match
Water
required.
Management District funds. I was surprised, though, when we began this process, at how few people even knew that lakes were included in the statute.
Right.
And that's important.
Well, my second
For
question
Central Florida.
for him, too, though, is currently Visit Orlando markets ecotourism. It's all over their website. So what more value are they looking for when VO is already marketing it?
That might be a suggestion we make.
Next question, Mr. Callum.
I had two questions. I remember 2 meetings ago, Chairman Chapin inquired, well, shouldn't that money from Immerse go out of, Visit Orlando? And there was some discussion going back and forth with some county staff about that. So I think some of these marketing requests of ecotourism, that may be a recommendation we make that the county include that in the Visit Orlando contract as part of whatever percentage they have. But that's kind of there. The only question I had too is seems to be, when going through that list of projects, there's maybe a handful that are at that $20 million level or less. And so at the process going forward today, without spending too much time on them, if they're close to the $20 million or less, can we just summarily recommend they go through ARC and not have a direct appropriation from the committee?
Yeah, I can see us probably getting there in this discussion, yeah. Last one, Joe, and then I'll turn to Dr. Beers. I lost you, Joe. Hit the button one more time for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I lost my train of thought because I couldn't. I'm old and I have a hard time hearing, and the reverb in here is, so I apologize, but I couldn't really understand what Tom was asking. But to your question, as I said earlier, when I gave you kind of a macro example of ecotourism with Lake Apopka and how the restoration of the lake had led to birding and the wildlife drive and fishing, and usually there's a pool, you get multiple stakeholders for any ecotourism project. For instance, what Winter Garden was talking about, that's a city project, so they would throw in money. The county would throw in money. State EPD would throw in money. I have never heard of $8.5 billion in the 10 years I've been working on environmentalism in Orange County, but we definitely go and look for EPD funding, so that's definitely a source. And federal funding, and it's a little bit harder to get and it's much more niche, but any project, any ecotourism project is going to require cost sharing and collaboration. So this is kind of a seed fund, if you will, to put the county's share into it. I'll give you a micro example. 2017, Friends of Lake Apopka started a bike ride around Lake Apopka to raise awareness about the restoration of the lake and the need to connect the trails. 65 people showed up the first time, word of mouth, 2017. This year we did the 9th annual Full of 40. We had 300 riders, 2/3 of which were from out of Orange County. And I can do this. By comparison, Horrible 100 is a bike ride over in Lake County. People come from all over the country to ride the hills over there. I'm a cyclist, but don't ask me why people want to go torture themselves that way. But they do, and they've been doing it for 45 years. And they have 2,500 participants. So they bring people in from all over. The reason we only had 300 people this year, because we capped it at 300. We sold out months before because we wanted to make sure that A, we could protect the riders, the safety of the riders, and B, protect the ethos of the ride, because you want people to love it and want to come back year after year. So that's a micro example of the kind of funds that could come out of these two ecotourism activities.
Thank you, Joe. It's helpful context. As we turn to Dr. Beers here, half the reason we're here is to have these debates and conversations, to raise awareness about things that matter and be thoughtful about how we deliberate. At the same time, we want to be efficient as we do that. And so we're mindful to try to make quick decisions with the information that we have. So Dr. Beers, thank you for your consideration and restructuring some of the data. Tell us what you got.
Yeah, so this is presenting all the applicants together, and it's only looking at strongly support and support. Only those percentage are included in the support percentage. And so that was the ranking that's shown here. So it only includes strongly support and support.
Could you tell us what major shifts happened in the order, particularly of the top ones? Did anybody change places?
I don't think the top. Did the top ones change that much? I guess the support percentage did drop because those were, they dropped from 91% down to closer to the 70% for those top four if we took out the somewhat support. So that was what was referring to there.
Who else has questions for Dr. Beers as we look at this? Did you have another slide? Did you have another slide that you also wanted to show us, Dr. Beers, before we take more questions? Or is this the main one we want to base off of? And we have printouts coming, but...
Yeah, I think we looked at the sentiment as well, and we have that, I think, in a Word document that's being prepared. So, but yeah.
I do want to congratulate you and our staff for being flexible and adaptable and responding to people's concerns. And we are looking forward to the further discussion.
Okay. All right, thank you. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Dunn.
I got the sense that you were trying to steer us towards maybe eating this elephant a bite at the time and addressing it in chunks. So, subject to modification, I'd like to make a motion that we move the top four projects forward, since the ranking didn't change dramatically with the revised scoring.
Is there a second for that motion?
I hear a second from Ella.
And P. Clark and some others.
Yeah. Okay. All in favor of moving forward?
Do we want to have discussion first?
Yeah, sorry. Michael.
That was asked earlier was what kind of commitment to annual funding do these four projects create for us? I think it's important before we vote yes to understand annual funding commitment for those projects.
Dr. Beers, some of that is presented on the slide. Is there additional information we want to provide for context?
So I had an opportunity to talk to Danielle, right? And I think the 70 million that they said was if we maxed out the four granting programs at their top of their request. So that would be the ARC, Arts and Cultural Affairs, and the two ecotourism grants. If we maxed out, that would be the 70 million a year. Is that correct? Is that correct, Danielle?
I think that would consider the sports incentive as well.
And the sports incentive one too, which was 25 million a year. It was a one-time 25 million. So that one we didn't know whether it was 5 million a year or so we could dictate whatever we want to do.
I'm sorry.
Repeat again.
I'm trying to go back to this chart that talks about annual funding commitment. And so I'm trying to understand of these four grant programs, how much are we committed annually so that I could subtract it to understand what our bonding capacity is afterwards. That's what I'm trying, I think that's what we're all trying to understand is what are we committing annually to these four grants?
And that's what I was trying to explain was I thought, but what they did was they used the maximum amount because some of these projects asked for either $5 or $10 million a year, the granting program. And then you had arts and cultural affairs that said, we want $100 million, but you didn't say how many years. So is it 5 years? Is it 10 years? So there's a little bit in there, but it's somewhere around the 50 million, I guess, if you took the low to the high end. So you can calculate it out, which Danielle, you had the arts and culture, Vicki Landon's in the room, arts and cultural affairs, ARC. She has 75 to 100 million. How many years that is? It could be $15 million over 5 years, or it could be 7.5 million over 10 years.
She just said 5 years. So I think it's important that we understand what
how
we're
many
committing
years?
to.
Yes.
What we're committing to.
And that's where the Byron was saying is Carnival and Art is that's where the board would come in and say, to make all the numbers work, I'm gonna go ahead and do $5 million in a year for 10 years as opposed to for 5 years.
A question to follow up on that, Roseanne. I think for us,
I wish Byron had stayed. But Danielle is there.
In the function and capacity of this committee, it seems to me that as we make decisions, that calculation is going to be dynamically moving when it gets to the board. And for us to do the math now, I don't know if we'll be able to do that. But could you elaborate on that? Because I think that's what Michael's concern is.
It's like a puzzle. So what they'll do is, what we did last time was, we'll take the projects that you really feel like you want to see some level of support for, and then they'll try and make it work, looking at what year they need the money, for how long, and then can they make it all work, put the puzzle together. So at this point, ARC did not say whether they wanted 75 million over 5 years or over 10 years. And that makes a difference on how much you spend each year, correct? But that's where, in the past, Michael, we didn't even have these, we weren't looking at this. And so we're not expecting this group to make the numbers fit into a certain category. As Byron mentioned earlier, county staff will go back and take all your feedback and see if they can take care of all the projects that you want to advance.
Is any of this dependent upon the availability of funding?
Yes. Danielle, do you want to?
Which is?
Yes, it is.
Which ought to speak to your question.
I'm waiting for, there we go. If we approve these four, we're committing some amount of money to them.
Some amount of money.
Right. And what it's then going to do is going to eliminate the amount of money on the other bucket called bonding, right? And we have no idea what that means. I mean, if it's $70 million a year, we have less than 200 million bonding capacity. It knocks out a world of difference versus the 30 million. I think it's important, and the people making the motion, that we say for ARC it's no more than 10 million over 5 years, 10 million a year. Each one of these grants, we ought to be recommending a limit, so then we can then understand what we're really saying on the bonding capital project side.
Does it really detract that much from the capital pile?
Look at your page. Look at your page. I'm just telling you, 70 million a year, so it's 200 million in bonding. 175. Okay, I'm being generous. Sorry.
We're ready for, we have a motion on the floor.
We do. I think we're trying to decide if we're amending that motion and what other detail we want to add to that. Tom? Hold on. There you go, sir.
Yeah, I would recommend for us as a committee that, for governance purposes going forward, that any vote to have money for anyone be limited for 5 years. Visit Orlando contract, I think, is due in a couple, 3 years with the county, and they don't get an unlimited amount, a 10-year contract with the county, and they get like a 4 or 5 year contract as it goes. So I think for governance, we should do that as well. As to bonding capacity, generally, for what the counties has, that if you save $70 million for bonding capacity, divide that by 0.5, or maybe, whatever, and you get $350 million of bondable capacity out of $70 million. That's a general rule of thumb. Maybe hit or miss here or there, but so So saving money, so understanding whatever money you don't spend for the operation stuff can go towards meaningful bondable capacity, and so that's important for us to consider. Thank you.
Great point. Thank you. I do see some other questions. I feel like let's hear the other thoughts and see if we can come back to this point, because we'll need to clarify the motion. Tina Demosthenes?
Appreciate the input about the max 5 years. I agree with that. And then somebody was asking, like, what are the dollar amounts? And it's, on the first one, TDT, it's 15 to 25 would be their annual. The second one would be 2.5 to 5, depending on which dollar amount we did. The third one would be 5 to 10 million, and the third one would be 5 to 10 million. This one just says 5 million, but it was a 5 to 10 as well. And then when does the timing start on these? Because the ARC actually has their funding through 2028, which they said. So do we say, okay, we might agree to the lower percent, max 5 years, starting in 2029? I mean, there's a lot of ins and outs that, you know, can be balanced here. And, you know, arts and cultural affairs, if, you know, that one's got 16 million already. Do they need another 5? Or what are we taking away from in the percentage, much like Michael Poole said, to some of the capital grants that can kind of be a bigger package? So I just think that definitely we need to set a max on the number of years, and I think we need to set the max being the lower portion or less of the requested amounts. And then I kind of have a question about the ecotourism. I actually really like the ecotourism. I think it's got a good base, because we don't have the infrastructure costs, because it's already there. It's already counting on properties. But maybe there was a lot more questions about the original grant program. Maybe they could be combined into one and let them manage it, just as a, you know, maybe say, okay, instead of doing, you know, 5 and 10, it's 15 or whatever, there's a number. But instead of having a separate dedicated source, let them kind of do it a little bit of both. So there you go. Sorry. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, Commissioner.
PEDS. Because it's, both of them are PEDS grants, the ecotourism grant and the ecotourism infrastructure.
Commissioner Moore has some experience at this.
I do, and you guys are really trying to perfect this, but when it got to the board the last time, they listened to all of this material, and then it was really who was willing to step out and make a motion for a particular project. Things bubbled up to the top. I don't feel like today I have to really zone in on the amount of money. I think my role today as a non-board member is to prioritize these things and leave it back to the BCC, because that's really their role. And you don't, this is very difficult. I can remember having probably 40 and 50 meetings to come to where we were, and it took us 8 months of meetings to get through that process. And so if it takes them 8 months, you'll be into a new board. This will all have to start again. So we need to make it simple for them and not do, their role is to make this math all work out. Ours is to say what the community thinks are the priorities. And I wish today we would just prioritize everything and leave the math to the staff and the BCC.
Mr. Chairman, could I call the question?
Yes. How many are in favor of the motion as stated to move forward these projects as this committee's sense of priority for the projects that need to move forward to the board? Say that.
No.
We're just saying these are the ones that are most important that we support first. No, for those projects, would you want to take that bucket of those county projects, those funds, those four, the top four on the list? It'd be great if we could put that slide back on the screen. Whitney had a comment before we take.
I just wanted to restate the motion.
Yes, please.
The motion was to move the top 4 projects forward, period. That was the entirety of the motion. It has not been amended, so I think that's what you're being asked to vote on right now. It was seconded.
It was seconded.
Thank you.
Yep.
Yes.
We've had discussion.
Okay. All in favor? Any opposed?
If you're opposed, could you give me your last name so I can make sure I've got it?
Chris Mueller, Jackie Bizzuto.
That's it. Okay, thank you.
Motion passes. did not attach any money. And I'll be candid, it would be great to do that. I can see how we would get stuck and never get through that in this particular form. But.
Okay. Are we ready then? You have a comprehensible sheet in front of you that talks about the rankings from the survey. Is there anyone who would like to discuss the idea of discarding the lowest ranked projects?
Yeah, I wonder, we need to, Dr. Beers, I wonder if you can help us. 2 questions to piggyback on my co-chair's suggestion is, 1, what's the recommended bar for what we determine lowest? And 2, should it correlate with those that maybe got the most votes to be referred to another program?
So on the original presentation, or so on the original presentation, we looked at between if it had a majority support, so 50% to 80%. So if it was below the 50%, those are the ones that we wanted to refer to another grant program or were too soon.
So I'm wondering if we should look at that slide. We probably have that in our packets, because if the committee voted for these to be moved forward, they weren't always because people didn't support them, but people felt they weren't for this process, but for another body to fund.
Okay.
And then maybe that could be how we determine.
Do you recall offhand, Dr. Beers, which those were? I believe Orange Audubon was suggested.
Well, I just ran that.
Okay.
So I just went through, so after looking at this and looking at what he presented earlier, the order went the 4 grant programs, and it went Dr. Phillips Inc., Dr. Phillips Performing Arts, then it went Orange County, then this goes. So if you look at this thing that you have in your handout, right, his presentation, and then I'm going to call out this so you can write it next to what's on the presentation, so you can kind of see the two, how the order changed. Is that what you're asking for? No?
It seems like when I look at your slides where you had the potential to refer to other programs and some level of support, there is almost a natural cutoff at about 50%. You've got the highest for potential to refer was 48% support, and the lowest of some level of support was 53, if I can read without my glasses. So that's a suggestion to the committee that we...
You looking, Chair Morton, are you looking at this because the numbers when we took out somewhat support changed? So if you're looking at this, a lot of them fall below 50%.
Yeah, that's why I was...
So that's why I was giving you the order of, I was comparing this one to this.
We can't... Oh, thank you. I see the lights on. So Mr. Callen.
Sort of like a parallel have the top 4 move on, maybe have the bottom 4 from the white sheet be deleted. Just make it pretty easy. So that would be the Florida Museum of History, the Baseball Dreamers, the Owl Crest Capital, and the Orange County Public Schools. That's my motion.
Could you restate the motion, Mr.
My
Callen?
motion would be delete the bottom 4 from the white sheet that we were given, which is the Florida Museum of History, the Orange City Baseball Dreamers, Owl Crest Capital, and Orange County Public Schools.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. We have a second. I need, Tom, if you could turn off your microphone, sir. Thank you. Go ahead.
All right, thank you. Are you basing those 4 off of the sheet we just got? Or are you basing it off of this sheet? I would, yeah. Oh, this one. I would make a friendly amendment that we do from the city of Ocoee down, so the 2, 4, 6, the bottom 7.
So he's offering a friendly amendment. Do the mover and the seconder agree to the friendly amendment?
The 4 at the bottom, and then we can deal with additional motions on the stuff in the middle.
But we don't have a second for the motion to include those 3 others, do we?
We have a second on the motion. He offered a friendly amendment. We don't need a second if it was accepted by the mover and the seconder, but they did not. So if you want to take a vote on the amendment, then you would need a second on your friendly amendment, and then we'd have to vote on the amendment and, if amended, the overall motion. So is there a second on the amendment? Okay. Discussion on that.
Okay, we have a second on a motion. We have a motion to amend with a second. Is there any really quick discussion we could have on that motion? Tico? We can't hear you.
Thank you.
All right. I think that is way too broad, opening up far too wide, and there's a number of those projects in there that I think we need to discuss before we summarily remove them. So I would not support that motion.
The amendment.
The amendment, yeah. I'm fine with the motion for the bottom 4, no doubt.
Any further discussion? Are you ready for the vote on the amendment, which would be to take the bottom 7 on the white page? Are you ready for the vote? All in favor of the amended motion, please say aye, or raise your hand. Motion fails. Do we need any more discussion on the motion to take the bottom 4 off?
Mr. Poole.
One's a clarifying question. One of the applicants came up to me at a break and said they were told by staff if they were declined in this process, they could not apply for ARC funding.
No.
I'm just saying that staff person was told. I'd like to get that cleared out, that anybody who's turned down in this process can clearly go to ARC. Is that correct? Or any of the other grant programs?
Assuming they qualify.
Anybody can fill out an application.
Lake County can't come before.
Right. Okay, great. I got that. That's great to know. I'd like to understand the difference, Tom. Your motion was the bottom 4, and besides the symmetry of the top 4 and the bottom 4, going to the white document, it is, the grading is 1.1 for the Florida Museum of History, and the UCF is also 1.1. I'm just trying to understand, if we're trying to cut off the different things, why, other than symmetry, is there the logic behind that?
Michael, if you'll turn off your mic, you can turn on Mr. Callis.
I didn't go UCF, but I go to the football games. I think there's a value to UCF for be discussion for this today. That's why I didn't take UCF in.
I rather suspect that unless Dr. Beers has any more to tell us, we should begin by going down the list from the point where we approve the grants programs. Take those projects, discuss them one by one. It might help us by the time we get lower in the ranking to decide what to do about some of those.
First, shall we close on this motion?
Oh, I'm sorry. We haven't voted on that yet? Okay, let's do that.
Okay, thank you. All in favor of the motion as presented and seconded? Thank you. All opposed, like sign?
Are you opposed?
Okay, just one. Thank you. Motion passes. Okay, we've whittled the list down. If we're looking at the screen, we're starting at Dr. Phillips, Inc., and it ends at Town of Eatonville Community Redevelopment Agency.
University of Central Florida.
Oh, I'm looking at the screen, but if we're looking at the white page,
Dr. Beers, can you put the other chart up? I think can you put this one back up?
Which,
Can you put this one back up?
whoops.
thank you.
So yeah, this document was just a calculating the sentiment, and I was just looking at the ones who considered the project ready for consideration and using 0 to 3 instead of 1 to 4, and that was the ranking of those. And so that's what this document shows. But again, we didn't present the sentiment on the presentation, and we thought it was just better to show the percentages of each option that people chose.
So we'll highlight what's been chosen already, just so we can see what's remaining. If it'll allow us.
Are we ready? So are we ready for discussion of the first of those items, which is Dr. Phillips' Charities, the project in Eatonville that you heard discussed? I believe you had a comment.
Yeah, I will
my
say
co-chair.
it's been encouraging for me to hear in this committee, with all the different projects presented for Eatonville, it feels like it's been a consistent sentiment of the people on this body that something great should happen in Eatonville. I didn't hear anybody say, like, why are we talking about Eatonville? Like, there was just a real shared sense that we want something great to happen in Eatonville, that it's time for something great to happen in Eatonville. I think all of us would have preferred to have seen a shared proposal and some collaboration across all the different parties, and that would have been beautiful to see. But the selection that was made through the survey of really betting not only on the project that had the wherewithal to do something sustainable, the credibility to do it with excellence, and the track record of really trying to seek collaboration with other parties was very affirming and great to see. I see next, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, no, I yield.
Oh, okay. Then Tina.
Well, I had actually pushed my thing when we were still talking about the 4, and I was just going to say that the bottom 4 actually matched the bottom 4 on this sheet as well, so that was really what that is about. And as far as, since we're on the Dr. Phillips, we're not making a motion on the individual ones right now. We're going to talk about all of them, then make motions.
Yes. I mean, we could knock them out as we go. We'll see how it goes.
Well,
Right now, we're discussing the first one
until
right
you
now.
get to the other ones.
I hear you.
But for Dr. Phillips, can we make a recommendation to collaborate and come back? Is that kind of, it's either go or not? Is that?
Let me give the floor to my co-chair.
I'm sorry, but I have, well, like Tina has strong feelings about things, I have rather strong feelings about this one. Dr. Phillips Charities began their work in this community 100 and some years ago by building a hospital for African American citizens. Their commitment throughout has been to the less privileged, to health and welfare across the county for all. They contribute to many of those specific charities. I've wanted Eatonville to have enormous change and progress for many, many years now. And somehow it has never happened. What we are faced with right now is what I believe to be a very strong and very sincere proposal to work with the citizens of Eatonville and to bring change. Dr. Phillips Charities has brought change when we needed it for the Dr. Phillips Performing Arts Center, for the Packing District, for many projects. They make things happen. Right now, though, in the city of Eatonville, we are dealing with a town council that could not agree on very much. Their mayor was in favor of it. The council was opposed to it. Now the vice mayor is in favor of it. There's a lot of disagreement on the town council. There is an ongoing lawsuit on the part of one of the applicants to get the property back to negate the contract between the school board and Dr. Phillips Charities. The worst thing that could happen, that I would regret forever, is if because we put mandates on this project, nothing was able to be worked out. And as one who's been in some of those situations, I would even understand if Dr. Phillips Charities were to decide to withdraw their proposal. It's a very difficult circumstance. I understand the desire to join hands and sing Kumbaya. I just don't think that can happen.
Mr. Callan.
And also then to delete the Town of Eatonville Community Redevelopment Agency and delete the other organization there as well, Association Reserve Eatonville Community. Refer those two to ARC and then move Dr. Phillips forward.
There's a motion on the floor. Do we have a second? Any discussion on that? We do have some discussion, but I want to make sure, did we capture that motion? So I think the motion was to move forward the proposal of Dr. Phillips, refer the other two Eatonville-related projects to ARC, if I'm stating that correctly.
Assuming they qualify.
Assuming they qualify, yeah. It was the town of Eatonville, the CRA. That wasn't part of the, I think it's already off. And who was the second? Was it Joe? Yes, Mr. Joe Dunn. And I believe Vance, you had some discussion.
Yeah, thank you. And I hear you, Madam Mayor. I appreciate your input. The thing is, the people of Eatonville, living in Maitland, have a strong connection to Eatonville. And I can kind of tell you the people of Eatonville right now feel like, and correct me if I'm wrong, that they're not getting a fair shake in this if we don't add them into it. So the PEC has been around since 1990. They've done the Zora Festival for the last 37 years. Nobody tells the story better than Eatonville itself. So I would recommend that we have a museum board. And on that board, you invite the people of Eatonville to be part of it, one or two members of the community. Maybe if, something doesn't happen with the PEC, that they get invited to the board.
A number of people from Eatonville are on the advisory board for the Hungerford Project.
On the advisory board for there, but I'm saying when the museum's established, you would have a board to run it, right?
When it's built?
Yeah.
I think it's a great idea for that group. Certainly not something that we can dictate happen.
Right, I know, but I'm just saying, I want to put it out there on record. Yeah. But I think a big part of this is that, it's like, come in, don't get them involved in it. And I don't want these people to feel like they're left out, of what's going on with it. Because if this goes through and the Zora doesn't work out for the PEC, then, I would hate for that story not to be told by the people of Edenville. I'd hate for there not to be like a permanent fixture of Zora in the museum. So, and I think Edenville tells their own story the best.
I'm very fortunate we have Adrian Jackson with us. Adrian?
Okay, so just to kind of piggyback off of what Vance said, I do want to acknowledge that as a resident who is involved, I do believe that Dr. Phillips Charities has committed to collaboration. They've been open, transparent, and accepting community input, as well as establishing an advisory board to receive input from citizens. I would like to acknowledge that I think that we are grouping all this together, but from a resident standpoint, I do want to acknowledge that the CRA's proposal is different from the other proposals. CRA is proposing a performing arts center, as the others are museums. So from my standpoint, I feel that when you look at the other proposals, as of right now, when you're looking at GO, I feel that Dr. Phillips is at that GO mark. And just to be fair, I respect the efforts of the PEC and what they bring with the Zora initiative, but for them to not have land and this being a deciding moment right now, I don't feel that this is the time to really make that decision if there's nothing to push us forward on that. But I would like to see them being more collaborative with Dr. Phillips Charities to make sure that those things that relate to residents, to the community, to the history of Eatonville is established as they plan out this museum. Again, just focusing back on what's going on, I definitely want to make it clear that when you look at the CRA's initiative, it is totally opposite. So if we can just keep that in mind as we're saying collaborating. One is a performing arts center, the other is a museum. So I think overall we would benefit from both. CRA is in a position where they're already in motion, so if we can just keep that in mind.
Thank you. And it is important to affirm that we're making a decision based on the readiness of projects presented to us and the function and capacity of this board and what we're deciding on to designate that they don't move forward with our funding, but propose that they go to one of the other bodies is not to kill those projects. It's not to say that they shouldn't happen. I want to clarify, Adrian, in your remark, are you... you're not offering a suggestion to change anything about the motion on the floor because it's presented to move forward with Dr. Phillips and then really designate that the other projects are being referred off the list as opposed to speaking about those separately? You're okay with the motion as presented right now? Oh, sorry, let me give you Mike.
I think she is. I think we're all thinking that Club Eaton, for instance, could be referred to ARC. And
I would like to see Club Eaton being looked at in its own, because
Great.
It's not a museum, it's a performing arts center.
I thought that was what I heard you saying.
Yes.
I don't know if that's an amendment on the motion, or do you want to amend the motion to say?
Yes, I'd like to amend the motion.
So, hang on a second,
Adrian,
Tom, your mic's not
your
on
mic, if you'll turn off yours, I'll turn on Tom's.
Okay, yeah, my motion, friendly amendment would be go forward Dr. Phillips, Inc., refer PEC to ARC, and leave the town of Eatonville CRA alone for the time being.
Okay, do we have a second? Yes, wonderful. Any more discussion on the amended or changed motion? I see Sarah. Actually, I've got quite a few names. Hold on. Let me find you. Baldry.
So my discussion is more about the idea of the investment into Dr. Phillips' project at the location that it's currently in, which falls within the town of Eatonville CRA. The current CRA is scheduled to sunset in January 27, right? So in a few months, I believe, and I don't know what the current proposal looks like to the county, but I think it's important in order for the town of Eatonville. We see this project as an economic catalyst for the town of Eatonville. Seems like everybody's kind of on board for that. In order for the town to really benefit from that economic catalyst, those dollars should be reinvested back into the town. The mechanism for that is a renewed CRA. So for the county to consider TDT investment into this project as a way to uplift Eatonville, it should also consider the renewal of that CRA. I understand there's a lot of budgetary considerations to make, but I think that is one to come alongside this TDT consideration.
Thank you. Chip Byers, I know you've had your hand up for a question for a while. Is it part of the discussion for this motion? Sorry, Chip, give me a second.
Right. Okay. So, yeah, I can just address some of the concerns surrounding the concerns surrounding the different projects in Eatonville. So I am a heritage manager. I Johns Hopkins trained. I've worked in national park studies. I have my work collected by the Smithsonian. So I know a little something about this. Modern heritage management has moved from top-down preservation toward community-centered preservation. The NORA document of authenticity states that responsible cultural heritage belongs to the community that created it, and the Budapest Declaration calls for active involvement in local communities in identifying, protecting, and managing heritage. Likewise, Article 15 of UNESCO Intangible Cultural Heritage Convention calls for the widest possible community participation in active involvement in heritage management. That is why I and many people in the community initially had concerns about Dr. Phillips Charities as an outside organization developing the museum in Eatonville. However, being an outside organization does not inherently mean top-down management. What matters is the process and whether the community has a meaningful voice. Based on the evidence I have seen, Dr. Phillips Charities has meaningfully involved Eatonville and its community. Continued community involvement is essential, but I do not believe this project represents top-down heritage management in any way that should prevent us from moving forward with this.
Thank you, Mr. Byers. Tico Perez. If you could, any other mics on? Oh, Commissioner Moore, if I could turn your mic off, and I'll come back to you. Tico.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Moore, I'd never preempt your comments. I just think we're at a point on this thing where the question seems to be, I don't think there's a question about the approval of Dr. Phillips. I think everybody seems to be in support, has scored very highly. It's a phenomenal program. The question is, what do we do with the other two? And again, I think we have other processes for the two. Dr. Phillips has been amazingly reaching out for inclusion. We heard from folks from all around the community who've said they've reached out, they've tried. And I suspect, knowing Dr. Phillips, he will continue to try. So in the essence of time, I'd like to call the question on this.
You've got an amendment on the floor to the motion that you haven't voted on yet. So,
what is the existing amendment?
So to clarify, the original motion was to move Dr. Phillips forward and refer the Association to Preserve the Eatonville Community and the Eatonville CRA to another committee. That got amended by Ms. Jackson to remove the CRA from that and deal with that separately.
Then I'll call the question on the amendment.
Wonderful. All in favor? Say aye. Okay. Make sure we can see all hands. Thank you. And all opposed, like sign. Okay, 3 opposed. Motion passes.
May I call the question on the underlying motion?
Thank you. All in favor of the amended language, or the original language of the motion? Yes.
No, the motion as amended.
We've accepted it as amended. All in favor of the motion as amended?
The idea that
You're not on.
the idea that you're cutting off comments is atrocious. Let me just say, cutting off comments is atrocious to a process of discussion. Sorry, it's wrong. It's wrong.
Very sorry, and not the intention.
That's what you're doing.
What are we doing?
Calling it
We
to
didn't
question.
get to all. We didn't get to all
Calling it to
comments.
question cuts me off
All
from my
right.
commentary. It's
Michael?
wrong.
I'm
I
sure
will
it was
tell you,
not.
I've got an 8 o'clock dinner date.
Okay, I'm sure it was neither the member's intention nor mine to do that. You're saying, Mr.
Well, you did.
Oh, I didn't know you were on this.
He knows.
Let's complete the process.
Yeah. So.
But you have the ability. when you
So
call the question.
the original motion as amended, we had a call the question. So you can vote on that, or you can vote no on that. You can. The question was called, so.
Do you want to explain, Whitney, exactly what they're voting on right now? So they're voting on whether to call the question on discussion related to advancing Dr. Phillips' charities and referring PEC to ARC.
Correct.
I think that was the Eatonville CRA to Park.
I thought the amendment was to
No,
keep-
the amended motion was to remove the CRA from the motion entirely. So your motion on the floor is to move Dr. Phillips, Inc. forward and to refer PEC to ARC, assuming they qualify. And that was the question that was called.
Are we ready for that vote? All in favor of that? Please raise your hands. This is calling the question. This is cutting back on further debate. I don't see. I don't know.
These are all yays. Make sure your hands are high. Thank you. And any opposed? Motion passes. Okay.
I would like Whitney to explain the process of calling the question. Calling the question doesn't mean anything except we've talked about this enough and we need to move on. It doesn't.
We just voted. It does not prevent us from still asking a question or making a comment. So I
have
would
a
still love
question.
to hear your question.
I have a question about Dr. Phillips.
And I assume Mr. Poole might as well. But
We haven't voted on that.
This is a
motion
really
yet.
simple question.
Yes.
Talking about Madam Chairman's comments about the lawsuit. If we were to go ahead and propose this and Dr. Phillips is funded, what happens if the lawsuit prevents this from being built? What happens to that TDT money?
So that's an excellent question.
Thank
and
you.
That was, you're welcome. I saw the news article on Friday that another motion for partial summary judgment was filed in that lawsuit, and I had the same concerns as you. So I think what's going to happen is that's moving forward to the board. We'll need to take a look at that at the staff level and make sure that before the board can fund that, we either need to build into that motion that they need to get the property first and get closed on that property, or if the board wants to move forward with it, we can build that into a funding agreement to ensure that they don't get any funding unless and until we know that they're able to move forward. No.
Great question. Any other question on discussion on that one before we move forward? Or comments, I should say. I see Michael Poole, I'll start with you, sir.
Well, just a point of order, my friend Tico, we've cut off discussion. So any more discussion is inappropriate based off what we just approved. So I think from a rule of order, we ought to follow through with that. And then if you guys want to have other people who missed their opportunity to have a voice, which is unfortunate the way the process worked, I would hope that in future discussions today that we don't prematurely cut off discussion and that we allow people to have a voice, which is why we came here. It's why I spent my day here. And Tico, unbeknownst, didn't see me on the queue, and he's apologized to me for cutting me off with my commentary. I would hope that would not go further today.
Thank you, Mr. Poole. Tina Demosthenes.
I had a question on the process because originally I thought we were going to look at everything in between and then take a vote. Now we're taking individual votes without talking about some of the others. And other people may say things that make me reshift something. And if I already voted and expended the money, then it's not there. So I'm just like questioning, why are we jumping out of process when we had agreed we're taking the top, we're taking the bottom off, and we're going to look at everything in the middle? So mine's a process question. Yeah, we agreed to look at them one by one, talk about them, but I specifically asked, are we going to vote on them one by one? We said, no, we'll look at them all and then vote. So I'm just kind of like, to me, I'm just like.
So what's great and terrible about this process is that we're making up those rules ourselves. And so I think if we want to have that discussion, we're trying to be as efficient as possible. We want to make sure that every voice is heard and that we've got you on record on whatever concerns that you have. And it's not going to be perfect. We also have a really tiny little screen here that we have to keep scrolling up and down to see everybody. So apologies in advance as we try to do this as effectively as possible. We have made a motion on one of these. We have a remaining list to go through. We can discuss these one-on-one and reserve the vote until we had the discussion for the sake that there might be a shift before official votes happen. Do we need to discuss and come to a formal agreement on that being the process?
I think the group can do this whatever way they want. If they want to just say, let's go through and discuss everything and then do a vote after you've heard a discussion on each one of them and you heard the pros and cons.
Can I just see a show of hand of people in favor of that approach of not voting on them one by one, but let's discuss them one by one and then come back and vote? Okay. Don't see a lot of support for that in the room. Most people would prefer to start knocking them out and voting for them to move forward or not. Okay, remember,
No.
we're not allocating money
We're
or
not
budget to any of
allocating
them.
money.
That's the difference, right? We're just saying these are the ones that are a priority for the BCC. I see, Mr. Alvarez, that you have a question.
It's just a comment. I would simply suggest that out of consideration for all the applicants that remain, we just do these votes one by one rather than be jumbling out this project and that project together. Let's just consider each one by one, vote on them one by one to avoid complications. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, we have next on the list the Creative City Project.
Wait. We're going to,
We still need it.
we have a motion on,
I think we voted. I think we did finalize. We got both votes.
the original
The
motion.
motion.
I believe we did both. We did both.
I don't think we did.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you. Okay.
Did we vote on the motion? Sure. Okay.
Looking at the screen, we're looking at the list after Dr. Phillips Inc. is Creative City Projects. Oh. And Ella, I see you as well. Mr. Perez, you want to speak? Please press the button. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I think Mr. Poole is correct. We voted on calling the question, but we didn't vote on the question.
I seem to recall two votes.
Okay.
We voted
It sounds
on
like there was some
amending the
confusion,
motion.
so perhaps we'll go back and revote
Could we have
on the
another
amended
vote?
motion. How
An
about that?
overabundance of caution.
All right. And the original motion as stated by,
So let me just state
Tom.
what your amended motion was, because you voted on your amendment. So to reiterate, The motion was to move forward with Dr. Phillips and to refer the Association to Preserve the Eatonville Community to ARC, assuming they qualify, and then you will consider the CRA separately.
Discussion?
Okay.
Are you ready for the vote? All in favor of the motion, please signify by raising your hands.
Any opposed? Thank you. Same exact vote. Motion passes. We're officially done with that one. Okay, Creative City Project. Do we want to open up for just member comments on this before we take a vote? Okay, I think if we're ready to take a vote on whether this one. Ella, thank you so much. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you. I did originally get on the queue to say that we hadn't voted, but I will take the chance to just put in a word for Creative City, which just stands out. It's like the kind of success story you don't get a lot of, this kind of like small grassroots under-resourced arts project becoming something so successful and, like, to my eye, remarkably set up to take advantage of this kind of funds to really level up as a significant tourist attraction. And I did want to, I was looking at, if you add in anybody who said that they thought this should be referred to ARC, which, at my reading of the comments was I think people generally said that because they really support this project. If you add that in, it was close to 80% support for this project. I think we should fund it. We should commit to making it successful and not kick the can further down the road and try again with ARC, and would strongly support making this a priority to fund. I'll make that a motion.
I see Rishi Baga. I think Ella. Oh, second. So we've got a motion and a second discussion. Thank you. A motion and a second discussion. I think I see Mr. Tico. I've got quite a few, so please be patient. I'll get to you. Mr. Perez.
Yeah, very quick. I just want to make sure I understand, because this is a great project. I said supported under ARC, but then I've been educated that we're told that ARC only does capital, not operating. Is that how it works? So that they need to come through here in order to get the money?
There were some challenges with the ARC funding. I remember I made the comment that we should forward it with recommendations for change on ARC funding to support things like this, but we could also just decide to fund it.
Okay, I'm just asking, but the current ARC structure does not allow them to fund this without change?
Well, to clarify, the current ARC structure does allow that, but so far the funding windows that have been opened have only been for capital projects. The ARC has chosen to only spend it on capital projects. They could open a funding window and allow for this, but they have not so far.
I understand. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd just like to say I fully support this project. I think giving them the bucket of money to have some continuity in planning and some foresight for this is going to pay major dividends for us. I mean, you just look at what happens in Austin, Texas. When South by Southwest started years and years ago, it was nothing to write home about, and it's grown. And the economic impact in that community is phenomenal. And I think they're on the right track here, and I fully support funding this.
Thank you. Mr. Callan.
$5 million, the request. The request is $22.5 million over 5 years.
10 years.
Yes?
It's 10 years.
10 years? So it'd be roughly
It was $2.5 million a year for 10 years.
10 years.
Madam Chair.
I spoke to someone at the city who said they do like this work a great deal and it's been successful, but they did point out to me that there are others who compete to do the same things in downtown Orlando. So we would be throwing our weight and our funding behind one of the organizations.
Good note. Tina Demosthenes.
Well, we keep flipping back and forth between this sheet and this sheet. Originally, we were following this sheet in our order.
We are currently following the white
And now
sheet.
we're following this sheet, which this was a supplemental to this one, so I don't know why we're not following this one.
Because we asked the good doctor to reshuffle it based on the adjustments that we requested. So now, to keep it simple, we'll use the document that was most recently presented.
Okay, so that was my first question. And then frankly, I'm annoyed that the rules keep changing. Every time we're starting to do something, the rules keep changing. That originally we were like, okay, well, if we like things, we can move them forward, but we can put some parameters on them. Then it was like, no. Now we're only going to move things forward, yes or no, moving them in a block. Where if we'd have talked about some of the parameters, then it might have made some of these other ones easier. But instead, we're not doing that. So I'm just putting it out there that I'm annoyed at this whole process, that it's kind of a joke now, because we might as well just make a motion to approve everything, because I don't know. It's kind of become a joke, because I don't know.
I hear you.
Make up our minds, which way are we doing things?
Mr. Alvarez.
We're not happy to say so anyway. We're just, anyway, sorry.
Hey, thank you. I just want to say a couple words in support of this project. I think it's a relatively modest ask, $2.5 million per year, for something that will really change the way that our city operates, the way that our destination is looked at from the outside. So I wholeheartedly support this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Guthrie.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to say, to the point of we're putting our support behind this group, and there's other groups coming in that do the same thing. This group came to us and asked us. Other groups had the same opportunity, and they didn't do it. Thank you.
That's a good point. Mr. Callen.
One more point. I think 10-year term's too long for any group because Visit Orlando only gets 3 or 4 years for their contract. That's a concern I got. And we should allow subsequent commission to have this right. And I hate to have someone use a 10-year term for this to say everyone should get a 10-year term, which would not be good. So I would like to amend this that it be limited to a 5-year term at $2.5 million a year.
Okay, we have an amendment to that motion. Ms. Wood, are you in agreement?
Would it still qualify for funding through this mechanism if we do that?
Okay, so the amendment you offered, Mr. Callen, was $2.5 million a year for 5 years, correct? And we had a second to the amendment from Mr. Clark. Okay, so we have an amendment on the floor, and your question is, does it still qualify because it's now below 20 million? Well, that's an excellent question. It's in front of you already, and you've had an amendment to it now, so I think now that you're in the voting process, you've already heard from all the applicants. I think you can make that recommendation at this point, but it's a fair point.
Then yes, with the understanding that that wouldn't then disqualify them from funding through this mechanism, I would consider that a friendly amendment.
Okay, if you're going to consider that a friendly amendment, we don't need to vote on the amendment then. Thank you.
Mr. Poole, you had a question no longer? That addressed your issue. Okay. Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I just had one point. That's an excellent point. We don't want to set precedents for 10 years on something like this, but I don't want it to drop below the threshold. Maybe we, again, to Tina's point, I don't want to keep changing the rules because originally we started talking about are we just giving it a thumbs up or a thumbs down, not attaching money to it. So we've got to fine line how we're proposing this, but if we did 5 years, maybe we can put in there an option at the consent of the county for an extra 5 years, so that it's an automatic mechanism that they can renew it if they decide to, and there's funding there. But again, this is all well beyond our purview. This is county commission stuff, but just kind of thought all we're doing here is trying to give a thumbs up, thumbs down. So I don't want to get too hung up, but Tom's point is well taken. So maybe it's just a thumbs up, and then the county commission can decide how they want to do the terms and the money.
It does seem that there is a consensus around support for this project, this type of idea being successful and continuing to build momentum. And we want the BCC to know that we think this is the kind of thing we want to see more of, and some of those additional details need to be worked out, but we really care about not making the long-term 10-year commitment and having it be more of a 5-year window. I'll just add the comment that the fact that they've persistently tried to get funding from ARC, and that seems like the more available option to them, does beg the question about what we need to change about ARC for groups like that to be able to get access to those dollars. So, okay, we have a motion on the floor. Are we ready to take a vote? We have a motion, and we need to vote on the amendment first? No? That's right, you said we didn't have to do that now. Yeah, we're just whether we want to move this forward as a priority for the BCC.
Okay, hang on. That's not what the motion was. So the motion originally was to move the project forward. You accepted a friendly amendment to modify that to give them $2.5 million a year for 5 years. So that is what the current motion on the floor is.
Ella, your microphone is on. Did you? Okay. Any questions on that? Are we all clear? Are you trying to say something, Ella?
Great. Now it's on. Thank you. That is my understanding of what's on the floor. I would, if the temperature check seems like people would prefer to go back to making it a general thumbs up, I'm comfortable with that if that was another amendment. General thumbs up, not specifying the number of years.
No, I think the amendment was to specify the number to 5.
Great. Let's vote on that.
Okay. Okay. All in favor? Raise your hands. Make sure we can see you. Okay, all in. And any opposed? 4. Thank you. Motion passes. Jill abstained. Her vote. Jill Vaughn.
You can't abstain. You can announce a conflict if you've got a conflict. And
She has a conflict of interest.
Okay, can you turn the mic on?
If you'll press the button.
I'm abstaining from voting due to a conflict of interest.
Okay, we'll get you the form that you need to fill out for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Lord help us, we build momentum. So 8 Waves Corporation.
Just for clarification moving forward, if you are going to declare a conflict, please do so before the vote so that we know why you're abstaining. I know there might be some others for the rest of the day, so thank you.
Thanks. This was for the Children's Museum proposal. Comments or discussion, questions? Mr. Poole.
Mr. Chairman, I agree with Tina that the rules keep changing and discussion is difficult. I would move that we approve all the remaining projects for the Board of County Commissioners to review. I don't have an 8 o'clock dinner. I have a 6 o'clock dinner, and I'd like to make that. And I do believe that even what I have to say isn't going to move the needle, and it really needs to belong with the county commissioners. We discussed this last week of just having a basket and saying, hey, this basket is all qualified. Please pick the basket you want. But that's where it's going to be done. I'd like to move this forward. That's my motion.
I have a motion and a second. I see a hand from Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I get the sentiment, but that's kind of counterproductive to why the mayor brought us in here. They want the public input. That's why we're this citizens task force. So I think everybody deserves an opportunity to talk to each of these projects, no matter how laborious it may be. But yeah, that's my 2 cents on it. So I appreciate the sentiment of it, but I'll be voting against it.
Any other discussion on that before we take a vote on that motion? Okay, all in favor? Oh, sorry, I see more. Mr. Mueller. There you are.
So I think everyone thinks that these projects are going to go right to BCC. There's a step prior, right? These are going to go to the TDC first. Just so we're clear on that. Right, so it's got to go one more step before the BCC, which could be eliminated during that.
Well, let me clarify. A report will be done for the TDT Citizens Advisory Task Force that includes all of your work, and that report goes to the Board of County Commissioners with comments from the TDC. But the TDC can't change your report because this is a citizen's report. And that's what the mayor requested. The TDC will review it and make their own comments on top of it. But the intent is for the commissioners to get the final report from the Citizens Advisory Task Force. So which would be whatever you advance, the board will see what you advance and see all your comments made. And then the TDC has an opportunity to weigh in and add their comments to this.
And I just want to clarify, under the statute, the TDC is tasked with recommending to the board what is an appropriate and not appropriate funding mechanism. So if the TDC sees some of these and says, we don't think this is an appropriate use of TDT, they can include that in their recommendation to the board.
But I would also suggest that the TDC is going to want to hear our thoughts on every project that remains on the list.
Yeah, our voice is what do we believe is important, theirs is what's allowable. Ms. Wood.
I understand the sentiment. I would prefer an approach to broadly omit many of the next projects from our recommendations rather than broadly include them. I think, my understanding from this morning's presentation is, if we commit all of these funds, the next likely funding window would be 10 years from now. I don't think we have the obligation to commit the next 10 years of funds, and I would rather, there are a number of decent projects that we might want to consider in a year or two, but that I personally don't feel are refined enough, especially after this one-shot presentation process and this moment in the county. I would much rather see many of these major projects considered in the near to medium future, not years down the line, but maybe a year.
Well, I think we had Tina and Commissioner Moore. Thank you. Tina?
I agree with Michael's motion, but not because I'm discounting any of the comments that are being made here, except what I think it's the comments that we made already in the report that we did when we did our study were the comments that we wanted to go forward. And anything we're saying now, we're just kind of either repeating those. And when we originally went into this, we thought we were going to be being able to make recommendations or massaging to the process, not just a general up and down. Now that we're just making a general up and down, well, if they've made it this far in the process, we've taken out the bottom ones. I don't know that it takes away from the process because our comments are written. Our valuable comments that we wanted to go forward are already written, and they're in the report because we put them in that study. So I don't think we're taking away from the comments. It's just straightening up the process because the process keeps changing every time we talk, and I don't know. So that's all.
Thank you, Tina. Ms. Moore?
It seems like we're in a little bit of a fatalistic position here, and we've all dedicated a lot of time. So I would like to see us finish this process, but perhaps we could, after we heard each one, we could rank our priorities because the board is not going to be able to fund all these. And so they'll have all our comments, and then we could rank them, which I know we sort of did individually, but this would be our chance to re-rank them at the end of the comment period. Again, I don't think we should be nitpicking 20 million, 50 million, because it's too difficult with all of the parameters. But I would like to see a list going back from this board as to what the community thinks the highest priority projects are.
Certainly was the goal, but we do have a motion on the floor. Am I correct? Yes, we have a motion and a second to potentially forward all of these as they are now as our recommendation. So we need to take a vote on whether we want to entertain that or not, or do that or not. So if there are no more comments, do I have all in favor of advancing the projects without further discussion one by one? Please raise your hands. All opposed? Okay, motion does not pass. Thank you for the motion. Now, I will say...
They had dinner on the worksheet, and I said, no, we won't be here for dinner.
Now, when we talked about cutting off...
But I said we could always send out for pizza.
Sure. The thing I'd ask is, in this order of priority in the white sheet...
The white sheet.
It is harder to see that cutoff between those that we wanted to refer, that had some support as opposed to stronger support. In the original report, you had that sort of midline.
You want to show that original report?
If it helps us sort of group the next category as opposed to...
This one? You mean this one?
Well, yeah, we'll stick to this because I think Whitney reminds me.
Actually, what you can do is refer to slide 113 as we're going through this.
As we're going through this one, just so that we're not changing the rules of engagement. Yeah.
All right,
Just
moving
want to
on.
add one more data point. Thank you.
The next subject to be discussed, the next project to be discussed, is the Orange Audubon Society. Is that right?
Yeah. Yes. The 8 waves.
Oh, waves?
Yes.
8 waves is next.
It's not typed right in the paper. It's 8
Oh,
waves.
it's not? Back to you.
No. That's not on you. So 8 Waves Corporation, this is the Children's Museum. The Children's Museum, seen here as 8 Waves Corporation.
All right. Who would like to discuss the 8 Waves project?
Joe Dunn.
I just want to say this was one of the more well thought out, shovel-ready, mature projects that we saw with a sound basis of tourism, and it'll bring tourists out to West Orange County, which I find particularly valuable. Thank you.
Commissioner Moore. Forgive me.
There we go. I agree, because the Children's Museum was going to be on Plant Street right next to 429, the back door to the tourism industry on a rainy day with all the families here with children. I think it will really be attended. And what I liked was we really saw some creative projects, things that were different from what we've had in the past. And quietly, I've been praying for a children's museum for a long time. So I thought that the board was exceptionally well prepared for a first-time application. It was excellent.
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I concur, and I love the geographic diversity of spreading out some of our tourism across the county. Commissioner Moore's comments are well received. I fully support this. This is something that will drive a lot of economic impact in the community. I make a motion to approve.
I think I heard a motion and a second. Thank you. Discussion. I saw Tina's hand.
Yeah, I think it was a creative project, and I like spreading things out to West Orange. I think that's, and areas across the county. I guess my one concern with this one is I don't think their data was actually realistic. The numbers that they had in there, while they looked really good on paper, they were not accurate. They would be having more people there than the facility could physically even hold in order to get the number of visitors and bed nights and the data that they showed. So and they only had $3 million funding, so they were asking for $25 million. So that's a pretty big offset when there's a lot of other projects that were coming in with a 50-50 or a greater catalyst. So while they were definitely by far one of the best presentations we had, I just don't think their data was accurate, and I don't think that we should be making a recommendation based on a data that wasn't accurate, and even our economists said that.
Yeah, do have to say I love the presentation, the concept, the location. I had concerns about the data. Okay, any other comments? Let's call the question then. How many in favor of moving this project forward? Okay, and all opposed? Oh, Tico. Thank you, sir.
Did everybody vote? Because I'm only counting 16 yeses and 9 noes, and I think we've got more people than that in the room.
Again, all the yeses, raise your hand. Thank you.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
We've got everybody now.
Yeah, so that passes.
We will move on to discussion, I believe, of the Orange Audubon Society.
Yeah, yes, I'm sorry. Motion passes. That project is moving forward. Thank you, Mr. Poole.
Who would like to comment or raise an issue on the Orange Audubon Society? I will state that I believe that would be a very appropriate one to reapply to the new ecotourism task group. It sounds very good to me, and I would remind you all that 50 years ago or 75 years ago, West Orange County had lots of tourism. Lake Apopka fishing and all kinds of wonderful ecotourism in the beginning. Comments?
Tina.
If we defer them to the other program, if they're already in progress now, will they be able to apply for a grant if they're already in progress?
Can I clarify which other program you're asking about?
The ecotourism?
I think she was saying maybe the ecotourism.
So I wanted to clarify this point because I noticed in a lot of your comments, a lot of folks said this one in particular should be referred to either ecotourism or the infrastructure program. This does not qualify for either of those. Ecotourism would specifically be for promotion of tourism, and the infrastructure program is only for water bodies and shorelines. This is for a museum, so it would be a capital project, so it actually would not qualify for either of those programs.
Could it go to ARC?
It could go to ARC.
And then if it was deferred to ARC because it's already under construction, would it not be able to go?
Not necessarily, no.
I just want, make sure that if we weren't just kicking it down the road into something they couldn't apply for.
That's a good point.
Well, I don't know that we can overlook our council's recommendation, so I will withdraw my motion. Yeah.
Mr. Poole.
Motion?
No, we've withdrawn the motion.
Oh, okay. I voted yes on 2 projects through all the 20. Only 2. This is one of the 2. It's the best bang for our bucks. I love the ecotourism side. It happens to be the only one that I donate money to. I checked with our lawyer, and that is not a conflict of interest. I think it's a wonderful project, but I understand the size and the funding pieces of it, so it doesn't fit here and it doesn't fit here, but it fits within the fabric of our tourism. It'd be a shame that we miss it just because of some man-written rules that can't be adjusted.
And what are you suggesting, Mr. Poole?
Move this forward to the Board of County Commissioners to review.
I'll second it.
Discussion of the motion, which is to move the project forward to the county commission and let them wrestle with it.
Commissioner Moore, I see your hand.
Oh, sorry.
There we go. I agree. When you look at the number of tourists who are going down the Wildlife Drive, and the opportunities that are in Apopka for additional hotels and return on investment, it's certainly a good buy. And when you think about Deborah Green, who's put this together without a salary, without a paycheck, with just a board, and raised so much money already, it's different, it's creative, and I like the idea of Orange County being a place for ecotourism. And you made the point that it was not eligible for those other funds. So with that, I would certainly recommend we fund it through the regular process.
Thank you.
Well, I'm certainly in favor of moving it forward under those conditions and circumstances. Ready for the vote? All in favor of the motion, please say aye. Okay.
Are there any nays? Wow, a unanimous decision. That's great. Thank you. That's pretty sweet.
We are picking up steam, folks. We're moving along a little more quickly. And the next one, which might be open to discussion, is the Association to Preserve the Eatonville Community. And Roseanne?
Now what we decided on. So we can go to Dr. Phillips Center for Performing Arts.
Oh, okay. We dealt with that already. Okay. Now we can go to Dr. Phillips Center for the Performing Arts, and we will open the floor for comments and questions.
Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dr. Phillips, I know this is a big request, right? So obviously, if we've approved all these all the way down, there's going to be an issue for the BOCC to fund everything, and especially at this level. I don't even think if we voted for the committees already, we're below what the request would be. But I did want to say a couple of things here. I think Dr. Phillips is probably, I looked at this whole process and I saw 3 or 4 that I felt truly fit the definition of what TDT was framed and what it was created as. And this is definitely one of them that exactly fits the bill, what the statute was for. It is a true gym, and the one thing I like about it is, yes, we have the Orange County Convention Center and things that are, we pump the money in and we get returns on it. But this is something that the citizens in Orlando and the community get to enjoy. The numbers are probably pretty rare that somebody goes to a convention and then decides to go catch an event at Dr. Phillips. Your Dr. Phillips attendance, I would venture to guess, is probably a lot of the residents. And so this is our community getting a benefit from me sitting in traffic, or me waiting in line at a restaurant because we have 75 million tourists every year. So this is something that I think the community gets a benefit from what we do and what we bring in on the tourism aspect. So it does drive some tourism, and you are getting people that come in for shows. My season ticket holder, I'm a season ticket holder, and my neighbor flies in from Baltimore every week for a show, every month for a show, which blows my mind. But we do get some dollars from it. It may not be the highest ROI on the tourism, but I think it's an asset, and it's a return for the community, for the citizens, all of us that are sitting here that live in this community. And I know we can't fund it for $750 million, but I would say I'd like to move this forward and let the county commission figure out how many buildings, how many parts of the phases that they can approve. But we need to keep it going. It's sunk cost right now, and we need to keep the thing growing and evolving as a community. Thank you.
And we have a second on that from Mr. Poole. What? Well, I know, I was just repeating the motion.
Did he make a motion?
Yes.
Okay.
He made a motion, and Mr. Poole seconded the motion.
Tico Perez seconded the motion. He's done. Ms. Perez, you're up next for comment, if you'd like to.
Oh, I am. Oh.
Besides your second?
My second was there. Look, it's a great deal of money. It's a lot of theaters. It's a lot of projects that can and will likely have to be phased. But it would be crazy not to move this forward to the county commission and let them sort that out when they get more clarity on the numbers and more clarity on other issues. This is one of the staples of our community. It's one of the anchors of what we do. And however the county commission can manage to work the dollars, I think they should. But the thought of us not moving it forward, to me, is crazy.
Could I ask a question, Mr. Chairman? Is there anyone, would it be appropriate to ask if there is anyone who doesn't want to move this forward and who?
We have comments in queue.
Okay.
So we might get there. Let's see, Doug Gomber, I'm sorry. Here you go, sir. Oh, Tina, if you'll turn your mic off for me and come back on, I'll come back to you.
There we go. In the interest of not having to keep us here any longer, I want to echo almost everything that Chris said. I feel the exact same way, and that's a speech I was going to give on this project. This is a fantastic thing for us as community members. But my only thing here is it's unfortunate that you're coming at this year when we look at this list and we see all these projects that are deserving to come. I would like to say we recommended this and put an amendment in there to give you like maybe 250 or something like that, because a 750 give is going to put a bullet in the side of a lot of heads of people that really deserve money. And we appreciate what you do here. It's a great project, but 750, I don't think that it's worth that for us this year. So that's my recommendation.
Motion.
Was that an offered an amendment to the motion?
Well,
Yeah.
I was just asking him if it was a motion or a recommendation.
Everybody's talking at once. Hold on.
Thank you. Well, I'll let you repeat that, and then we can respond. I need somebody's mic off. Ella, if you'll turn your mic off for me. Thank you.
A friendly amendment to the motion for a $250 million funding limit.
Dies for lack of a
Second.
Oh.
Okay, it's a friendly amendment. If the original motion accepts, we don't need the second. And to do that, I need to turn your mic on.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I don't have any problem with it in concept. It's a slippery slope, though, because I didn't name a number, and we're not naming numbers on any of these. And so we're just giving it a thumbs up to advance and let the county commission kind of vet out what that number should be. So I get you in spirit, and I think you're spot on, but I don't want to accept that because I don't want to put a number on it.
Yeah, at least it goes on record as a concern. Thank you. So we're not advancing that amendment. We just have the original motion on the floor.
No, we have a motion and a second.
And a second.
To amend.
Okay, just hold on, everybody.
Was there a second amendment?
You had
Who
a motion
seconded
by
that?
Mr. Mayor, seconded by Tico here. You had a friendly amendment offered by Mr. Gomber that was declined. And Mr. Gomber, are you going to withdraw that amendment at this point? Thank you. So your original motion stands to move the project forward without any numbers attached to it.
So we have a few people on queue for discussion. Ella Wood.
Great, thank you. This is the point on this list at which I become really uncomfortable recommending most of these projects to move forward. Like, these are massive funding requests. And I regret that DPAC is the first project on this list because it's such an incredible asset for the county. It's, I go to DPAC, incredible spot. I think, one of these comments says, great project if we had unlimited funds. I feel similarly. I'm very concerned about, and I feel for the people presenting for them because I know they were really reluctant to prioritize any of the phases of this project because they've got one shot to put together a presentation and a process that has been jammed into a short period of time and that we've all put a lot of work into, but it doesn't leave either the applicant or the county with a lot of opportunity to, to see what do we want out of this project. The different phases present really different things, from parking to more performance spaces. I would love to just see this move a little further down the road and have the county consider this, this great asset of the county But, I'd love to tell some of these applicants, revise and resubmit based on the comments and hard work that this committee has done. So I would prefer not to, blur that into just a thumbs up to move this forward at this time.
Thank you. Tina Demosthenes.
I kind of agree with a lot of the sentiment that was said here that Dr. Phillips is a valuable asset to the community, but I would not want to move it forward ahead of something like the convention center, which is truly what the funds were established for. It's a catalyst project. It's going to bring jobs. It's going to bring more hotel rooms. It's going to actually put more funding back into the TDT, where this one with such a high dollar amount is just going to take from what we have to spread around, and we're already spreading it around so thin. So my concern would be the numbers have got to come down, or at least set a prioritization for something like the convention center, which it checked all the boxes, and it's the one that actually has the ROI. It has the hotel beds, it has that increased ad valorem, it has all those things, and I wouldn't want this to move ahead of that, because we just happen to be taking them in this order. Because on this other list, when we were following this list, the convention center would have been ahead. So, anyway, that's my 2 cents.
Thank you. Did you have a comment, Madam Chair?
I do. It is, of course, I agree with all the positive things that have been said. It is a world-class institution, and I will only add that they were ranked for dollars in the last go-round, and they were bumped by the University of Central Florida. So they were ranked to get funding, and because of some issues, UCF got put ahead of them, so they did not get the dollars that they were approved by a similar task force last year, 3 years ago.
Thank you. Jill Vaughn.
I personally recommend moving them forward. They have been a tried and true partner with Orange County. They also have worked with the county to show that they're willing to do it in segments as well. So I would like to move them forward and have the county commissioners work with Dr. Phillips Center to determine how much funding is available and what that looks like for their proposal that they have before our committee.
Thank you. Mr. Callan.
I share in the comments, this is a real big ask, $750 million or such, and my concerns are that it would be a continual expense going forward. I know Dr. Phillips is a wonderful center. We're proud to have them. This is a lot of money, and I would like to see some kind of level of other type of funding mechanism for it besides the TDT that's in a meaningful amount. I think this is not the good year to do it in light of what's going on with Tallahassee. And I think also we need to save some of the gunpowder and flexibility for commission going forward. So my recommendation would be and also you have citizens that want a portion of the TDT spent on transportation and housing for the workers in the industry. They want to open that up. And I think if you present a big project at $750 million to a commission without any of those such qualifiers, then it could suggest that we all think that this project can suck up all capacity that TDT will have in the next 10 years. And that is a very troubling vote to have. And that's why I'm opposed to this motion.
Thank you. Mr. Clinton.
Thank you. I completely agree. It's a great center. I think everybody knows that. The return on the investment that Tina talked about, the data not supporting heads and beds like the convention center has, is a major concern. But even further is that if we compare this project in size and scope to the convention center, our return on the investment when it comes to the employees who actually work in the two places is quite different. It's actually startling different. The largest departments in either of these facilities are the food and beverage departments. They're subcontracted out to companies that do this nationally. The workers at the convention center enjoy guaranteed annual wage increases, quality affordable health care, and a pension plan, a real retirement plan through their union contract that they have with Sodexo Live. At the Dr. Phillips Performing Arts Center, none of that exists. There is no offer of health care from Oakview Group. There is no retirement plan whatsoever. And there are no annual wage increases at all guaranteed. I'd love to see that change, and I think if we're going to put this amount of money into a program like that, I think all of us should have those same concerns. Not only how does it benefit the community overall, but how about the direct people who get paid to do the work in those places? Comparing DPAC to OCCC, very different experiences for a food and beverage worker.
Thank you. Commissioner Moore.
I'm not assuming that this group is going to, decide. I'm assuming that the BCC is going to decide, but I have to speak up for Dr. Phillips because I was the one who made the motion for UCF. And did you know that? She knew that. And that was only because we were having problems disagreeing because this is so difficult and move the process forward. But they were criticized in that process for not having a comprehensive plan. Now they gave you a comprehensive plan. So I'm not saying I support the full amount. I would leave that up to the BCC. But they're a class act. It's busy all the time. You cannot find many other organizations, nonprofits, that can run and a positive cash flow on their operating budget. What they do is nothing short of remarkable. So I support them, but not at the full amount, and I would leave that to the BCC.
Mr. Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I second what Commissioner Moore had just said. To be clear, I'm not endorsing any amount of money here. I'm saying we need to move this forward. I don't want us to get ahead of ourselves or over our skis because the BOCC is going to make all these ultimate decisions, whether we agree with them or not. And I think, to Tom's point, I would love nothing more than to use this TDT money for transportation, affordable housing. I mean, for those of you who don't know, I just wrapped up being chairman of the Expressway Authority this year. I served with Commissioner Moore. I would love that money for transportation. But I'm also realistic about it that we need to be very careful that we have to operate in the bounds of what we're given here. Changing the statute opens up a whole other can of worms. That's a whole politics 101 for another day. And then the other thing is that we need to be careful too that I want to make sure that the BOCC has the tools to be able to allocate all these funds 100%, because if we let this bucket get too big and it's sitting there and people in Tallahassee or other places look around and see our money, they're going to have some ideas, and we don't want to give them that opportunity. So yes, I don't think we can fund all these things, but we need to fund all of the money, and we need to give the BOCC a full menu and let them go after it, because if not, I don't want other counties or other people in the state coming after our funds. So and I can completely confer that I think the convention center, the Citrus Bowl, or I'm sorry, Camping World Stadium, I'm old school, and Dr. Phillips, and even Amway, or Kia, those are the crux of what the TDT was formed for, and we've got to keep those things moving forward. Thank you.
Mr. Guthrie.
Yeah, thank you. So I kind of have a question. So the first meeting, I came straight out and said, I'm in favor of transportation too. I think we need to prioritize getting people to jobs, which will increase, the quality of employees and better the experience for our tourism. My question is, right now, how it stands, if we wanted to put money into that transportation, the bylaws would have to be changed, correct? How it is?
The legislation would have to be changed.
Legislation.
The legislature would have to make that change.
So they would have to go to them. Is that window of time, would it be able to make that change with us or 3 years from now with that group?
It isn't a function of this particular body, but I will highlight the last committee made sure to go on record stating that that was a priority that needed to be discussed. It's one the mayor and the staff and others took seriously enough to go up to Tallahassee. And it's one that I feel has been echoed very loud in this group. I bet you if we took a poll, there'd be a strong sentiment that We all recognize the importance of TDT. It needs to be protected and used for the purpose it was created. We need to be investing in these venues because we can't, we don't want to kill the goose that lays the golden eggs. But it does make a lot of sense that we should probably find ways to also use it to affect the other things that strengthen our tourism, which is the quality of life of our workers and transportation and housing. So, but that is a conversation outside of the work of this committee. It's certainly something that we as citizens should find ways to advocate and pursue and maybe even organize. It's just outside of our
maybe but we did say that we would discuss question 41.
And we could do the same thing as well, yes.
I guess I wasn't clear on my question. Is it doable to make a difference in that with what we're pushing through? Would the county commissioners be able to go in time and make changes to allocate this money into the transportation if they wanted to?
To answer your question, that would require going to the Florida legislature when they're in session and getting the Florida legislature to alter the TDT-related statute. And last time, the group suggested that we try and get a tourist impact tax, 1 penny dedicated for affordable housing. And the mayor went to the Florida Association of Counties. So you have two components. You have the Florida legislature, but you have all the other counties that receive TDT funding. And they also have to be on board at that, because anytime you change legislation that impacts their TDT, they're going to want to have a say on that. So it's not our board just votes to change the TDT statute. It does require going to the state, getting support of the legislature, and probably some other groups that have TDT, because we wouldn't like it if Miami went up there and just started making changes to ours. We would probably want to have input in that type of situation.
Thank you. Mr. Callan.
Chris, my concern is that if we have an unqualified recommendation of this, it would create the impression that we were supporting the use of all capacity that could be in TDT for the next 5 to 10 years, be bonded out, and have us have no options going to Tallahassee to change the law. We've heard some comments early on in this process that the effort by the county made in Tallahassee, not by the mayor, but by people in the community not being there with the mayor and reaching out to our local state delegation and federal delegation wasn't there, and it really needs to be a better full court press by the county leading that charge in the future. And so my concern is if we have $430 million a year collected in TDT, I would hope the county commission would feel compelled not to spend all of it and save some of that gunpowder for the opening of transportation and housing, whether that's $40 million a year or whatever, to be meaningful to help solve these two issues. And primarily solving these two issues for the employees of the industry that generates this tourist development tax for us. I mean, the lower wage holders. And so people don't commute from Polk County. So that was only my concern. My comment was we don't have this being unqualified support for this. We recommend to the board as well that they consider these other public policy issues that go with it. And we save some of our gunpowder. I don't think we should expend all of our gunpowder on TDT and obligate it for 5 to 10 years. But then you foreclose any other options going forward. Thank you.
Just one clarification on the bonds issue. I'll ask Whitney to clarify.
I just wanted to remind everyone that when we put out the interest indicator, we did put on there the county will not be issuing bonds for any of these projects. So to the extent there are bonds, they would have to issue them themselves or through some other organization that has the ability to do that. So this would not impact the county's bonding capacity. In this case, I suspect the city would be the one that would have to issue those.
Okay, we have a motion and a second.
Are you ready for the question? All in favor of the motion, please say aye. Or raise your hands. The motion is to advance the Performing Arts Center to the County Commission without any comment on the amount, but leaving that to the Board of County Commissioners.
Noes? All opposed? Motion passes. Thank you. One more down.
Okay, now we're at the Florida Citrus Sports issue, which I believe you understand better than I do.
This was actually the Major Events Fund. It was presented to us by the team at Florida Citrus Sports and Greater Orlando Sports Commission. This was the fund that we had the ability to respond quickly when opportunities came up with competitive bids. Comments, questions on this one? Mr. Poole.
I need clarification. I couldn't understand whether it was $25 million one time for 5 years, or was it $5 million a year? I'd like to know what the ask was, because it was very unclear.
Steve, do you want to clarify? I'm looking at the application.
Great clarification.
Thanks. So I'm a no on this. The easiest thing for a salesperson to do is to discount what you're selling. And what we're selling is our community when we invite people here. And the idea that we have to discount the #1 tourist destination in the world, that we have to discount and pay people to come visit us, to me is abhorrent from a business perspective. And it's not a model that's sustainable. So how much is enough? Is it 25 million? Is it 50 million? Is it 100 million? I mean, you could spend a lot of money buying everything you want, and it's the wrong economic development model. It's broken. We all know it's broken, but for whatever reason, business leaders across the communities do this. It just doesn't follow capitalism that I know.
Yeah, I think the point I pick up on that is, for whatever reason, that is how the game is played. So, Mr. Clinton.
Yes, thank you.
Oh, sorry. Please press the button again.
Sorry about that. I completely agree with Mr. Poole and what he just said, and I would just add on in the terms of the return of our investment on the jobs that these kinds of events create literally could not be worse. They are one-time jobs that pay literally zero benefits whatsoever and probably pay minimum wage, and that's it. There is no family-sustaining career path in a one-time job like that. And if we're thinking about return on investment as it relates to labor and the work involved within it, this drags our community down. I do believe these events put heads in beds, which is important because that creates more TDT money, unlike the DPAC before. But in terms of the jobs, these are actually even lower in terms of how it impacts working people in Central Florida. We need to lift up those jobs, not continually put a ceiling on them. Thank you.
Tina?
There was a major events fund that was part of one of the other programs as well. When we were reading, they had a major events fund. It was in one of the other, it was either ARC or ACA or somebody had major events fund.
So ARC has a blockbuster
Yeah,
fund for
blockbuster.
the arts. Yeah.
So I feel like there's other opportunities where they could go for this funding. So in light of us getting lower and lower on the list, I would not prioritize this type of funding ahead of any of the other projects that we have before us. So I would not be in favor.
Mr. Dunn. Let's try again.
I agree with the previous three speakers. Thank you.
Pete Clark.
No, thank you. I struggle with this as well, and I know that they bring a lot of great games, and it's really a boon to the economy. But I think we're usurping the power of the Board of County Commissioners when we're looking at this kind of money. And I'm still struggling with paying a homeless football team $10 million to come play in our stadium. I mean, you're right. It just doesn't make any sense. We paid them $10 million to come to our stadium, and they don't have one. So I think that we leave this in the hands of the Board of County Commissioners. They do a great job negotiating some wonderful things that come here, and I go to them. But I think this is one that needs to rest with the board.
Doug.
I can't believe I'm saying this because I'm probably a bigger sports fan than anybody in this room, but this program to me is more of a marketing thing, and I think this needs to go through a Visit Orlando or something else. There's got to be a different way to get this money. I just don't see, I don't see heads in beds. I don't see any employees coming from this. And again, I'm looking at this list, and I'm trying to pare down the ones that are doing this, and this is taking money away from them. And I love what they do. I love the commission. But again, I can't see supporting this project.
Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to echo what Doug said. I'm a massive sports fan, but we're running out of money. We're going down the list. I will say that I'd rather us focus on the second request from the Florida Citrus Sports, which is for the infrastructure, because that's the infrastructure at the Citrus Bowl that actually can drive some projects instead of dumping money into these kind of funds. And I mean, I think they're all great, but we're running out of money. If we're going to split hairs, let's look at that second one for the event center and the parking garage later on. Thank you.
Mr. Mueller.
Let's not forget a couple of years ago, I believe Orlando was rated the best sports city in the United States. And the minute you stop investing in that, you go backwards. So I think this is a continually wise decision. We still need to get out and market appropriate groups to keep coming to Orlando.
Joe Vaughn. Chris, if you'll turn off your mic, please. Thank you.
I looked at this a little bit differently when I read it, and because I looked at it more like creating an ARC-type fund around sports tourism. So I did look at that a little bit differently, and I actually think that, you know, some of these events that come that drive a tremendous amount of economic impact as well as sports tourism, you know, the decisions need to be made quickly. And so I looked at it as giving, you know, creating a fund per se similar to ARC, but for sports tourism. So that's the way I read the application, and that's the way that I was supporting the initiative.
Yeah, I have to say that's the way that I understood it as well, is just to provide the facility to respond. These things, you know, all these organizations plan years in advance, but when opportunities come out, you have to be opportunistic about how you jump on it. And sadly to say, it is a competition about who creates the most attractive invitation. But I do hear we've got a shopping list here with steep competition for the project, and my heart bends more towards the reason for the other FCS project as well. So let's take a, do we have a motion on the floor? None at all? Does anyone want to make a motion? Joe, you would like? Joe, hold on, Joe, let's get you on record. Let me turn on your microphone.
Okay, I make a motion to not move Florida Citrus Sports and Greater Orlando Sports Commission forward to the final list.
Second.
We have a motion and a second discussion. Did we have, were they on the list of being referred to any other program? No, because this was kind of like a separate fund in and of itself. Yeah, okay. Any other discussion? Okay. I don't see any names. Let's call the question. All in favor of then not moving forward with this project? Okay, and you, all opposed? Five. Okay, motion passed. We will not be moving forward on that one. And next up, we've got the Convention Center. Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This one, again, it goes into the original bucket of the main venues that we created, that TDT was kind of entitled for. And I know there's been a lot of concern about the amount of money. Again, we're running down the list. We're running out of money. And one of the things that concerns me about this one is that, as we saw, they operate in the red constantly. I do think that we need to still move forward and fund it. We're already, you know, lack of a better phrase, we're already pregnant here. And I think that this is the crown jewel for the county. We need to advance it because we've got to, we can't be losing conventions because other communities will continue to dump money in. I offer one suggestion. I don't know if anybody read it in the comments about throwing it out for baseball in the convention center. That was me, shocker. But I would like to see, we have some concerns about the amount of money for the expansion of the convention center, and we have some concerns about baseball and how much money that would have taken. But we have two halves. Why don't we put them together and make a whole? The convention center says they need this special events space for 30, 40,000 people for event, big events that they want to have come in. They need to add some other things. Why don't you just add that on as a baseball stadium, 40, 45,000 seats that's attached to the convention center? You have 81 games a year. The other, the balance of that, 260 nights a year, you have it open for conventions and special uses. So you're maximizing that investment and you're getting double the return, the heads and beds. You're really driving that revenue. And it's because if you put them separate and you're just doing the convention center expansion and the baseball expansion, you're running these separately. And if you combine them, you're ensuring the fact that this event's going to be full, it's going to be utilized, and you could really drive the economic impact. So I recommend that we need to move forward the convention center and let the BOCC solve this. I mean, they're ultimately going to be the ones to solve it. But I would add the caveat that we encourage them to look at other ways to add revenue or drive revenue into that, and potentially including baseball. I mean, I don't know how much more it would cost to put a 40,000 seat onto that, what they're doing. I mean, they're already trying to add seats. So that's my idea. I'm open to discussion, but it might be a way to put a little bit of lipstick on the pig, if you will.
Mr. Mueller.
Well, I think baseball was already voted out. So obviously, when we look at all four buckets of what TDT brings, Orange OCC fills it. And by the way, it's proven that it's a $5 billion yearly economic that brings in yearly. So that's already been discussed. Truly, I think we heard back when Mark presented Tester that it's only dark about 10 days a week. The perception is completely, a year, that perception is completely wrong. But anyway, I think I think you had a proposal, right? Or no? Or
To your point, baseball's been removed.
Right.
It was just a suggestion. I think we need to advance it.
Right.
But maybe we can make this as a condition. Look at ways to add ROI.
my motion would be just that we move forward with OCC project.
We have a motion and a second. We do have some comments in queue. So as part of discussion, let me hear those. Tina, yours was just the seconding of the motion. Next. Oh, please go ahead.
I think that the intent of the TDT development tax and everything that we've done was originally set up to fund the convention center. It's, you know, the first couple buckets. It's everything that the original intent of the fund was established for. The project does check all the boxes. It meets the statutory requirements. It is a shovel-ready project. And more than that, more than any other project can say, it is a catalyst project. It's going to bring not only more heads and beds for the additional facility, it's actually going to bring larger events to the center. And then we've had more than one hotelier come to us and say, I'm going to expand my facilities. Upon expanding their facilities, they're going to be adding back into the TDT funds with their additional infrastructure, buildings, hotels. They're going to be adding to the ad valorem tax base, which is going to go to the general fund, which is going to help the community as a whole, which Orange County can direct funding from the general fund to the transportation and affordable housing projects if they so desire. And it will stimulate reinvestment in the tourist corridor and may in the future, in fact, help the Dreamers, which, Chris would like to see. I think that it's essential, it's a substantial economic benefit, and it will include the type of jobs that we need and other new development. And while I hope that a project like this will help the Dreamers come in, I'm not in support of adding them to this proposal or recommendation.
Jackie.
I want to echo what Chris and Tina said. I agree that this is the basis of what TDT was set up for. When I moved to this community almost 40 years ago, I knew I was moving into a community that tourism was one of the main economic drivers. Have we expanded that, and are we continuing to do that? Absolutely. But this is the kind of development that feeds back ROI. Perhaps it operates, the facility itself operates in the red, but the economic benefit it creates for this community continuously year over year is unmatched by any other project that we're looking at. So I'm fully in support of funding this.
Ella.
Thank you. I'll start with the positive about the convention center that I really want to underscore is that I don't think any of us can argue the convention center's ROI is incredible. What the convention center does for our economy is tremendous. Eric highlighted the direct economic impact of how high quality the jobs within the convention center are. That is an enormous thing that we should give the convention center a ton of credit for, and the work that Mark and everyone has done to have it operating in the black this year, incredibly successful. That's huge. The convention center having a huge ROI doesn't mean that this project has the same huge ROI. And at a time when we're all aware of, we have many other possible priorities that could support the convention center and its growth. We've all talked a lot about transit. There are a number of ways that, finding ways to improve the transit problems that have been taking business out of the convention center, I think could do a lot more for the convention center's success and its ROI for our community. I am intrigued by this idea. I did read, Mr. Mayor, in your comments about the idea of bringing MLB into the convention center. Everyone who knows baseball has said to us that when baseball is successful, the ROI is huge. We don't know enough about this project, and I think we were all clear it's way too early to commit funds here. But it is a project that they've brought forward this really exciting idea of taking restricted TDT funds and turning it into something that, if successful, could give us much less restricted funds for things like housing and transit. I'm really intrigued by those ideas. And I think it's time, out of support for the convention center and what it does, to put those innovative ideas together and come up with a better plan for what we do with all of those ideas than just rolling forward with a project that may not be the right thing to meet this moment. So at this time, I do not think we should move this proposal forward. I don't say that out of negativity toward the convention center or its importance at all. I say it because I think the county should take time and look at it comprehensively, maybe under the next commission, and we should hold all of these excellent comments and put it forward into a later process.
Mr. Baga.
Thank you so much. So much of what I had in mind was actually very eloquently said by Ella, and I'm not sure I'll be able to match her on that. So I just wanted to express much of my same concerns. I'll just say a few extra points, if I may add. One of them I'll say is that I think it's important to remember, and again, not disparaging the importance of the convention center here, this is an expansion, right? This is not our existing facility, improving it. It's an expansion. So that's taking on even a little bit more and making some assumptions about the growth that are going to happen in that space. And why that worries me, and I kind of alluded to this last time around, I'm a small hotel operator. My mom, my dad, and I are a family business. We own one hotel. And about 50% of the hotels in Orlando are these kind of small family-run, family-operated hotels. And we are down. We're down. If you ask almost any of us, we're down the last year or 2 years. So I'm a little afraid that that's a harbinger of times to come. And I am worried that I'm hey, listen, I'm great. Some folks have the money to build thousands more rooms. But for the small folks, I'm not entirely sure, how that affects us. And so while we are putting this expansion, we're already fixing up the place. We're putting a lot of investments into it. I still think there's a fundamental issue of how do you even get to the convention center that we have not addressed. And that's a big problem because now there will be even more people getting to the convention center, but we don't really have a way to get there. So I think that some of these things need to be addressed. Not opposed to it in the long term. I'm just not sure that we're there right now. And I think that this is one of those things that maybe a future BCC needs to be addressing. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Callan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to follow up what Rishi said. My understanding the proposal was, this is Phase 5B, to add 200,000 square feet to the existing convention center, which is about 2.1 million square feet. And the amount would be $540 million. So that equates to roughly about $2,700 per square foot to build a building. And I know these things get expensive. There are different types of buildings. It's a unique kind of structure they want to do. I got that. I looked at the county's budget for last year that was approved budget document. The county is committed through TDT funds to spend upwards of $990 million in the next 5 years on the existing convention center for repair, maintenance, and redos of capital that have to be done from time to time. And that's not including the $560 million bond issue that was issued this spring for Phase 1A. So the county and TDT in 2025 and now 2026 has committed about $1.5 billion over the next 5-year window. Joining what Rishi's concerns are, I think we should, when Phase 1A is completed in, I believe it's 2029, then maybe it'd be appropriate at that point, after a couple-year run, to look at Phase 1B. It's a lot of money. It may take, again, all the capacity or gunpowder that's in the TDT. And the county's still committed to providing $1.5 billion almost to the convention center last year and this year for the next 5-year window. I think adding another $540 million to that may be too much.
Thank you. Mr. Poole.
Thank you. I'll be definitely voting no on this one. Besides the parking garage at Camping World Stadium, this is the lowest ROI. So I don't understand people's math. My math is that it's one of the worst. In the first meeting that we had, a gentleman from one of the hotel organizations stood up and quoted his deceased boss, who said, look at this thing, look at it on a marginal basis. That was his words. Look at it on a marginal basis. So that's what I'm doing. All of this stuff is about margins. We're spending $500 million for 150,000 annual tourists, which is only 400 tourists a day additional that we're going to get. This is a rounding error out of 76 million. It's a rounding error, up and down. We would be better spending the $500 million over the next 20 years of $25 million a year advertising and bringing it in so the smaller hotels in this community could survive, and at other places. The reason that some people in this room and outside of this room is because the radius around the convention center is where they make their money. So for me, those are all about me projects. This is all about me making more money spending there. We have spent 50 years building that convention center and pouring money into it. It's time for a change. We all know it's time for a change. And the idea that we're going to vote to move something along when we know it's broken, on a marginal basis, it's broken. It's insanity. We need to move forward. Let's save that $500 million and let's look at transportation and workforce housing.
Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just to be crystal clear here, I fully support the convention center. I don't know what that looks like, what level, but it's the economic engine of our community. So I want to be crystal clear. I support it, but what I'm saying to Mr. Poole's point, 150,000 people, that is marginal, but if you pair it with a baseball stadium, 45,000 attendees, 81 games a year. The average attendance is 3.5 million for 1 year. God forbid they make the playoffs. So I just want to point that out. Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to add to the comments. It clearly is at the center of the bullseye of the design of the TDT to sustain an economic engine that beyond the theme parks introduces more people to our communities and to opportunities to do business here, to come back here with their families. It's really central to the economic engine we're trying to drive. I would say that I would love to have heard more about sort of the radius of impact across, whether it's the hoteliers in the area, we heard a little bit about the workforce there, the connection to the community, and how it radiates beyond the ROI in the building. And so as we move it forward, and we'll take a vote whether to do so or not, the idea that the convention center and all of our projects should argue for not only how we've talked about the statute allowing for greater uses than the standard TDT use, but also the way that our venues, that each of these public assets operate, having a connection to benefit the local community around them and try to solve some of these problems in the way that they can, I think is really important. And here, we're hearing a lot of folks saying they'd like to see that from this particular asset, but that it is probably the most important asset on this list is very hard to deny. Okay, I think we have a motion on the floor, and I think we've had all discussion and comments. No. Oh, no, please, Madam Chair.
In preparation for this discussion, I spoke to the comptroller's office and got some figures that are roughly like Tom's, but they encompass a larger period of time. From the inception of the tourist development tax, the convention center has spent $3,129,281,000, et cetera, et cetera. When we started this process, I was thinking that, gosh, these people who want $65 million are asking for a whole lot of money. And suddenly now it does seem that given the opportunities we have to benefit more of the community and different kinds of visitors, that the idea of moving this forward when it is still under construction from the last amount they were granted, what I would like to see is that we vote the motion down, expect the county commission to request a review of all that's been done when the project is completed, and then decide, depending on what the circumstances are at that point in time, to either move forward with more or not. So I won't be supporting the motion.
Thank you. Okay, we've got, I think we're ready to call the question. All in favor? Do you want to repeat the motion? Just repeat the motion, be clear. To advance this project as presented to the Board of County Commissioner to be evaluated, obviously, by the TDC in that process. All in favor, raise your hands. To advance the convention center as proposed. All opposed. I think we have more nays, right?
Is that a total?
Yes, it does not pass.
We get everybody?
I think we got everybody. Great. Thank you. One down. Now, I have received a plea for a break. I do know that we are beyond time. I do need to know if everybody's if anybody's going to leave, we need to let us know. I want to make sure that we still have quorum to finish our proceedings. But let's we literally have 4.
No, you kept the CRA on.
City of Ocoee? Yeah, because we kept it in UCF. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, let's take a 10-minute break and be right back, please. Thank you. Welcome back. Thank you so much. Okay, we wrapped up with our last vote with the Convention Center. Next up on the list is Florida Citrus Sports. This is one I think Mr. Mayor made a comment before he had to leave about the parking garage. It feels like a misunderstood project in many ways, because if you read it on paper, it is a parking garage, but it's actually an enhancement on investment that we've already committed to spend TDT dollars on this new venue to make this something that improves what we're doing around Camping World Stadium. And the parking garage only enhances the possibility of greater returns on an existing investment in development. It is also a huge economic boom when you think about projects that not only drive TDT, but benefit the community around it, to create economic opportunity and jobs and improve the folks that live closest to it. This is a quintessential example in our region of doing that, and this parking garage specifically enhances opportunities for small businesses that are there according to how it's planned and where the area where it's designed for being co-located. So this is one that I certainly has my recommendation and support. It's the kind of thing that I'd love to see from more projects where the proposal isn't just about heads and beds, but about how the investment itself benefits the wider community. I see a hand up by Mr. Vance.
Thank you. So it's my understanding, and please correct me if I'm wrong, that this has to be connected to, I'm still going to call it the Citrus Bowl because I'm old school, the Citrus Bowl.
Yeah.
So really, this is kind of a gift because if it's connected to the Citrus Bowl, then it becomes property of the city, correct?
I assume that's how it's structured.
Yeah, so really this is something that they're going to do, like you said, an enhancement. So that's why I'm really in favor of this. And I think having gone to many events there and having to walk across OBT, very dangerous, and all these other streets, I think that's going to be an enhancement. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Gumber.
Well, I guess I might be the first one to stand up on this one, Mr. Chairman. I look at this, and I'm trying to make this and strip it down to the most simple basis. It's a parking garage replacing a parking lot, and I'm trying to think, where does it put heads and beds? Where does it draw people in? And I have to disagree with you, Mr. Chairman, about employees. If you've been to a parking lot lately, there aren't any people in parking lots anymore. It's entirely electronic. So other than the jobs to build it, I don't see how there's any economic impact post-construction. I go to games there. I love it, and I can see they're going to get $50 probably a car to park there, but I don't see how TDT money benefits us for this project. I will be voting against it.
Thank you. And just to clarify, I was not referring to jobs in the parking garage, but the plan for this being co-located with economic activities for small businesses in the area that are in play. Next, Commissioner Moore.
Remembering the debate on this a couple of years ago, I know the board gave the city $400 million for a stadium, and I'm trying to remember the situation with the park, if there was a parking garage discussed at that time. And then my second question, maybe for Steve, is the parking garage going to be would it be done in time for the Jags?
No, I think his
All right.
answer to that was no.
Okay, so it won't be done in time, but I'm just trying to remember if we were talking about parking garages with that $400 million allocation a couple of years ago.
I'll jump in on that. When we were doing the funding agreements for that, we did receive some schematics. I believe after the agreements were done, the schematics did show a parking garage on the multi-purpose or the multi-event facility, but I don't believe we've received any requests for funding on that, correct? That didn't get built, is that correct? I'm looking at Steve, sorry.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Dunn.
Oh, sorry. I'm used to Joe. Mr. Dunn is
Joe,
my dad.
I'm sorry.
I got your back, buddy.
I'll wake up now. Sorry, sorry, co-chair. I apologize. I take I take your point about this being a misunderstood project because I got confused a couple of times throughout. I thought that it was important in the presentation that it be adjacent to the event center so that it wasn't for the stadium. And then on the back end, the location kind of got fuzzy that it could be in any of the surrounding city lots. So that kind of threw me off as to the maturity of the project. So that just caused me to have a couple of reservations as I was doing my scoring.
Thank you. It's a great point. If you're not familiar with those city lots, it's hard to see how contiguous they are to the stadium. Mr. Callen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So it's a $54 million request, I believe, to build a 1,000 parking space garage, of which that's $54,000 a space. Back in 2022, when this came before the County Commission Board for the $400 million, I know one of the concerns by Uribe to them was you're putting all this money into a football stadium that's surrounded by ugly commercial and OBT. Has no view. And one of the points that we suggested to them back then was, we think what you should do is acquire all the commercial across the street from the police station, not residential, commercial, and make that into grass parking for more parking and more inviting entry into the stadium with the $400 million. I think this is more of a City of Orlando CRA project. If they have a problem with the number of parking and the quality of parking and the view, this discussion has been had by 4 years ago versus using TDT to solve this problem. And so I'm going to oppose it.
Thank you, Mr. Perez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I support this project. I think one of the things a wise old guy told me one time, he said, Tico, sometimes you know the cost of everything and the value of nothing. And this is a value-add project. This is what will allow us to bid for the bigger projects, the higher-end projects, the projects where people don't want to schlep 4 blocks in the rain, through the mud, in 105-degree weather, and go to a game. If we're going to continue to attract those higher-end, higher-dollar audiences, this is the lever, this is the value-add that I think we need. I actually very much support this project.
Thank you. Mr. Clark.
Thank you. A couple quick questions. I guess the net is 750 spots. Did I hear that right during the presentation?
I think so.
The net gain.
Steve, forgive me, is that the number accurate?
Is that accurate?
Yeah, I would say the question was asked, if it were put on an existing lot, that would be the net.
Okay.
I think all of you know, with the nature of real estate immediately adjacent to the event center, other locations, where you want to locate this at the moment. But at the end of the day, if the stipulation was that we don't want to net any marking out, I think that's okay.
Then second question, is this going to be a first-come, first-served garage, or is this the spot's going to go to ticket holders that buy a package? So I'm thinking, how do you manage that if it's first-come, first-served with people lined up, and when you get the 750 cars in there, then what do we do?
Okay, since that's a couple questions for Steve, we're going to ask him to go to the mic real quick.
Yeah. Okay.
Mind you, this is not Citrus Sports money or Citrus Sports Garage. This is a City of Orlando garage, and similar to the Event Center, we are a contributing financial partner in that. Land was contributed. So the question was, Pete?
Mr. Clark, if you could repeat the question.
I asked, is this going to be a first-come, first-served garage that people line up, and when it's full, you're going to have to do something with the folks in line, or is this going to be packaged with preferential tickets?
Yeah, I mean, like all the other lots, Pete, it will be a publicly available asset to buy a space into. Like any other city-controlled public lot around, there's only about 3,000 spaces for 60,000 seats. I think more insidious is the event center that's opening in 27 will have 100 new events, and it's problematic without this asset. But yes, publicly available, first come, first serve, or you buy it as part of a package like all the other lots.
Thank you, Steve. Tina.
My original comments, I was in support of this event because I see the value add from adding the parking garage to the facilities and the facilities on top of the parking garage. But now that we're like running out of money and funding, and like if we don't find value in sponsoring something like the convention center, then I've got to go, okay, well, you know, where are we going with this? So I'm going to pull back from my prior support from it just because like I feel like we're running out of money and we got to kind of start controlling where we're putting it.
Thank you, Mr. Berry.
Yeah, so I see the sports tourism thing as obviously a big deal. In lieu of spending $1 billion to build the baseball stadium Chris wants, I think this is a relatively small ask to enhance our footprint in that arena. So I will be supporting it. I do have one question for you, though, and I might show my age a little bit here. How does this impact the ability to host EDC on the campus?
Well, seeing as there's no parking on site for EDC, as you well know. The entire public property is fenced off. So you either have to ride share in or shuttle in by bus or walk. This, outside of that footprint, of course, on private land would be the only public asset, the only public parking asset in the region. So it would enhance it greatly if we can, locate it adjacent to the event center on public land.
And it doesn't take up any of the existing space where EDC takes place?
No, I mean, if this exists, EDC probably would use it. I can't commit to that. On top of it, that does have a playable field. It does have activity capability on top of the garage, so they probably would use it, but the parking would still be there nonetheless.
Because that's obviously a huge driver.
Huge
of
driver,
overnight
huge
stays,
help.
bed tax, et cetera. So
Absolutely.
that is a
100,000 people a
concern.
day.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. To be fair, we'll keep questions to staff and see if we can reference anything without giving Steve the extra edge. He's already too charismatic. Jill Vaughn.
I fully support this proposal. I think that Camping World Stadium is an incredible addition to the West Lakes and Paramore communities, as well as just the amount of sports tourism that venue generates for our community, and overnight stays and the downtown hotels that are completely booked when anything is hosted at this venue. It's more than a parking garage. It is, has other applications such as the field on top of the parking garage, but I also feel like it's just an incredible opportunity for us to invest in something that we've already made the investment and Orange County has already made the investment in.
It's a great point. Mr. Guthrie.
Yeah, thank you. First, I want to say, Tito, I agree with you, but I just want to make this statement is we have to remember it's not about the money. We're more of an advisory board. If we think this is a good project and for the county commissioners to take a look and then they decide, that's exactly what we do. And that's what Mr. Poole and I were trying to say before is, do we think these are good projects? Let's forward them on. So it's for us to advise, give our comments, and then let them decide. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mueller.
Yeah, I think it's an important project, and what a lot of people forget about is experience, and you can't put a dollar amount to it. And if it adds a positive experience, that filtrates out in a positive way. And let's not forget, FCS has done an incredible job, hasn't asked for any additional monies, but the monies that they have raised, I think I heard you talk about it earlier, Eddie, for Lift Orlando, $100 million, I believe, or more invested in that community that surrounds the stadium is incredible. And we need more of that. And it's baby steps to get there. And I believe that garage is only going to help change the experience and make it more positive.
Mr. Chairman, in the interest of time, I'd like to jump in and make a motion that we advance this project to the County Commission.
We have a motion on the floor. Have a second, Mr. Mueller. Any other comments? Mr. Poole.
I wasn't going to say anything, but Tico asked me to.
Can't believe you have me sitting next to this guy. 5 days.
And I'm trying to get back on Tina's good side on the last vote. No, I've struggled with this one because clearly from an ROI perspective, a money, heads in beds type of stuff, it's not there. I do find the value in that it's going to support an existing structure. Forget about economics because there is no to justify it. Only it's just going to enhance what we have. It's like putting a pergola on your house. The pergola is nice. It doesn't really add a lot of value, but it's there. So I go back and forth with it. However, I also know that we need money for other things. And I'm going with Tom on this one as well, is that it's just hard for me to vote yes. If we had a lot of extra money around, I could see pulling the yes vote for it. But given the limited amount of funds, I'm going to be voting no.
Thank you. Any other comments? Again, this is a recommendation to elevate this project for the Board of County Commissioner as a priority. According to citizen input, this is something that we would like to see advance. All in favor, please raise your hands. And noes? Twelve noes, 14 yeses. Motion passes. Did we miss anybody?
Are we ready? Let's take up the next project, which on my list is the city of Ocoee. You have seen their presentation. Are there any comments? And I think we really do need to push along as quickly as we can in these remaining discussions because we may lose a quorum and then the meeting is over.
Yes. Mr. Callan.
The Ocoee project is an interesting project. It may be more focused towards the ARC because when you break down the $30 million down below, and so while it sounds like an interesting project, I don't know if it's really a TDT project from far level here, and I have a motion to move it to ARC.
Oh, we have a motion and a second. Comments? Doug?
Yeah, I'd like to talk a little bit about the project before we vote on whether it goes to ARC or not, Mr. Chairman. Again, to review this is not about the golf course. This is a capital improvement project building buildings that's going to house two national prestigious nonprofit organizations in the Northwest PGA and the First Tee organization. Ocoee was smart enough to tap into, and something we haven't talked about in tourism, is the third largest tourism driver here isn't the hotels and the meetings, it's golf tourism. We have not talked about that at all. And that's what this project is trying to do. We're bringing in people here at over 1 million people a year to come play golf. Just ask any of the resorts here that have golf courses how active that is. Whether it's bad weather or whatever, people are coming, they stay, they play, and they go away. It's in West Orange County, which is another positive because again, we're not in the tourist corridor. We're expanding out into the biggest growing area of the county, which is West Orange County. I would also like to point out too that Ocoee has its own skin in the game already here. This whole project is be less than 50% funded by this. Ocoee's already committed, plus they're going to bond anything else.
Mr. Montgomery, if you'll press the button on your mic again. Thank you. You're on. Continue.
It's coming.
Oh, Joe, if you'll turn yours off.
There we go. Okay. Ocoee already has skin in this game, so at 37.5, they're already funding all the improvements of the golf course, which are bringing people in. So what we're asking for here is to help with heads and beds by including all the hotels that are out in West Orange County, including an adjacent property that's already being talked about for an additional hotel. So we're talking about adding TDT money to your coffers. So I would really like you to take a look at this again, and I encourage you to vote for this project.
Thank you. I've got Ms. Demosthenes.
This was actually one of the projects I really kind of liked. I liked that it was outside the tourist area. While I understand the tourist area generates the majority of the TDT, I like that we're growing our TDT opportunities outside of just the core. I like the fact that as gentleman said, that Ocoee has skin in the game. They've already put the $8 million. They're going to put another $30 million. So their ask is for less than 50%. And I kind of like, I truly respect the organizations that are coming with money to the table. So I think this is really kind of a unique project that's going to bring a smaller type convention center for those that don't need the full-size convention. So I just kind of really thought it was not on my radar originally, but it kind of grew on me, and I think there's some merits in it. So,
thank you, Mr. Perez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree with Doug and Tina. I very much like this project. I love the partnership with North Florida PGA. I love the partnership with First Tee. I love putting a stake in the ground saying, this is Central Florida golf, and this is where you want to come. Bring your tournaments, bring your conventions, bring your conferences, and they're building the facility to do that. Again, when this project came out first, I think there was a lot of confusion that we were paying for a golf course. And Ocoee has been very clear that they are paying for the golf course themselves. This is pure convention, auditorium, Himalayan field operations out there. I think it's wonderful to spread some of this TDT wealth to help expand and develop West Orange County. And I think we're going to get some hotelier growth out that way. I actually think this is a wonderful project.
Thank you. Mr. Dunn, or Joe Dunn.
Thank you. I'm with the three. I started out cold on this because I thought, okay, it's a golf course, and I didn't know what a Himalayan wall was, so I was already starting behind. But the more I learned about it, the more I think this is going to build a niche, a new niche tourist attraction that will expand what we already have and will be a niche draw. So I'm for it.
Thank you. Christine Moore.
I wasn't really sure if the report talked about the ability to expand because we already have Orange County National Golf Course, but I do like that the city has skin in the game. So the city will own the course, correct? And then maybe you could put a little more meat on the bone about that hotel, because we've seen that it's the return on investment, it's the ad valorem from the hotel, and of course the tax paid. There aren't a lot of hotels out that way. So how aggressive can the city of Ocoee be towards ensuring that there's more hotel rooms available?
Mr. Berry.
I thought she had a question she was looking to get answered.
Oh, sorry. Mr. Gomber. Oh, I need Mr. Berry to turn off. Yes, thank you very much.
There's a patch of land between Ocoee's Forest Lake property and a bunch of apartments that are right on Ocoee-Clarkona Road. We are in the process of talking about a developer now, the same developer that developed the apartments, about putting a hotel on that location. We also have other hotels that are coming out of the ground north of Forest Lake that are going to support our sports complex, our softball complex, that is probably going to be on the drawing board within the next 18 to 36 months. So there are new hotels springing out all over North Ocoee.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Berry.
Yeah, and so with what happened with the convention center earlier, I was originally cold on this project, actually. But again, with what happened with the convention center, I think adding this additional space for conventions to be hosted and spreading that out across Orange County, out to West Orange and whatnot, and all the other great things that Doug mentioned here, I'm turned around on this. I think this is a good idea. So I'll be voting yes.
Thank you. I also started out with the concern about its alignment with the statute, and then the concern about once they explain the numbers, would it hit the threshold for the size of the ask? So the motion on the floor aligned, which what I was thinking was referring it to another fund. So it's not turning it down. And we have a second for that motion. Is that correct? So let me call, I've got two more comments. Mr. Perez.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. I was going to make a motion to advance the project. I forgot that Tom had made a motion to send it elsewhere. So I'll vote to oppose that motion, and then maybe I can make a motion to advance it.
Yeah. Okay.
I'd like to withdraw my motion.
Mr. Callen would like to withdraw his motion, and now Mr. Perez. Forgive me, let me do that again. Please say it again.
I would like to move that we advance this project to the County Commission.
Commissioner Moore is the second. Any comments on that motion? Okay, all in favor, please raise your hands. Okay, in the nose, for the record. Thank you, we've got 3.
We move to the next item on our list, which is the Town of Eatonville Community Redevelopment Agency. I think based on Adrienne's comments earlier, this would probably be, and correct me if I'm wrong, a very good project to apply to the infrastructure side of ARC. No? Okay.
I think let's open up the floor for comment on this one or questions. Madam Jackson.
Okay, so Co-Chair, in reference to what you just said.
Move closer to the mic, Adrienne.
Okay, so in reference to your comment, I believe in their presentation, they mentioned that even with the non-approved items that were in their presentation, that it would still meet or exceed the $20 million threshold. Did also want to address a concern about the sunset that continues to come up. So I went back to my notes, and as of now, yes, it is stated that they're set to sunset with the county in 2027. However, they're set to sunset with the town of Eatonville in 2045. And at either sunset, it will be publicly owned and operated by the town of Eatonville, so I think it's worth going forward, being that dirt is already moving and it has the potential for sooner impact on ROI as we're looking at the requirements.
Whitney, did you have clarification for us?
I wanted to clarify the point on the expiration of the CRA. They did say during their presentation that the town has passed a resolution to extend the CRA. Because the CRA was created in Orange County is a charter county, they only have the authority that the county gives them. So even though they have passed that resolution, that doesn't mean that the CRA continues until 2045 unless the county agrees to it. And as of right now, the county hasn't committed to that. They do have an expiration date of January 1 of next year still.
That's right.
So it's not that it wouldn't happen, but right now it's scheduled and no other decision has been made. Mr. Guthrie.
Thank you. I want to bring a little history to this project. So a lot of y'all probably don't know this, but back in the 1950s, people of color couldn't go play at regular bars. So in the South, they had a tour, and it was called the Chitlin Circuit. And you would go town to town to town. Well, in Edenville, that's where they would go to the Club Eden and play. You had people like Duke Ellington, Aretha Franklin, James Brown, B.B. King, Tina Turner, Ray Charles, Sam Cooke, Etta James, Ella Fitzgerald, and Billie Holiday who played there. So this is really kind of an important piece. And what I would say is let's push this forward. Let's see if the county looks at this and says, yes, let's expand the CRA and see if we can get something done with it. But it can't hurt to push this forward. I mean, the worst thing is they can say no and then nothing happens. Thank you.
Thank you. Tina.
I guess it's maybe a question for Whitney. If they come back and ask the county to extend the CRA, do they still they would have to do an updated finding of necessity to do that? I can't imagine the county, because that's the starting point to do a CRA. I can't imagine even a renewal wouldn't require at least an updated finding of necessity. Not that it wouldn't qualify, but just, I would think that they would have to do that. Is that part of the process?
No, they don't need an updated finding of necessity. We would do an amended interlocal agreement with them that would change the expiration date.
Okay, that's awesome.
And there would be resolutions that would need to
So
be
as long
adopted on both
I was just
sides.
worried that there were more hoops that they would have to jump through, so that's good that they don't have the extra hoops.
And this was a project that potentially qualified for one of the other funding sources besides this committee? Okay. Ms. Pizzuto.
Also a question for staff. Have they asked for an extension of that?
They have. We have actually received several requests from around the county from various CRAs for extensions right now. The county has not committed to any of those at this point because of the property tax reform issue. We're just not sure what's going to happen with budgeting at this point.
Other comments, questions? Do we have a motion? Adrian, would you like to make a motion?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to move this project forward for consideration.
Second.
We have a motion and a second on the floor. Discussion? Okay. All in favor, please raise your hands. All opposed? And it passes. We are down to the University of Central Florida. Mr. Perez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As I said when they presented, I think it's an extraordinary project. This involves a communications center and tower that will enhance all of our broadcasting, including partnering with other sports stations or sports events. It will allow millions of views of Central Florida as you see our weather and our sports, and it builds a softball facility and a track facility, which right now they're the same facility, where the university can host extraordinary softball tournaments. Women's softball is one of the hottest sports in America today. And we have the capacity, once that is built, to host conferences and tournaments and camps. Same with the track and field. We hopefully may be ready, maybe not, for the 2028 Olympic trials and the Olympic training. But if not, we are always there for every other college and university in the country to come. I think that the media impressions from all of these sports are tremendous, but the travel, when teams come in, when softball tournaments come in, it is thousands and thousands of people that come. I think these facilities are what the TDT is designed for, to build these facilities, let folks hold tournaments, run these programs, get the competition up, and keep going. There's 72,000 students at UCF, most of whom are technically tourists under our rules, but we won't count those. I've got to say, I think this project hits on all cylinders for me. And even if we're concerned about money, which we seem to be, this project is easily divisible into two phases. And the county commission, in its wisdom, could decide to do one or the other. They are standalone and can move forward. So I strongly, strongly hope that we're going to move this forward to the county commission and let them take a look at this and take another hard look at the asset and the resource this provides.
Thank you. Mr. Alvarez.
Just quickly, I have to recuse from voting on this item due to conflict of interest.
So we'll just need you to fill out the form for that as well. Other comments? Questions on UCF? Madam Chair.
I rather like the project, but when we spent a lot of time talking about how we couldn't do anything with Cherokee School because it's not our job to build schools, I sort of feel the same way about this, that it's a state university, they've got lots of funding sources and lots of philanthropic opportunities, and it's not our job to do this.
Thank you. Tina.
I love UCF, and I have a D1 athlete, and I should be all over this. But I'm really struggling with the fact that, you know, the state has their funding requirements and the broadcast improvements, and I put this in my comments, the broadcast improvements serve the fans sitting at home, not the tourists in the seat or those in the hotel room. So while some of the facilities might bring in some tourism and some events, they're not like some of the other events and facilities that we looked at in the past 2 weeks that are bringing in daily visitors. These ones are bringing them once a month or, you know, during special events and games. So I think that it needs further evaluation before it moves forward to the Board of County Commissioners.
Thank you. Christine Moore.
Yes, and I'll mention it again. I made the vote 3 years ago for UCF, but, you know, the Roth Tower's not built yet. I know it'll be open this season, and I think the argument we used on the convention center that you wanted to wait to see how that new section brought in ROI, I kind of feel the same way about UCF, that we should wait on this Roth Tower, evaluate if we got our ROI, and then reevaluate down the road.
Thank you. Ms. Bizzuto.
I know that we previously, or TDT previously funded the Roth Tower, but is there any, I mean, I don't know, has TDT funds from any other county been used to build a state school facility? I don't even know, I mean, I know we already did it, but I don't know where the authority is to do that, and I tend to agree with Mayor Chapin that there are availability from alumni, and they have a ton of alumni. I know my alma mater reaches out all the time for capital projects, so I'm not sure. That part, I don't know the answer to.
So I can't speak for other counties. I haven't looked at what other counties are doing, but UCF was funded under the portion of the statute that allows for stadiums because they are bringing in folks from off campus and bringing in tourists into the stadium. So that's how that got funded last time.
Thank you, Mr. Baga.
I'll just say I struggled with this one a lot. I'm the world's biggest UCF fan. I'm an alum. Have a business close by, so all this stuff kind of, is close to me. I will say I kind of wish this wasn't all in one big bucket. And I say that because I think that some of the broadcast improvements, for example, I think maybe fall a little bit outside of what I would see. I will also just say in their defense and in support of something like this, certainly as it relates to other sports, and I love football, I'm a season ticket holder, but some of these other sports really bring in long stays from parents who are rabid fans. and that's actually when a lot of the business does come in, is those times. So I can see an argument made for TDT on that. But I probably would on this one like to wait and see what happens with Roth Tower and make that decision a little bit later. So that's kind of where I fall on this, though I certainly see some of the merits in this.
Thank you. Tico.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's interesting. And Tina, I've agreed with you on everything you've said in 5 meetings, except now. No, because the challenge for me is, well, that's my goal. No, the challenge for me is particularly the broadcast facilities. We're paying Visit Orlando a ton of money to run ads about Central Florida all around the world. We're going to get an hour-long, 2-hour-long ad of Central Florida as they're seeing our weather and they're seeing our university and they're taking the city shots that they always take at all these sports facilities. This is a megaphone to introduce the world to Central Florida. Back when I was in charge of the Chamber of Commerce, we worked with the EDC, and they made it very clear that the people who come and move and start businesses here came here on vacation first. UCF and its sports program brings hundreds of thousands of people into Central Florida, and a lot of it is for sports, and a lot of it will be seen over those broadcast facilities. And Rishi, I agree with you. I wish it wasn't one bundle, and that's why I made it clear. This is two different packages. It's the track and field and the softball, and it's the communications facilities. I think the county commission can make the right decision there. We have the second largest university in the country. It's a D1 university. I think TDT funding is appropriate there for stadiums, auditoriums, and that's what we're doing. I think it's a good project. I'm sorry it's the last one of the day, and we're all, now we're saying, well, this money and that money and the other money. But moving forward and looking at the second largest university in America with our weather, with our community, with our ability to host major events once these facilities are built, I think it's an easy one to move forward.
Thank you, Jordan.
Sorry. Okay. I apologize, but I emotionally, I love softball, and women's softball is. I dispute your claim to being the biggest or the most rabid sports fan in this room because I could go against anybody in that. But when I read this, 3 things pop in my mind: second largest university in America, Big 12, and NIL. There's an awful lot of money there for me to get really pumped about this.
Call the question.
Thank you. All in favor of advancing this project? I was going to say, do we have an official motion to move it forward? Hold on. And Michael, I saw your name on the board. Did you withdraw your question? Point's been made.
That's what I heard. That's what I heard.
Would you like to make a motion,
Mr. Chair, I move that we advance this to the county commission with the wisdom of knowing it's a wonderful project for our community. And Michael Poole has given me his vote.
Do we have a second? Oh. Okay.
We die for lack of
Do I?
Motion dies for lack of a second.
We go with
I'll make a motion not to advance it.
Oh, I'm sorry. Hold on. Let me capture that.
Oh, sorry.
Mr. Poole.
Where are we?
There we go.
To help out my good friend Tico, I make a motion not to advance this forward to the county commission.
Do we have a second? I have a second with Mr. Joe Dunn. Any discussion? All in favor of not advancing this project? And noes? Two.
Two.
You have two noes. You're not alone. Thank you, friends. We've got 8 projects, if we count the CRA, besides the initial county funds that we discussed.
Scroll up, Miles, so we can see. Yeah, scroll down. I'm sorry, scroll down.
Thank you. There you can see them all. So we've got the first 4 county projects, and then we've got Dr. Phillips Charities, Creative City Project, 8 Waves with the Children's Museum, Orange Audubon Society, Dr. Phillips Center for the Performing Arts, Florida Citrus Sports, and the City of Ocoee and the Town of Eatonville Community CRA.
I think many in the community will be very pleased that this task force has taken into consideration projects in different parts of the county and for different interest groups. We did promise a discussion of question 41, which of course had to do with the expansion of uses of the TDT, recommending that.
There were questions. People submitted answers to question 41 with other topics that they wanted to move forward.
Well, I have a proposal. I know that many on this task force are in agreement that we would like the county commission to tackle the question of expanded uses. If we can avoid lengthy discussions, because first of all, Mayor Demings asked us to address only questions that had to do with existing uses and the existing statute, and secondly, because of the time, I would be prepared to make a motion that the TDT task force recommends that the county commission explore every avenue to advance alternative uses of the tax, including but not limited to transportation and affordable housing.
Okay, we have a motion and a second by Doug Comber. And I see comment, discussion, Ella Wood.
Thank you. I appreciate the motion and I support it. It doesn't quite cover all of the ideas that I've heard some interested in consensus about. So I wondered if you would consider it a friendly amendment to include possibilities of additional bed tax dollars and reduction or elimination of the 40% threshold to create that flexibility as part of the motion, to give the county commission a range of options that they could pursue.
I wonder if I could do a friendly amendment, which would involve to advance alternative uses or additional funding.
Pennies, additional penny to be used for affordable housing or transportation?
Yeah.
That's a friendly amendment to my friendly amendment. Does it include And would you consider including pursuing legislation that tackled that 40% threshold for public facilities uses to lower or reduce it?
No, I think we'd better leave it to the county commission because I did say including but not limited to.
Thank you, Ellen. Mr. Perez.
Mr. Chair, I know that many of us spent some time filling out that question 41. I'm assuming that this motion will not prohibit our results of our response being forwarded to the county commission as well, right?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Everything that has been handed out, in fact, we've been giving it to them as we go, but we will do a final report.
But everything is public record.
Mr. Callen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I noticed that Ella had passed out a proposed language modification on 125.0104 that was drafted by Ms. Yurko. So thank you very much for that, Ella, Ms. Yurko. And maybe we include that part of our package here just to have the commission consider that with the including but not limited to language.
I'm so sorry. I couldn't do it.
Is the request to include that in the package that moves forward?
Yes. Be added in the comments that we normally hand out. Yeah, we can add it, including comments.
Thank you. Ms. Demostheny.
I appreciate the looking at the survey comments and trying to, we didn't necessarily do a summary of them, and I know there were quite a few speaking to the expansion of TDT, which is obviously outside of our purview, but saying, hey, go look at this. I feel like there were other comments in the comments that weren't just related to that issue. I see, like, I had comments throughout, like, where we should make some recommendations to ARC, that ARC expand opportunities. Somebody else had that comment. In my comments, I made comments about establish an annual, more predictable application process with consistent application format and a sufficiency review, and not be, so applicants know when they apply every year at this time we're going to open TDT or not. Maybe they say we don't have funding, so we're not going to open it, but people can start preparing for those dates. And that we get consistent applications, because none of our applications were the same. It was really hard to compare apples to apples when people said, oh, see this, or didn't actually answer the questions. They left them blank or said, see other, the other wasn't included, or just deferred, just generically deferred, that made, to me, their application incomplete, and it should have just been sufficiency, bye-bye, peace out, come back when you got a full application. So I really think that that's very important to future TDT task force. So I just, and then requiring a budget by this comment was taken out of context, but require a budget and a certified economic analysis for review by the county economists. Every application, if somebody's got the gall to come in here and ask for over $50 million, then they should be providing their economic analysis. They shouldn't be putting together an application in 2 days. I understand some of the grant ones are a little bit different because they're saying, hey, we're going to do this specialty grant for other stuff. But if you're coming in for a capital project, then that should just be a don't pass go. If you don't have a true economic analysis, and that should be part of the application sufficiency, the predictability, I would be glad to volunteer for that committee, because I really felt like there was a lot of improvements that could be made to help move this process forward cleaner, smoother. So when, when you're flipping to the applications, oh, I always go to page 2 and it's the same information, instead of going, oh, is it page 2 or is it here? Oh, it's in the application. Oh, it's in the PowerPoint. So, and I haven't even made it through this full list, so I'm sure there's people that have other comments, about whether it be ARC or ACA, or I just haven't even made it through them. But I just don't think we should discount that all these other comments weren't as important as the 40%, the transportation, and what have you. So, sorry, peace out.
I will say, of the things you mentioned, Tina, that felt like a concrete statement at the beginning was regarding the interests of ARC, really looking at the rules for ARC to provide for more flexibility, since that was such a big point of discussion. And I don't know if that's as simple, Roseanne, as making sure, as we're stating that, we're communicating to staff, we want that to be conveyed, or if we need to do something more formal to say that we want ARC to really evaluate their application process because of the feedback we received.
We can pass.
Oh,
excuse me. Did they not do that recently after the last?
Yes, they did. They updated the matrix, But if you're specifically wanting to make a recommendation to the ARC Advisory Board, because they're the ones that really make a recommendation to the board on what the priorities should be, that you encourage them to expand to include special events, then that could be something that goes to the ARC Advisory Board for consideration.
Have something like that be part of our recommendations. Because at the end of the report, we get to make some other recommendations, unless you're just going to include all of our comments. But making to see if somebody's going to go back to the back of the PowerPoint to find out what our comments were, I don't think that's the intent of why we made these comments. These comments were made so that we could provide a consolidated recommendation on improvements to the process or what have you. So I just kind of feel like ARC is just one of them. And I frankly think that they should allow some smaller funding. Because Immerse wouldn't have asked for 20 million, 22 million, when their whole budget seemed like it was 2 million per year. They probably would have been thrilled to get 500, 500, 500. And
That's what they've gotten over the last 5 years. That's why they couldn't get any more, because they've gotten 5 years worth of funding.
Yeah, but I'm saying the process could open other avenues if we make that recommendation.
Yeah, and I think what I'd like to summarize from what you're saying is that there is the aspect of our feedback that by nature of being public record, the things that we've said here are important, that we've spent time on, are recorded. And then there's communicating specific things like this that we want to make sure are part of the report, that, like ARC, for example, there was feedback from this committee that we want to respond to the concerns by applicants, that may not be as accessible for all projects or programs for that advisory committee to consider.
But if you want, this group could make a recommendation that says we recommend that ARC expand their focus to include special events.
Do you need us to make a motion to do that?
You could do that, make it a motion, make it a
I would like
second
to make that
recommendation.
motion.
Wonderful. Do we have a second for that motion?
I don't know.
The motion, I think, was that ARC expand their uses to include special events. It's already allowable.
And smaller,
It's their
potentially
focus.
smaller funding.
Their focus to include special events. So it's capital and special events instead of just capital.
What was the motion before this one?
So Tina liked what I said, so she made a motion.
What I'm hearing is that before Tina offered that, we had a motion on the floor.
Before I just walked out of the room, Linda had made a motion and Mr. Gomber had seconded that the BCC explore every avenue to expand other uses of TDT, including but not limited to transportation. That then got amended by a friendly amendment to include lowering the 40% threshold.
Okay.
That is your motion on the floor.
Ella?
I'm
Forgive me, please do that again.
Thank you. I had one other amendment that I hope would be friendly, which would be to say the county should make it a legislative priority to do those things. Would you be amenable to that?
To make it a legislative?
To make it a legislative priority.
Yes. Okay, we have an agreement on that additional amendment. Did we have a second? We'd had a second. Okay, we've had discussion. Thank you. How many in favor? All in favor say aye. Raise your hand. Raise your hand so we can count. And any noes? 1, 2. Thank you very much. Now, Tina has a motion. Oh, thank you.
My counterparts here.
Let you down again.
I would like to make a motion that we include a recommendation for ARC to expand opportunities for
To include special events.
and or smaller projects.
Thank you.
They have a limit of a minimum of $2 million because our other grant program goes up to $2 million. So they do go from $2 million up to $15 million right now.
Okay, we have a second. Wonderful. Any comment? Any discussion? Okay. All in favor of this motion? think it might be unanimous. Any opposed? Okay, motion passes. Thank you very much.
And then, do we need to make a motion about improving the process consistency? And I think Jill even had some comments about consistent, transparent process. Do we need to make a motion to do that, or is that just something that can happen?
Yeah, I feel like there's been a lot of feedback on that, and even this time, the staff tried to streamline the process at the beginning, and we chose to open up for other applicants. And so that'll be in the hands of the next committee, that's for sure. But I think we recorded that we'd like to get more rigorous about that process. People need to have consistent and complete applications, maybe even have their own economic study. But I don't know that there's a specific...
And a funding in the window. Like, we're going to open it every year at this time unless there's no funds. Like, there's just, because these people that said, oh, well, we just got notice last week, so we came up with this application in 2 days. Like, there was a couple people that said that.
So to be clear, they had more than 2 days to fill out the application.
That's when they decided to take
the
action.
The application went out June 9th. Okay?
But still, that was still a pretty
had
short window.
But they knew about it, and they knew it was coming for weeks and weeks and weeks. We had communicated that. So they did have from June 9th, but that's a standard window. We gave them a month to fill out the application.
So is it every June that we open up this window? Is that like our standard?
So let me be clear. So the mayor decided to do a citizens advisory task force. And this was his prerogative. He established the task force. The next mayor might not want to do a task force. It is up to them. So he decided to open up this window to the community to get their feedback and their input and allow a lot of these projects that may never had seen the light of day, but because Mayor Demings created this task force, they were able to be considered. The next mayor, the next commission might say, no, we don't want to do a process again. Let's just stick with Arts and Cultural Affairs and ARC and call it a day.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Ella, I see a question from you.
Thank you. I had 2 additional motions that I would like to make and vote on quickly. I also, just one other thought about Tina's concerns. I also think we were all frustrated with the lack of economic analysis of these projects. I would encourage the county to retain a consultant and involve the consultant in the application itself so that that evaluation matches the information that we get from the applicants. I think that would have made it a lot more useful. The first motion that I wanted to make is, so a number of people brought up this idea of auditing how much the county is spending on what we could consider tourism promotion. I think that was something that came up at almost every single meeting and a number of these recommendations. The paper that was referenced is an effort at a draft way to do that and to pursue spending TDT funding on public facilities. This is drafted by attorney Allison Yurko, who's put a bunch of work into this. It's great work. I think it's a conceptual idea that I'm not asking you to dig into the details and support the specifics of, but I wanted to make a motion to ask that the county thoroughly audit what could be considered spending on tourism promotion and put together a robust proposal for what it would look like to hit 40% spending and to spend some part of the remaining 60% on public facilities focused on transit, that we make that recommendation for a process to dig into these specifics to the county.
Ella, could you state your motion in one brief sentence so we can capture it?
That the county audit current possible tourism promotion spending from TDT, put together a proposal to hit 40%, and a proposal to spend some of the remaining 60% on public facilities focused on transit. I think we've all raised questions about that. It's very difficult to evaluate whether any specific spending would be a good idea without doing each part of that together.
Some of that overlaps with the earlier motion, of course, but is there a second? Mr. Alvarez, I have a second. Any discussion? I see Tico and Q. I need, if you would, thank you. Forgive me, Tico, press it again.
Yes, of course,
Commissioner Moore.
this board, we don't have any authority to audit or tell anybody to audit. And so it could be a recommendation to the BCs to consider that, but we can't order an audit. And then, even then, a lot of times, I know it's our fiscal people who manage it, but it tends to be the comptroller that would handle that type of responsibility. So I find that motion a little out of order.
Mr. Perez.
Well, I see Ms. Wood wants to speak again. I just wanted to say on behalf of all of us that we thank the staff for a tremendous job during this process. Every question was answered. Everything you gave was transparent. All the communications were clear and efficient. And I, for one, appreciate it very, very much.
Yes, thank you very much. Okay, we're in discussion. Ms. Wood, is your mic on intentionally?
I just wanted to say to Commissioner Moore, I appreciate the clarification. That was my intent, that we recommend that the county do so.
Okay, we have a motion and a second on the floor. I don't see anyone in queue for discussion. Let's call the question. All in favor of that specific recommendation as phrased being advanced to the board? Raise your hands. All opposed? Okay, motion does not pass. I see you.
I have a question and one more motion. The question is, can we request that this draft motion from Ms. Yurko be included in the report?
Yes, I think somebody asked that already, and the answer was yes.
Great, thank you. Then my last motion, I'd like to move that we recommend that the county does not commit all available TDT funds at this time, but preserve some possible spending flexibility.
There's a motion on the floor. Is there a second? I have a second by Tom. Mr. Callen, any discussion? The motion was a recommendation to not spend all available TDT at this time. Did I say that correctly? You don't. Mr. Alvarez, you were the second.
Thank you. Yeah, you know, at the risk of sounding like a broken record, I really think it's important for us to consider how much money is committed to future spending. Because when we take out a loan, we are committing to paying that loan. And I've said this a lot of time, and I hope that you'll understand my point by now. You know, we could fund all of the Orange County programs, the ecotourism infrastructure, ecotourism programming, ARC, and the arts programming with the funds that we are using to pay the debt, and we would still have $16 million left over for other of these applicants. So I think the point is, rather than putting TDT funds in the pockets of investors who are buying these bonds, let's put them in the pockets of these applicants who can put it to work for our community and for our tourism industry.
Thank you. Okay, I don't see any more discussion in queue. All in favor of the motion on the floor, please raise your hands. All opposed? Where are we at? We split down the middle? Noes, raise your hand again. Mr. Lin, and you see everybody over here? Okay, 13 noes, motion does not pass. Madam Chair.
I really believe that the thought behind that defeating the motion, excuse me, is that the county commission will know what to do. And I don't like telling them what to do a lot of the time. So, I think we are going to be able to adjourn the meeting. We have enjoyed being together. I've made lots of new friends. I certainly look forward to seeing you at the county commission meetings and so forth as we push our recommendations forward. Each one of us has the ability to do that. So thank you for all of your work. Thanks to my co-chair, who really knows how to run a meeting. He's up to date, and I appreciate every single one of you. Any other remarks before we adjourn?
Thank you so very much to all of you. Really appreciate your service. Thank you. Meeting adjourned.